Oh, how's it going? We go here. Welcome to Steam 1. How you guys doing? Hi, New Frontier. Yeah, I'm doing good. I was touching grass today. Crazy. How are you? Did I really? Uh, I got close enough, let's say. It must have amazing. It's so hot here, actually. It's crazy. It's very warm today here. I'm gonna do more barbing today. And then we're gonna play Warrior. Where melee Dijo. He touched some grass and played D4 mostly. Okay. Okay, so we did a lot of like whirlwinding yesterday. I want to try the minion stuff and see how that goes. Not very sure how that is built though. Everyone's doing whirlwind here, it's crazy. It's also whirlwind. Crazy man, whirlwind is so strong. Look at this. Who was the guy with the minions? I want to see what they're doing. What the hell? I think it was this guy there maybe. What did he already just clear? Hello Letty. Yeah, just call the Ancients Highlander or something. Okay. Shit, I think this guy actually overrode is clear. Overthrow? Gore? No. Mightiest Ferocity. What does that do? The Mightiest. It's an ultimate skill. And then... Free Ferocity? What the fuck? Wait, does the ultimate skill actually have a shorter cooldown than the normal one? Look at this, 6 seconds cooldown. This cooldown cannot be reduced by cooldown reduction. I guess we check this out, yeah. I don't think the minion bomb should be much different now. I mean, okay, arrow probably not. There's a leap, call, challenging shout, war cry. Bull Kados. Okay, it's resolve stacking, I guess. We're not doing that. Second boy go double defense here. Then the short is probably something you're not gonna do. It's Ariat and Chain Scourged. Okay. Crazy you can put it as a charm. Okay, it's doing Limitless Rage, we're not doing that, I guess. Shout cooldowns are reduced by 10 seconds. Is he stacking cooldown? No. %9 more damage to incapacitated, really. I think I'm gonna put a grandfather. Title is also not a thing anymore. I guess the banish loss is not a thing. The dominance is not a thing. 22.5 damage reduction while berserking. So I could do anger management, or we can do this. Alright. Bonus, Decimator, Carnage, Blood Rage. So I have to remove those two, I guess. You know, I love clicking 200 times to unspec this shit. Why can't you just unspec an entire board at once? I'll be sick. Bonus and Decimator. I guess you can get all power somehow. Shouldn't be that bad. Even without the banished lords. Do you put dominate there? Every 12 seconds? Really? Okay, this is old actually. This is nerfed now. So not doing that one. So I guess you might go out here. You're going rogue, as long as there are no nerfs. I don't really expect much nerfs in terms of like final patch notes. I'd be kind of surprised if they nerf a lot of stuff. There's so much buffing to do. I don't think they're gonna nerf things. Besides some Wrath. Already have Wrath apparently. What else? Knight, Challenger, Exploit. Okay, Twister is not a thing. We have Marshall. Do we care about that? That's our... Okay, I mean we have relatively frequent shouts. And then we can... to Call of the Ancients a bit more often. Actually it lasts 20 seconds, is that true? 20 seconds? Here it says 10 seconds. Seems like I was nerfed, or it's like somehow increased. Okay, so this here. Oh. Thank you. Good news, guys. Cuckoo. Yeah, 17 points. Let's do this. Oh shit, I don't have all these live nodes. Also do something here. This was like a strength glyph. What do we do there? Mace.
Must be the only man on the planet who's more happy about the cuckoo, not the steak.
She knows how to cook too. Yes. Mm-hmm. $236 strength. Wait, is this glyph stronger than another class or just because it's a high level? It seems like a lot of strength. Okay. The booty cook should be Nini cook. Mm-hmm. Okay, I guess we keep Tuscan, right? Well, let's do this one, I guess. We have all this like low life gear. I don't need that. I don't need this. This is fine. Can probably repurpose all of this stuff. Okay, then we have another grandfather. This one. This one. Okay, we don't have a glove or something right now.
Stones to cut, gems to set, from creation, destruction.
Actually, everything is sorted here. Okay, let's try this. No, I'm not playing. I'm not playing Diablo Immortal. What is this set called? Carlos. Does Ariats exist as a charm? It does actually. What the fuck's going on? Why is nothing showing? Oh. It needs to be two rules. Do Chinese have paid a win XP and gold fine buff? I think so. They have their own realm. I mean, okay, that's like the smallest problem, right? With like pay to win in this game anyway. A little bit more XP, I mean, no one really cares, I guess. Oh, this thing actually has extra damage. Or for summon skills now. Mm-hmm.
This should be interesting. May you find your way back.
Okay, we need Fair and Linta. Actually, the 20 resources I should have taken. Fuck. Oh, danke, Dave. How many maps before you're technically endgame? Yeah, endgame basically starts at like T15 maps, so how many maps you need to get there is up to you. Technically, you can do it in like a dozen maps if you're strong enough. I got another raid from Kuron. Hello. Thank you. Welcome, guys. Are you on the PTR as well? Bienvenue. Yeah, I'm just setting up a minion barb. I want to see how this build goes. Won't take too long. You have like most of it done now. Which one am I missing? Linter. Let's just take this. Do we do a shout out? Let's give him a shout out. We're doing the fire iron skin. Look at that. That's crazy, actually. What? Okay. No basic, no core. Shout, shout, shout. Iron skin. And some leaping. Summons 4 ancients. Am I testing every class? Yes. It's only Sorg left now. Gonna do some Sorg tomorrow. PA2 is growing on me, but I still take forever to do the campaign, just under 30 hours. We'll get there. Like speedrunners can do the campaign in like 5 hours or so. So you can get pretty fast. You could do the vulnerable, I guess. It's waiting for the duration. Summons 5 ancients even. You go for the damage. I guess the ancients off the leap actually do damage. Okay. We can get the overpower there. Does the Delirious Fog improve the whole map loot quality? Yeah, so all enemies are harder and more juicy. And then you also have these bonus monsters that pop up. Basically, the further you go, the more big, you know, it intensifies. You summon 2 very strong ancients for twice as long. This is where the 20 seconds come from. One month and a half season sounds good to me. Nah, I think for most people that's way too fast. Like 2 month seasons already really fast for a PC cycle. Like Diablo 4 is generally having a really fast release schedule compared to other games. Some people are unhappy about it. Okay, 3 points. We can do this here, I guess. Dude, they actually have like no skill on the bar, like nothing to press. It's unreal. Walking simulator. About the Ancient's still viable. I guess it's probably playable because Bombus is generally pretty strong, but it's definitely not anywhere near the top. %, reduce cost, 50% cooldown. That's a lot of cooldown actually. 4 seconds. Wait, are we actually capped on cooldown? How though? Don't even have the pants. Eight seconds. 25, 8, 26.68. Okay, this checks out. And this rounds down to exactly 4. Ah, because I did 10 seconds there. Okay. 4.4. So it's 25 seconds, right? And then the minimum would be 3.675 or something. 6.25. 3.75. Okay. So it just happens to be an exactly round number with the 4 seconds. That's kind of funny. No, the fawn split is still bugged. He's sitting at 30 counterattack stacks. Sorry, I don't know what you mean, what? 30 counterattack stacks. Are you talking about Rushing Claw? Would I recommend praying for Blizzard to fix the bug, or do I start field crafting and non-shadow vow rabies through it? I think you start field crafting a different build. They have plenty of bugs to fix, and I don't think this is a high priority, to be honest. Kind of weird though, like what's going on with rabies? Like why is it not showing the full dot? Yeah, Percival, in case you're not aware, if you're trying to do like permanent rushing claw, that's not possible anymore. Is Warren still the meta barb build? Yeah, at least a lot of people are pushing Mervyn pretty high. And it's also decently fast, so maybe. I'm trying some minion stuff now, let's see. But yeah, Mervyn is definitely really good. Like I was like easy peasy farming like 115 in 90 seconds yesterday. Okay, a Pojek. Conceded, limitless, tidal, progenitors. Yeah, we're not going to do limitless, I guess.
To the ancient eyes.
I need a glove. Any gloves? I guess you just make one from scratch. Really hope there will be a push Hoda build. LOD Hoda is my favorite D3 build. Yeah, LOD Hoda and D3 is a bit different from Hoda here though, I guess. But okay. I really wouldn't mind if like Whirlwind Hoda comes back as like a push build. That was actually kind of fun in Season 2 with Avatar of Zia. In general though, I think they have to do something about like Walking Arsenal and like multi-skill builds and so on. It seems like everything just shouts on the barb again. So they have to fix that somehow. Yo, Wheel Snipe Sally. Thank you. Okay, I need crit chance on this thing. Got a nice crit multi. And it's gone. I should have saved it. There's crit. Oh. Look at the attack speed. Ah, maybe this is fine. When will Kratos Bomb be viable? Holy. I think there's a bit of like tag issues going on with the Iron Maelstrom and stuff. So I think this is kind of like the main problem there. How's my crit? Let's go crit. Okay, 90%, that's alright. So there's Bold Chiefs in here. And a project here. I think this is a Bold Chiefs in angle. Can keep the crushing. You can get the developing even, I guess. Wait, can we even assign? I mean, we can't developing, right? We can't even assign anything for these skills. Blood boiling. What do we have here? Tuscan, okay. Tuscan is fine. Anger management is fine. If a curse touch, I'm not sure if you need it. Juggernaut is... Wait, we need to get the pants actually. One of the pants needs to be equipped. Crushing here. It's vocalized empowerment. With whirlwind. Do the retro, it looks kind of funny actually. I guess I can do limitless. Let's see how this goes. Expectant. Nah. Need to find another aspect for this thing. I'm not sure if Edge Masters works, but it might be a bit sus. Goes every 8 seconds. So conceded. Let's move this thing. Abyss and the Daring Fog minus 40 DPS, FPS. Oof. Okay, chain. Here's Ariat. Okay. Do we need Fury? Doesn't have any Fury anywhere. Nice. Nice. Not nice. Okay, trying to roll armor and... Okay, and now res. Armor life res. When is next campfire? Like 3 weeks? Should be a bit less. 2.5. PTR is over tomorrow. We have like 28 hours, I think. I'm not gonna play 28 hours in a row now, though. Dude, I can't get the armor. I have 23 billion, Brave Horn. Oh, Symphony, hello man. Thank you. How you doing? Deathblow cooking session. Nah. Like, I'm gonna play, you know, the weapon mastery builds and like walking arsenal stuff when it's actually gonna be fun and decent. I mean, you can definitely make it work because Barb's OP, But I haven't even touched like the good builds on Warp yet, so before we do any memes, I wanna play those at least. Dude, I can never hit a healing received. Because I think I'm bigger. Oof. He builds like the RF build. I think Ignition was trying to cook some Sunbird Spiritborn, which might have some sort of potential as like a farming build. Are you able to equip multiple crafted mythics? Just be happy that you can, because else testing would be fucking abysmal. It's already bad as it is. But yeah, I don't think they implemented the logic yet. I mean, there's also not any distinction about what is a crafted and what is a non-crafted one, right? Like in D3, right? In D3 you have like a different color and stuff. But here everything looks the same. The dropped ones and the crafted ones. It's okay because there's Whirlwind Barb, there's so many build options, everyone plays Whirlwind. Yeah, that's what I said yesterday. It's kind of hilarious how everyone is just doing Whirlwind and nothing else on this class. Besides a little bit of minion action maybe. Crazy. I mean, Whirlwind is really powerful and fast and everything. But yeah, when I play Barb, I'm definitely gonna do a lot of builds. But now in the PTR, you know, I'm not gonna do too much. We're kind of running out of time and sanity as well, doing the PTR stuff. So in Bleed, the minion's going to be very strong. Yeah, there's like a rent build that people are doing on the PTR as well. That seems kind of good. Crazy, where's my res? You have infinite everything on the PTR cookie. Here we go. Yeah, if we're looking for some more materials. Yeah. Better.
Step up to my anvil. Mainlander, what brings you?
Same one button. Alright. So I think this is kind of set up now. I haven't played this build before, so I need to like get used to it a little bit. So you can spam. I guess you should actually do right-click rallying cry. Is that what you're gonna do? That seems wild. This is my core skill now. Okay, I can see that. This has 24 ranks. Okay, this is all combat. So everything that doesn't need a weapon is combat, basically. Interesting. Okay. We have Anger and we have a Cursed Touch. I'm not sure if we need this. We have Exploit Glyph. And we could do Vulnerable here. Vacuum, Igniform, we don't need that. We don't need Vex though. Or Gar, really. We could do Seer. How about Bakja? Go fast. Bakja might be nice. Okay. Just give me 1 minute. Hi, Kishan. How are you doing on this wonderful Monday morning? Sounds like you're in a great mood. You've placed this round. Highest rank achieved. Oh, look at that. Champion of the tower. Wait, did it end the tower? What's going on? These swords are automatically sent to your player profile or character inventory. I think they reset this actually. This is why we can't find a minion guy. Look at that. Back trophy? Is this like a helm transmog? How does it work? No. Appearance? It's the character itself. Does Blizzard give me all the paid transmogs? I'm not sure. Nah, not all of them, but sometimes when I have these collabs, it's actually like the WoW thing and the StarCraft thing and this kind of stuff. Yeah, they give it to me sometimes. Where do I find this? Where's the Halo thing? Here? Edit? Emblem, title, settings. Here, display Halo. Oh. Okay, wait. What's happened here? Also, what is this green line here? Okay. Okay, let's just get a different, like, set going. Okay, this is like not so shiny. Character's shiny, but okay. It actually gives you the title Champion of the Tower. Interesting. Wait, where was it? Is it just like this? Is like a prefix? Where's the Champion of the Tower coming from? It's like one title, I guess. Dude, there's somebody I don't have actually, holy. I don't know how I can change the title. It seems like this is something different, yeah. Maybe it just overrides it or something. So I do this. Now it shows this. Okay, so there's basically like one title you get, and then you can choose to display it like this. Interesting. And the halo. This is the halo. It looks a bit funny actually. Interesting. It's like behind the head. It doesn't show here. It would be cool if it was showing here as well. It's kind of strange considering that this like character preview actually is affected by game physics. So if you're getting like knocked back or something, if a character, then it'll actually show here and stuff like that. Okay, so that's the halo here. One of the 4 titles in this game would be cool, like in WoW. I think a lot of people enjoy this title stuff, and you know, the fact that they can like mix and match it is kind of cool. Like in WoW, you just select one title and that's it, right? So I think titles are like a pretty easy W, you know, for a game like this, right? It's like extremely low effort and gives you like, you know, something to distinguish yourself and customize and something to grind for in some cases, right? With just cool titles and so on. So seals are represented as player portrait frame decorations on a social card. No active trials available to earn seals. What the fuck? Wait, this one actually shows what class I am. Is that real? Wait, is that here? Why can't this be like in the party interface? Like when I'm in a party, I never know what classes people are because they all look fucking the same. Any info about the PTR somewhere to read? Yes. No. Yeah. You always care about titles in WoW, but in this game you never open a tab. I guess it might just be like a genre diff, right? Like WoW is, you know, the permanent progression, there's also like the history of the character that matters more, and like the whole like social hierarchy and so on, and social interaction. And you know, here it's like mostly a solo game and no one really cares. But it's still kind of nice to have titles and stuff like that, I think. Anyway, I started blasting, let's try this. I haven't played this build yet, so let's see what happens in 110. Okay, we have the speed, but not the damage. Only get more damage. It's just like 1,000 guys, yeah. It's kind of, there's a whole like right click and it's just like shouting, basically. My damage seems kind of low. Need to check what's up. Warren buff still stands there. Warren buff is really good. 2 million toughness. Uh-oh. Okay, I have to do a bit of troubleshooting here. My damage is way too low. Something is off. How do they actually trigger their cursed touch? Is this like my minions actually? I seem to have decent lucky hit actually. They seem to proc it very easily. This character looks terrible. Yeah, I need to fix the damage. And then we're gonna be okay. I'm not sure if there's like some stuff I'm using that is not working correctly or whatever. But yeah, it's gonna be like a 2.5 minute run, that's definitely too long. Especially for a build that has this sort of mobility, right? You wanna make sure you one-shot everything and then we can do 60 seconds. We're mostly stuck by DPS, yeah. Hi Sophie, is PTR still up? Yes, I'm on PTR right now. It's until tomorrow. In 6 hours you're already spanking T12 on Whirlwind Barb. Yeah, Whirlwind Barb is fun, fair and balanced right now on the live server. Yeah, that was a bad run for sure. Okay, I didn't check Limitless Rage actually, that's not a third. Am I even getting this? This is Limitless Rage, right? Oh wait, it just falls off. Oh my god. Really? So it goes to 350 and does not refresh at all. This bonus is lost after 4 seconds. Okay, yikes. So I have to change this for sure. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Okay, what can we do? First of all, I want to try something that's like really obvious. For example, I want to do this. And then an Edge Masters aspect. I want to see if Edge Masters actually works. Don't think I should nerf buff, just choose up the others. How much juice do you want, man? Give him all the juice. Holy. I haven't done the Sork yet, I'll just talk tomorrow.
This should be interesting.
People play Diablo to mob through, not to struggle. Yeah, but do you really want to do level 1 to Torment 12 in 6 hours? Like, is that actually your ideal Diablo 4? What are you gonna do for the next streamers? I should probably test it on the boss, actually, instead of this. Did I have last yet on Tardan? No. But there's not really much hope. If we're talking about the Holy version, nah. If we're talking about the Thorns version, I guess that's kinda okay. You literally picked up the other 4 last night, made a barb, and you cleared 120, no problem, but it was not satisfying. Then you argue, buff everyone to the barb level. Like, what is that logic? Explain it, please. You literally did not enjoy your barb, and then you say buff everyone to barb level. What? Okay, let's see this with the other aspect. Actually, 100% the map or just rush the boss and leave. And the note here is you can kind of rush boss. And maybe do some of the mechanics to get some currency or something. And you don't do 100%, you kind of do the objectives and go, or you do the league mechanics and the boss and go. People want it easy, I like cheaters. I have cancer and chronic fatigue, want an easy season journey, what makes me casual, not a cheater. Yeah, I mean, I don't mean that everyone who wants to have an easy time or something is like a cheater or, you know, something like that. I understand that there's like vastly different, you know, players and with all the kinds of different conditions and like time and whatever, right? And people have different tastes. But I also don't think that you need to bend, you know, the entire game around those sort of people necessarily, right? It's still like a game that should be enjoyed by a lot of people. And a lot of people enjoy actually playing a game instead of having everything handed to them and everything is like super easy and casual and so on, right? Like, why do we even have an expectation that someone who is extremely casual, who knows nothing about the game and how to make a good build or how to farm efficiently, why should these people be able to finish the game in the first place, right? Why is that a requirement in any way, right? That should not be the target in the first place. And I'm not saying this to be like elitist. You know, I'm saying this because, like, why? You know, there's so much stuff in this game. You know, someone who is like slow and casual and barely plays the game and whatever, right? Like, they will never see the entire game, no matter how easy you make it anyway. So what's the point of making it easier and then not as fun for the others, for example? Like, people kind of come in with the expectation of, I need to finish everything, I need to do 100% season journey, and all that kind of stuff. I need to get 100% achievements. I want to do pit 150 in like 2 days, you know? But why? Like, why is that something that people even want to do when they are clearly, you know, either incapable or, you know, just not even like putting the, maybe they are capable, but they're not putting in the time. Then why should they be able to do this? I don't see it. Entitlement. Yeah, maybe it's that. I don't know.
May you find your way back. Mainlander, what do you see?
I think I'm missing something kind of important here. Hey Monkas, how's it going? Content creators get 100% skewed for... Dude, look at the content creators, man. Everyone is casual as fuck, you know? There's like, I don't know, 3.5 try-hard streamers that are actually kind of like known. And then everyone else is just like kind of doing their thing, having fun and vibing. No one is like really trying hard or being competitive or even necessarily fast or good at the game. Look at the content creators out there. And I'm not saying this, you know, from an elitist point of view or something. But just look at the other streamers, you know. Yeah, sure, I'm like a speedrunner, I go for rank 1s and whatever, but who else does that? You know, who else is even trying that? So, I don't think there's really like a skewed perspective or some shit. I don't know. Sure, as a content creator, you are generally incentivized to do well, let's say, in the game, and to, you know, people ask you for guides, right? And of course, a guide makes sense if it actually has substance that helps people to advance faster and be more successful or something like that, right? This is why I make guides. I want to try to help people, and people that watch my content will be more successful in this game. It's a one-to-one correlation. But, you know, this is not necessarily, you know, the target even for a lot of people, right? Like, some people just don't even watch any of my content, or they don't even read any Maxwell guide or any guide at all, right? They just blast and vibe, and this is also an approach to play the game. And they will never finish a season journey, and that is totally okay. You know, I'm a try-hard AMG blaster, and I have played Torchlight Infinite for, I don't know, soon 400 hours or whatever. You know, I've played every single season for the last 3.5 years, and I have never done the highest challenge in that game, and I'm absolutely okay with that, you know? I've never beaten the final boss in Torchlight Infinite. And that's fine, you know? Who cares, right? I just don't take it that seriously. And I still make guides for that game as well, sometimes, you know? So, I don't know.
Back to it then.
Who else plays TLI? Gotta be dozens. I don't know, a surprising number of people actually. TLI is very successful. Not so much in the West, but in the East for sure. In China and stuff, they're like giga successful. But even so, you know, they're trying really hard to get into the Western market. And like season after season, you know, they're sponsoring a lot of streamers, including myself as well. It's a pretty big deal, honestly. And in my community, we actually have a lot of TLI blasters. I have an entire channel, there's people talking in the Discord. I don't think I can really change all too much else, yeah. Do all power stuff now at least. Let's try this again. Maybe we're gonna do the Gar after all. Okay. I can do this actually. Even better. Warlock looks bad on PTR. Yeah, Warlock is relatively unchanged, mostly a bit buffed. The main difficulty that the Warlocks have is the vulnerable uptime. But at least with the Horizon set, which most builds actually run, that's kind of chill anyway. So Warlock is like plus minus the same. So they're doing okay. Dude, the leap is so much slower with the 200 mace, it's crazy. Kind of funny. I'm trying something over here. Gaming addiction is real, why not make people bored after 200 hours in a season? I don't think this is like a huge responsibility of the developers to intentionally make people bored of their game. It seems kind of the opposite of what you want to accomplish. Would like to see some TLI endgame inspired mechanics come to D4 someday. I mean, TLI definitely has a lot of good stuff going on, but most of it is just copy pasta from PoE in the end. So, can we tank this? Oh, okay, I can. Can you tank this? Nope. Okay. Let's try 105. Gonna go a bit lower. Looks like minion bomb is still blasting. It's definitely much weaker than the Whirlwind stuff I was doing, but I might not be aware how to min-max this right now. So, on Whirlwind I was doing way better. But maybe the build is just a bit weaker than Whirlwind, I'm not sure. Wait, you can actually shout mid-air with an Enquiries, so that's kinda sick. Yeah, 105 is fine, but still tough to go sub 90 seconds, I guess. Good luck season 14 enter. Yeah, I'm just trying to get a bit of an overview of all the classes in this PTR. So I've been doing like all of them now, besides Zorg so far. And I hope we're gonna get some more like buffs and not nerfs, but yeah, buffs for sure for some classes. A lot of stuff is somewhat undertuned. Actually, I didn't do Necro in this PTR, but I also don't really want to. I feel massively disappointed by the Necro changes. Or lack of Necro changes, must say. It's a kind of long Vashanka, to be honest. Can't decide if Orbitin is bad or not. It is relatively bad. And as long as they don't fix the bugs to it, I wouldn't really recommend it, at least if you're planning to do like T12 and stuff. Like, Orbitin is really good for like T10, T11, but it doesn't have the power right now for T12 because of the bugs. And the only way to give it enough power is to use a set that is not designed for Orbitin. And there's two options, and one gives you basically no single target, and the other one gives you basically no AoE. So, pick your poison. Okay, we could do a bit of rend action. To be honest, I don't like this minion bomb very much. Like, I would like to play like a hold up barb that has stuff like this here, And then you Hoda, and then you have like 2 guys coming out, they also Hoda shit around you. Like, that sounds fun, right? Can you do that? Rend Master Race. And they actually do the fire version, no? They don't even do bleed, I think. I see that. Deals fire damage, a wave of fire. Burn. How much is the base? 145, this is 189, so it's like 50% extra. Almost. This is kind of sick actually, Bloodsworn. Spend 50% of your remaining bleed onto a random close enemy. So like chain reacts. Can you combine this with Shattered WoW? And then it just like chain reacts for the entire pack. That sounds really fun actually. 40% size and damage. Yeah, this thing here seems really nice. Bloodsworn. Does increase damage to enemies that are moving. Enters into vulnerable. Cast speed. 1% of life per second for each enemy bleeding from rend. Holy. Nobody cooked double swing. Yeah. I do have to say, I was really excited for the bomb reworks, but now everything's just whirlwind and triple shout. So, oof. And if it's not whirlwind, it's this. That's also oof. There's not enough utility in some of these skills to do like walking arsenal stuff. And the melee stuff is still not really worth it, it seems. Yeah, Charge Bob is real. I actually wanted to play that as my first Bob build in Season 13, but didn't get to do Bob yet. So I might still do Charge Barb. There's like this here, the flaming charge, what's it called? Battering Ram. So you have like a trail. But they changed the charge animation a little bit. It doesn't feel as smooth anymore. He's all better that uses chains and whirlwind weapon swap. What chains? I mean like Steel Grasp? And this is how I played it yesterday as well for the push. Steel Grasp is really nice for pushing basically. Here. World map has to be the fastest in T12. I mean, you're still limited by movement speed, where other classes actually teleport all the time and so on. So World Barb is not the fastest, but it's pretty fast. Definitely up there. It's also like relatively small AoE compared to other builds, even with the pull. Can you do a similar dot with Frenzy? I'm not sure what the Frenzy guys do. I know Frenzy is really good for leveling, but besides that, I'm not sure how you actually build Frenzy for endgame. There's a fiery explosion for burn damage, which is based on lucky hit. If you ever bring back Fist of Fate, could do maybe something like that. I think Frenzy is actually based on the throw. If I can't spin the win, why even play a Barb? Don't worry, spin the win is more than fine. Just like Paladin, if you can't Origin or Wing Strikes, there's no chance I'm playing. Yeah, I get it. Like, some people have their favorites and so on. I do too. I'd also like to just like blast some Origin again and feel good. But yeah, right now this is not the time, it seems. We should maybe try the Divine Lance build, Gen. That was really nice in Season 13. And it's getting a bit better now, actually. Actually, let me see if there's anything that I might have missed here on the guide. Okay, they fixed something there that made it weaker, apparently. Okay. Oh. Okay, so we're weaker than we should be because I had Ramanatnes, which doesn't work. Good to know. And also I had this here. Alright. So what do we put then? I guess I have to go Luminous Rage after all. And that's why he has Vanquishing. Oof. It's actually a yikes. How do we CC exactly? Stun from these guys, I guess? Depending on the last used weapon, you summon 2 very strong ancients. Which one do we go for, actually? Maybe I even had the wrong one. Leap, 200 maze. We had that, okay. Okay. Let's replace the weapon. I can actually cut this dagger, that's funny.
What is a waitress, isn't it?
ancients watch over this one.
More loyal friends you will not find.
So funny. Warcry summons 3 Corlix. Oh man. Kinda hilarious actually. Okay. Okay. Alright. It's 9 out of 10 again. I want to play HOTS. I mean, Heroes of the Storm. I played it a little bit, but I never liked it as much as like Dota. But that was a long time ago. Just mostly trying it out. Still going strong, still getting patched. Wait, didn't they stop the support like a few years ago? I thought they're in it. Dota 2 is still very addictive. Yeah, Dota 2 is great. Or Dota in general. I played Dota 1 a lot. A bit of Dota 2 as well. And I think they did a really good job with Dota 2. But that was kind of like past my MOBA prime, I guess. Okay, this is better, I guess. Earthquake. Dota people are religious zealots to that game. Yeah. I definitely like Dota a lot more than LoL, I gotta say. I tried LoL a little bit, but I think the original is just like better. Okay, the idea of the mini-bop is kind of good, I think, but I don't like playing it very much. It's just like, okay, I hold down Rallying Cry and hope for the best, I guess. You don't really do anything, I have no control over anything. Nice. They start support of it in 2022 or 2023. And that's what I thought. Can test Earthquake Barbarian. I'm not playing the Earthquakes. I don't think they're really like a thing right now. I was going to try some rend. Let's see that. That could be something. So fire rend, I guess. Do we have it? Yeah. Snail made one. He's actually running Open Eye of Gorgora, really. I don't think we're gonna do that. Crown of Lucian. Wow. Triple shout, Iron Skin, no leap. Okay. Okay. Looks so funny actually. Crit chance dot multi. Crit chance dot multi. Okay, Ring of the Ravenous. Shut up, Vow. There's Anger Management and Shadow Vow Berserking. Okay. So I don't know anything about that. Crushing, Breathing, Wanton. Cut to the bones. Okay, basically I have to fight one more aspect here. I think everything else is fine. But I guess if he manages to fix the resource like this. How much does it cost? 30. Okay. I feel like Open Eye of Gorgora is like a very weak option. Like I think it's so much crit chance. Okay, it's 1 roll, 2 rolls. Temper. Temper. Okay, I guess there's no alternatives to these tempers in the current season because you have Giga Overpower additive, so this is kind of does it. Okay, it's going Tybalt. Alright. Let's see this. Yeah, find some other charm here. I can always do Style Break or something. Okay. Made a new bar, but nothing in the wall thing carries over. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck they were doing there, but they made it much faster now in Season 14. I estimate in like something like 10 hours or so, you'll probably get everything to like at least rank 6. Like on an altar. It's gonna be really hard to go back to Season 14. Ah, I don't think so. Season 14 is gonna be great. All dot resource. I need some bone on this. Fire. Did you put resource here? No. No resource generation, just the bolts. Okay. Dot all strength. That's kind of good. That's kind of what I want. Oh wait, this one actually. I did not try Poison TB and I won't. Dude, I want to equip a Shattered WoW on Poison TB, that would be cool. But they actually changed TB a little bit, it's now spiraling around you, like outwards. Kinda interesting, so it kind of has a bit better coverage. That should help TB a little bit. My god, dude. It's like a grandfather problem all over again, man. Oof. Oh, this was just here. Okay, I bricked every single other one, and this one just came with the right rolls. Okay. It was there all along. So let's YOLO on this one, maybe. Try to get some dot multi. We hit the right thing, but we got crit multi. Close. Okay. Fuck. Okay, this is good enough for science here, I guess. Let's do that. Take this off. I guess we go back to our Melanie. This one has crit multi though, unlucky. This one too. And this one too. And this one too. I think I crafted a neck for dots the other day. By accident. No. Every time we come here, the Horaric group is open. Well, this is the joy of PTR. In the real game, we don't have this luxury. Let's call it luxury. Yeah, maybe this is good enough. What is going on here, guys?
Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
Not in the UA. The USA, we don't have to deal with wokeness. I mean, with like how global entertainment works these days, we very much have to, right? I mean, we're watching the same series as you guys, you know? Most of the stuff we watch is American. So it definitely bleeds across continents, I'd say. But I guess the, let's say, cultural tension is probably a lot lower here. Like here it's more like, okay, I don't want to watch this, the end. And there's not really like, let's say, fighting going on in that sense. But I also don't really understand why they're doing it. Like there seems to be so much opposition to like wokeness, right? And like serious games and so on. Like I always see people complaining about it. I never see someone going like, hell yeah. At least that's like just my perspective. And you see like, you know, like movies, series, games like flop after flop after flop because of that. Even though otherwise the game would be great or the video or the series would be great or anything, right? And then I always wondering like, why do they keep doing it? Like what is the like actual like business perspective behind this? If it's like so hated and everything, like why is it happening? It's crazy. So this is something I don't understand. And then I wonder like who's actually greenlighting this? I was testing blades in season 14. I only played cold twisting blades, which I cannot recommend right now. But poison should be fine. We had a ring actually, but we're not running a ring. Unlucky. We have something here.
Oh, finished so soon?
Yeah, I think there's like this Troy movie or something coming, and they have like a black actor for Helen or something, and they're like this is not even historically accurate in any way, right? Like, it's kind of weird that they would just like change the skin color of like one of the protagonists for like a historic figure, right? That's kind of weird. Like, I can understand that you want to have like representation and all that, and there's certainly a lot of opportunities for that. But in like historic figures, and they just look completely not what they were, it's kind of weird, I think. I don't know. Like, what's the point of making a historic movie in the first place? Well, historic. Okay, I agree, it may not be exact history, but at the very least there's like a very established picture of the characters in like the Troy War and all that, right? So let's just put it that way.
Taken apart. Melted down.
Yeah, I think all it does is, you know, there's not really like a point of like, okay, representation or something, right? It's more like all it does is just upset the people that actually care about the, at the very least, let's say, original story, right? Not necessarily even historical figures, okay, Troy War, whatever. But, you know, there's plenty of other examples of historical movies where this happened, and then there's like so much, you know, just like upset, right? You just upset so many people for no reason, I feel. This is like what I don't get. It seems strange that they continuously do it. People will always be upset. And that's not a good excuse. Go watch a movie from 50 years ago, you'll see the plot in reverse. Yeah, maybe. I mean, personally, I don't really care much. I don't even watch anything in the first place or something, you know? Like, it's so rare that I watch a series or a movie or anything at all. I mean, I do, you know, I don't really give a fuck about any of this. I'm just like more talking from like just like the perspectives that I see here and there and like the voices that I see and like the discussions. And it seems like everyone is always so upset about wokeness. And so it kind of strikes me like how does this keep happening? Basically. I don't really care much. People just want to be mad. They live boring lives. Maybe. Missing Blades will be good enough for endgame season 14, better compared to season 13. I'm not sure about better. I guess slightly. If you play a cold TV, it's like slightly better, but realistically, poison is the way, so that will be fun. There was incredibly blatant racism in many movies of older times. Yeah, I mean, I see that, right? And it was just like the social norm. It was reflected in the movies as well. And I see that it's like a continuous struggle, and it's actually not such a long time that has passed since, you know, things have been improving, basically. Wouldn't listen to the voices. I'm not saying that I'm listening necessarily. But, you know, even if there's a lot of useless opinions out there, there's still opinions, and they still shape behavior. Right? So you can't just completely disregard everything just because they're like random people on the internet. If there's enough of them, it will matter.
Beautiful, no? Welcome to the Isles. What do you bring?
Shit. I wasn't looking. Now we have a flawless erotic. What the hell? Wait, how did this happen? Oh my god. I don't know. Yes, it is. I guess I can put a normal ruby there. Oof.
like the eyes of Lycander herself.
I actually read the Odyssey not too long ago. A few months. It's kind of nice. Gonna read Iliad too, like the original. Formal mail. Very interesting read. And what did I do? I should see the movie and report back to say if it's woke or not. Maybe. Wait, they're making a new one, right? But, I mean, yeah, we'll see if I will watch it. I think Nini was quite upset about it though, so unlikely I will see it. Okay.
auspicious omen.
Not going for Rodney. That's his old, I guess.
Fate must have plans for you.
Step up to my anvil.
Wise to seek an Ascari. Bring me a challenge next time.
Set up here.
Stones to cut, gems to set.
55.88 seconds. Nice. Is rent good now? It was pretty good already, and it remains good, yes. There is a Spiritborn death? Only. Maybe. Hi, cat. I didn't put any... Oops. I don't think you need the overpower thing though if you leap. What else can we do? Don't need ferocity, I think. We can try this and see how the survivability is. Let's just change this one board here, the other one is fine. So 75 multi-door, kinda big. I think it's gonna be fun. Let's try it. Wait, can you double? You can do double expertise, right? You went for the axe here. And he has breathing, I forgot that one actually. Although, do we want it? Is this over Ramadni? But I can't like the Ramadni. Let's see what happens. Where's my willpower? Oh, it shoots a wave like this. Interesting. Right. Okay, what is going on? Interesting. So the Chain Scourge mailbox out when you have the leap upgrade that gives you more leaps. Okay, good to know. How's the toughness? Not bad actually. 5 to 10. I need more attack speed, dude. It feels kind of like not fluid. But I also don't really want to override 150 additive. Yeah. I also have crit damage multi here. Oops. Rogue and Barb look like the most balanced classes. Most balanced being the two classes that will get pretty close to pit 150. But the others won't. From that perspective, they're definitely the most balanced. Can actually run a retribution aspect, it's kind of funny. Do we just do a curse touch, maybe? Yeah, there's definitely more variety on the Rogue especially has like really good variety, I think. There's so many builds on Rogue that are good. And you know, like, if like the class in general is just gonna OP, like, you know, Barb as well, like you can play, you know, random stuff and it's gonna be fine. So there's that, I guess. Okay, one wave actually just like one-taps packs there. It looks kind of interesting how it's just like, you know, flies through the packs. I need more attack speed for sure. To make this more fluid. The leaps are slow. So I think it might just be like get more paragons, more glyphs, and you know, redistribute the tempers to attack speed. Maybe even like another roll also on like a ring. I think if only one. But it's actually works pretty well. It's pretty strong. I think it's also gonna melt bosses. Like I want to literally everything. Just not the craziest coverage, I guess. And that's what I'm talking about here. I need perma artillery shrine. A Havarian bark, guys. Okay, let's open 150 and see what happens. People doing holy bolt of binding flash paladin looks pretty cool. Holy bolt of blinding flash. I'm talking about the purify ring. Wait, is that like a build that does damage? Stinger and Lightning Storm is pretty decent. Yeah, I tried it as well. Like the blue Stinger, and then the blue and the red Quill. They seem relatively promising for Kapaleka, I think. Maybe Payback is alright. Rake and Crushing Hand, I was not really convinced. Hey Sora, nice to see you, man. Thank you. Rizoka set is just bad. I mean, it's kind of powerful. For push, I think Rizoka is probably okay, but in a farming run, I wouldn't really want to run it. Kind of sad to see that they didn't really do anything there. Unclunking the sets and making them better and so on. They have kind of been like missing the mark there on a lot of sets, and they didn't really do anything about any of them, which is kind of wild. Like, there's so many clunky sets, and they just like didn't change any of them. And there's so many buggy sets that also didn't change any of them. Like, I don't know, man. They did change one that was working, which is the Necro set. They nerfed it. Necros needed the nerf. For sure. Okay, so still a 2-minute run on 115. Pretty good. And single target is fine, I guess. This should make for a pretty easy bossing. Let's see a Belial with Jarvan. What did it change in general? I mean, they made like the item changes, the crafting changes, the mythic changes, the new season theme, new boss. And I mean, lots of other stuff, you know, like the wall plan changes. Lots of balancing and fixing. They've done a lot of balancing and fixing, but, you know, I was hoping for more deeper changes on some of the mechanical sides of things, like, you know, especially sets. I feel like there's a lot of sets that are just like, even if they're good, I don't want to play them, you know, because they're just kind of clunky or unfun, or, you know, they have like mechanics where like all the damage just drops off. Like, you know, this is just something that has no place in a game like this, and it makes no sense to have them. Yeah, this is pretty chill here, actually. Let's try this. Do we keep the Buck Jar? I mean, realistically for Mephisto, we wouldn't really go for Jar or for Chain Scourged. We'd probably equip like a Tybalt or some defensive thing. I guess I can do equip a defensive thing, actually. We solved Summer Spiritborn Survival. Dude, on my counter storm build, I was like 15 million toughness with barrier up. I was like, what the hell is going on here? Like, why do these evade builds always end up so tanky on the Spiritborn, but everything else is just fucking paper? Kinda weird. Barbarian still playable. Well, if playable means close your eyes and one-shot everything T12, then the answer is yes.
Bring me a challenge next time.
Nice gems here, 120 and 60. Anyway, What else did I want to change? We got this. I write the rune. I mean, it's not be much. He'll keep the jar. Sun, Seer, Seer jar. Nah, fuck it. Let's go. You still think Counterstorm is the fastest? Yeah, Counterstorm is definitely insane. But it definitely lacks the boss damage a little bit. So once you go like past 110, it gets to the point where the bosses just don't die instantly and then you lose the advantage. But yeah, for like T12 and like lower pits, like 100 to 110, like Counterstorm is insane. I will not be surprised if you actually put it at number 1 of speed farming tier list. But I'm not sure where the stalks are exactly. It's kind of interesting how I can like just dot them up. Wait, is it just gonna go instantly for the barrier? No, what is happening here with the barrier actually? Okay, so it just doesn't show properly, and he's gonna die now, right? Boom. Yeah. It's kind of weird. Like the dot doesn't show correctly on the health bar. You see how he just like ticked down from Shadow Vow? There's no good pit pushing Spirit Bomb builds. I mean, Spirit Bomb will go to like 130 or so. I'm not sure exactly. But yeah, not that much beyond that, I think. It is one of the Spirit Bomb changes. Yeah, they had to do something with potency skills in particular, right? Like I wanna see like a inner water ally Spirit Bomb build with Touch of Death. This is something I'll pull them, man. Like just do that, right? Everyone loves the water allies. Just do that. Make this Touch of Death, right? Make it unique or something. They give us water allies. Dude, everyone loves them. There you go, right? A minion Spirit Bomb build. I mean, why not? And yeah, then something has to be done with Razor Wings. Like Razor Wings is like straight up unplayable. Like you can't even press the button. Unplayable. Because it's gonna cast it like 3 times and then you have no charges. There's no temper for it anymore. So GG. Wait, we just killed him straight through the second phase. That's funny, dude. It's very tough to do these fights actually with my force move only on one side of the mouse wheel. I had it as the force interact assigned to mouse wheel up and the force move to mouse wheel down. But I kinda need both on force move in these fights. What bubble are we doing? We're doing Rend right now. Fire Rend. It's very good. Bring back utility tempers. Yeah, I'm not sure if a utility temper is enough. Like, they should just like give it a side upgrade for the charges or something like that, or just make it baseline. Like, why is Razor Wings so limited with the charges in the first place, right? It's just, like, it's literally unplayable without the charges. Okay, unless you're talking about like, I don't know, level 20 leveling, right? Where, sure, maybe you have like a cooldown skill that you just like throw in your bar and it doesn't cost anything, so you just do that, right, as some extra. But we can actually keep hitting him. Yo, this ranged Rend, man, let's go. Melting. What the fuck? What? Okay, dude. Crazy. Wow. He just turned around as he died. Dude, imagine this is a hardcore bard, man. What the hell? Wait, does he always turn to the bottom? Okay, I cannot correct it, by the way. Hardcore login next season. Whoa. That was crazy, man. What hit me? As he was in the like, you know, shoot 1,000 projectiles phase, and then he died. Like the Shattered Vow executed him, and it ended the fight. And he turned to the south, but he turned, you know, through me basically, and insta blasted me. I don't know, man. That's wild.
Hi.
Hi,
Happy multiversary.
monthly. Oh, oh, Mephisto. Yeah, we're in the right place. Yeah, good timing, but oh, thank you. Oh, look at that, guys. Hashtag sponsored by Nini. There he is. Yeah, did you watch what just happened?
Yeah. That's why I brought it
You
now.
were waiting for the right moment, huh?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, we have a few of these Diablo figures. You want to show the other ones? I got some others actually as a gift from.
We have the rogue here.
Yeah. So I have this one in case you haven't seen it in the back. Yeah.
Sure, here.
This is the Rouge. You see? The color. Yeah. Diablo 4 Rouge. And this guy.
I have this here.
I actually got this one from her niece.
It's from you.
Yeah, we're stacking up these figures now.
This is bigger there.
Yes. Yeah, it's the Butcher. He's a big guy. Okay. That's a nice one. Can you put us back?
Where will I put it?
No, just you can stack them. I'll figure it out later. It's fine. Those are epic. Yeah.
Isn't he cute with his little horns here?
Yeah. Cute Mephisto.
Can we open it?
No, don't open it.
Oh.
Yeah, that's how it works. Ah. And here's our own Primeval. Okay. Got ganked by Mephisto twice, yeah. The Thorns Blessed Shield is gonna be best paladin build again? Not sure about that. Clash is nerfed, so I'm not sure what is like the next on 9 nowadays. Maybe, it's gonna be that. I mean, the Zealot stuff doesn't seem that bad either. They can probably go to like 130. Like Zeal and Lance. There's a lot of cuteness, yeah. There's a lot of hate, a lot of fat, and a lot of cuteness. Those are the 3 prime evils. Wasn't Paladin kind of bad this season? I wouldn't call him bad. Like, definitely, like, they're missing some builds that were there and before that are just, like, not great now. But they had a few good builds for sure. Just people were, like, so preoccupied with, you know, playing Sorg and Barb and stuff like that that they didn't really pay much attention to the Paladins because they were definitely behind. But now they're, like, less behind. They're, like, middle to pack, I would say. I tried Shield Charge. No, I haven't done Shield Charge. But they gave Shield Charge like over movement speed, right? I think it was like 250% movement speed. That should help a little bit. What will be the best performing class of season 14? Now so far it's like Rogue, Barb. They're like the top 2. And then you have everything else. Druid is like probably number 3. So those are like the, like, I'd say Rogue, Barb are like, you know, 1 tier above the rest. And then comes Druid. And then comes everything else. And then comes Necro. So that's kind of how it goes right now. There's like a few decent builds like across the classes. Where like, for example, Spiritborn with the Counterstorm build is still like insane, for example. Is Sork that nerfed? Yeah, Sork is probably nerfed by 3 zeros or something.
Can I have the dog for 5 minutes?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. You'd never see me play Sork. Well, you must be new here, I guess. I mean, I didn't play a lot of Sork in the last few seasons because we were like, you know, a lot on Paladin, and now we had a Warlock and all that. And I haven't played it like since the expansion, for example. So Barb and Sork is 2 classes I didn't actually play now. I played the other 6 in season 13. I'm gonna try to get every class done, but I guess the PTR might also just solve it for now. I mean, I know the classes very well, so even not having played them in season 13, it was pretty easy to like set up these builds now and, you know, they're blasting, right? And I can min-max a little bit more. So I haven't done like real min-maxing now on this PTR. Most of the time it's just like, okay, we're getting a bit of an idea, we're testing some of the mechanics, and then I can do the cooking later, right? So Lightning Spear killed Sork for me. No. I did enjoy Sork in some seasons for sure. I would like to play like the Chain Lightning build and the Frozen Orb build. And maybe now that is a bit more realistic, especially I expect there's gonna be quite some Sork buffs in the final patch notes as well. Like I expect there's gonna be big Necro buffs, some Sork buffs, some Paladin buffs. The other classes are probably doing kinda okay besides Spiritborn. I hope they're gonna fix some stuff on Spiritborn. I think Spiritborn will be fine with just bug fixes for the most part. But yeah. Warlock buffs. Yeah, they don't really need buffs. They mostly need like unclunking, basically, but I'm not sure if that's gonna happen. So if you want to play a Warlock, you're gonna be fine. You're gonna have to accept that you're gonna be a bit slower than others, basically. When can we expect the patch notes? In 2.5 weeks. Yo, Vibraxas. Thank you, by the way. We had an earlier as well from HPTOG. A sub. Thank you as well. They need to tweak Spiritborn Survival outside of Counterstorm. Yeah, there's also something I told them before the expansion. I was like, guys, can you just like make like 2, you know, universal damage reduction glyphs on a Spiritborn? You know, just give us like something, right? So we can invest if you want to, right? I mean, they made the Toxic Skin now, that is actually pretty good, but yeah, outside of Toxic Skin, I feel like there's not really great defensive options. Did Blizzard clearly stay in what part they want us to reach? Yes. So the design goal is to get every build to T10 plus. But realistically, you know, we're gonna go way beyond that, and I guess from like the community perspective, I guess we're talking about, okay, a build needs to be able to comfortably do Torment 12 to be like a build, right? Like, I don't want to play a build that even min-maxed cannot farm Torment 12, you know? And I think most people don't want to do that. Like, for me, a build is complete when I get to the point where, you know, T12 lab bosses are like a few seconds, and I speed farm like 110 or something like that. You know, you don't really have to do more than this, but at least kind of that is the target for me when I make a build. Now, T10 is not really irrelevant, you know, T10 is kind of like where everything is sort of unlocked with like the soft unlocks, right? Like if you look at the statue. So T10 is kind of the end of the game in that sense with this. And 11 and 12 is like relatively optional, that you don't really get much more, you know, there's like a tiny bit of XP, a tiny bit of loot, whatever. So you don't really have to go above T10. And in fact, when it comes to like speedrunning strategies, it is probably wise to not go to Torment 12 immediately and actually stay on T10 on T11 a bit longer. Like that's actually like the most efficient route, even if you can do a T12. But, you know, in terms of like, feeling like you've done everything and you completed the game and whatever, right? You kind of want to go to the T12 and then, you know, get to the point where you can do T12 easily at some point, right? It's like the final difficulty, and, you know, you want to feel the progression, you want to feel the power that you gain, right? Like, I find it very fun to go to Torment 12, but then it doesn't just end there, right? I still level my glyphs, I still get better gear, I upgrade, I masterwork, I get the mythics and all that. And, you know, I still feel the power grow, even while staying in T12. Because I kill stuff faster, I kill the lab bosses faster, right? A lab boss fight goes from like a 1 minute fight to a 30-second fight, to a 10-second fight, to a 3-second fight, right? And that feels good, I think. Yo, VXM, thank you so much for the sub as well. Get the legendary gems from Tower. The legendary gems. Yeah, the thing is that, you know, if the design intent is that everything can do Torment 12, I mean, sorry, everything can do Torment 10. I mean, Torment 10 is like so easy. Like anything can do Torment 10. Just from, you know, the sheer amount of basic multipliers that you can just throw in every build, right? You can do anything you want on Torment 10. Just because, okay, you have like a 60 multi here, a 60 multi there, 60 multi here, 50 multi there, right? You have like Paragon 1, 2, 3, 4, you have Glyph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, all these things together with like any base value of damage will do Torment 10, right? As long as you actually have everything. So the balancing should definitely be more focused around actually, okay, lifting the stuff up to the point where, okay, Torment 12, you know, okay, some builds have it easier than others, some builds are stronger than others, you know, some builds have, you know, gigantic AoE clear, like Auradin, right? Auradin doesn't need to be the strongest build. It's just insane, just from mechanically, right? It hits the entire screen while you're AFK. So of course that should never be the strongest build in the first place. But at least make it like, you know, give me the option that I can eventually play this in Torment 12, right? If I really try. It is like something to work towards as well, right? It's like something, okay, maybe I don't start an Auradin, or maybe I do and I actually grind it out all the way. But maybe I play a stronger build first, a little bit slower, and then I switch to Auradin once I have the juice, right? And then you feel the progression and, you know, you feel the upgrade. Like, hey, okay, I grinded for 50 hours, I have all the stuff, let's respec, right? It's kind of like how you do Death Trap as well, right? You play like a slower build, and then at some point you put together Death Trap, and Death Trap is just insane. Right? You just fly, you have perma teleport, everything dies. And there you go. And it feels good, I think, to have these sort of builds. And I think Auradin should be exactly that. Right? Where it's like, okay, maybe don't season starter in Auradin. But it's like something that once it like really juiced up, it's really good. The Springborn Fawns build failed to reach T10 and not feel like I was watching paint dry in fights. Yeah. It blows my mind, speed from builds can do 150 like ball lighting and bow and barb. Yeah, I mean, this was mostly due to oversights, right? This was definitely not intended balance. Both these classes just had like several things that made them multiple times stronger than it should be. Compounded, you know, they ended up with like 2 to 3 zeros, too much damage. And now those zeros are gone. And they're kind of playing the rest, and they're playing the same game as the rest now. With Barb still being like really strong, but they're not like egregiously overpowered or something anymore, I'd say. Is it 12 worth compared to T10? Yeah, you go up, like generally you go up in Torment when you don't really slow down anymore. So every time you are overkilling a certain Torment tier, you know, way too hard basically, then you go up. And it's fine to take like a small hit to your speed, but not a big one. Are you not supposed to get down to 50? No. I mean, if you're looking at, okay, design intent, right? Let's say a build that can comfortably farm Torment 10, right? That is the design goal. Let's say a build that can farm Torment 10 could like try hard push to 100, right? With like the pushing setup, basically. So in that case, there's 50 more tiers after that. And the multiplicative scaling is 32% per tier to the power of 50. That means pit 150 is 1 million times harder than pit 100. So that's a pretty big number. So if you are supposed to get to Torment 10 farming status with like an endgame setup, then you already have all the things, right? Like there's not really much more to get, if that's the idea behind it, right? If that is how you balance it. So where is this 1 million multiplier coming from? Right? Obviously we're not supposed to do 150 on anything at all, ever, right? So you think I should increase the room of leveling the glyphs a little? Getting glyphs down at 40, 50 is impossible. Nah, impossible is a very strong word. I think people are either too lazy or massively overestimate how long it takes to level glyphs down at 50. But it's probably a smaller grind than getting heraldic gems. I wouldn't mind if they make it a little bit easier, like, you know, maybe juice up the percentage chances a little bit for being way lower pit level than your glyph, right? Like right now, if you're 10 levels below your glyph, I think it's 16% chance. If you're 20 levels below, it's 8% chance. If you're 30 levels below, it's 4% chance. Yeah, but for example, even at 8% chance, which is 20 levels below, right? Like you're farming 110, you're leveling 130 glyph, it's 8% chance. And you get 9 chances per run, or maybe 10 if you spec into everything. So this means that in a 110 speedrun, which, you know, plenty of builds do like in like sub 2 minutes or something, right? You still get on average a glyph up per run almost. You know, leveling 130 glyphs. And let's say 20 pits an hour, you know, you're gonna level the 130 glyphs to like 134, like all of them in 1 hour. That's not, you know, really bad. And then you can do 4% gem ups, and then this would be like half as fast. But even then, we're talking about a few gem, like we're talking about like 1 to 2 glyph ups per glyph per hour, all the way to like 140 plus. So in like 10 hours or so, you can probably get your glyphs from like 125 to 150 on like a good speed farming build in endgame. Just doing like 110s or somewhere around that number. Like in like 2 evenings, you can get a glyph down to 50, I think. So it's not that bad. Now that I think the lowest chance is like, I think that at minus 50 levels, you have 0% chance to level a glyph. But yeah, like, you know, up to like 49 levels below, I think it's still 1% or something. I'm not sure. I haven't really tried to like level glyphs that are that much higher. So usually I just do like my 100% upgrades or my 200% upgrades or my 70% upgrades. But then at some point I start doing 60% upgrades, and at least I kind of grind out some of them. So for example, on my Warlock this season, I grinded my glyphs to like 130. Just doing like 110 speedruns or something. And that was like no time at all. You know, that was like, I don't know, I grinded pit for like 2 hours or something in the war plans even, right? I didn't just do pit, I did war plans and just prioritized pit. And in like a few hours I had all of them at 130. So it's relatively easy to level them all the way to 150 even if you want. But yeah, I wouldn't mind if like choose up the glyph leveling a little bit. And that doesn't mean like just more chances. Just like, you know, maybe they could double the chances across the board, you know, once it starts going in, you know, below the level, right? So maybe, for example, 10 tiers below is like 32% chance, and then 20 tiers below is 16% chance, and 30 tiers below is 8% chance, right? So they can do that, just like double all the numbers when you're like below the glyph. And that would definitely shortcut the glyph leveling a little bit to 150, and I think more people might be motivated to actually do the grind. Or at least get close down on 50, right? Just include a pity system. You don't need a pity system. That does kind of like you use so many upgrades. Like every single run, it almost just like averages out in like a few runs, right? You don't need a pity system for this. To have in like in vanilla, right? With like the XP system basically, instead of chances, they had an XP system, and you can just do any tier you want, and you just get your glyphs to max at some point. But people didn't like that either. Just make glyphs tradable so people can pay 50 bill for a glyph on a 50. I don't know about that, man. I mean, especially with SSF existing, you know, from my perspective, they can do whatever they want with trading. But realistically, they shouldn't like actively make the experience worse for trade players, right? And that seems like, oof. Is Warpon best to reach 300? Helltide is. You wanna farm Helltide with the maggots. Trading should be banned. Boy, do I have good news for you, actually. Can you see other players in SSF? Yeah, this is SSF here right now, you see it. Seasonal SSF. And there's people here. Think people will bot in SSF? Actually, I don't really know much about botting and how it works in these days in D4. Like, I know that there's certainly bots for, like, the economy, you know, part of it. Like, you know, there's bots that farm gold, and then, you know, there's gold sellers and RMT and all that. But I actually have never seen how a bot actually functions in this game. I'm not sure if a bot is, like, viable for, like, SSF progression or something. I guess you can just let it run around at Helltide and farm XP or some shit. I mean, yeah, people will probably do that. But I think realistically, most of the botting, compared to like Diablo 3, I think most of the botting actually just happens from like gold sellers, and not so much from people actually trying to boost their own account. You know, in D3, everyone is botting paragons and keys, but none of that really matters in D4. So the only thing would be, okay, just like generally progress a little bit faster when you also bots at the same time. But I'm not sure if these bots are even good. What will be the funniest as Zorg next season? The funniest? I wanted to try charge bolts at some point. But we'll see tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to do Zorg. I'll do Firewall, which seems to be kind of one of the top builds. Maybe I'll try a bit of the ball lighting stuff. What else is there? Maybe I'll do the charge bolt stuff and chain lightning. We'll see. Do you see bots of Field of Hated Seeds? Did they fix the gem recycling? I don't think so, but I can check. SSF on Steam is meta. I think I'm playing group because there's nearly no layers. You can't play in group on SSF. $100,000 for Grant. 100,000 for Horadric. Yeah, GG. If someone says funny or funniest instead of most funny is 100% German. Well, Jess, are you German? Okay, it's time to smash some faces, guys. I'm gonna go to PoE and do the last day of PTR tomorrow, and then I guess I'm gonna like start collecting feedback and like PTR wrap-up video comments and stuff. So we'll be here tomorrow if you wanna like chime in. So we just reached maps last night. Finished the campaign. And it has been going really well so far, and it's really fun. I'm playing Warrior. You ever play Warrior? Yeah, this is my third Warrior actually that I'm making. I played all of Warrior.
I am Solin. Conversation.
I like the mace stuff a lot. A lot of people hate on the mace stuff a lot, but
Fine.
I don't know, I find it very enjoyable. But now we don't even have maces anymore. Let's see how high we can go right away. Here's a T2 map. Let's just make it all can go. See what happens. FACEBREAKER is back, yes. Yo, boiler arrived, look at this. I've been on PoE for like half a minute. Classic. That slow-mo jump with the slow. Okay, I need to fix my filter actually. Way too much shit here. Look at that fist falling down, it's so funny, man. The fist of the gods. There's so much today in the end game. Yeah, they did a really good update. It's been very fun. Looks so clunky compared to D4. Yeah, D4 has its own share of clunky builds, man. But it's like very satisfying to play Warrior and PoE too, I think. Because they, you know, you really feel the impact of every move and stuff, it's very cool. Dude, the XP is flying actually. You just leveled up, I already have 20% extra. Kinda good. What's the like stuff I can do for like more XP? What is like the most XP in anyway? I guess just Abyss Farm? And Earthquake in D4 to be back with all glory, jump and explode, everything. Yeah, Earthquakes are not really it right now, unfortunately.
Your way has no place here, coward. My love, I call to you.
Oh man. In D4 you can always win max in 200 hours, in PoE2 you can always win max in 600 hours. I mean, you can't really say it like that, because that really comes down to when you spend those hours and how efficiently and how good you are at the game and how good you are with the economy of the game. Like the actual like high-end blasters, they get everything for the entire season in like the first 3 days. Plus minus. And then you're established and you're done, right? Like if you are ahead of the curve in the first like 2-3 days of the league, you're gonna be rich for the rest of the league, basically. And if you start a week later, you can do as efficient farming as you want. You're not gonna get to that level of wealth for the rest of the league. This is just how it goes, basically. Yeah, in SZF you basically just have no expectation of ever finishing your character with like the super rare items, right? Like some stuff just does not exist for you in SZF. Basically. Like this, for example. This does not exist. So do we put tablets? Do we get tablets back? I don't know. I don't even want to do ritual right now. But at least I can do some Abyss, I guess. Abyss might be okay XP. I guess I can do irradiate tablets, but that might be a waste. Do we even get them back? Oh, we have 14 of them, so fuck it. Let's go. What about Breach? We can do Catalyst and shenanigans. Let's do some Breach, actually. What are you doing on Titan? I'm doing Breaking Face.
Cool air, soft earth, a false sense of peace. Dodge this! Cower!
I need to find a use for my second weapon set somehow. I guess I might do it for the Hammer of the Gods. At least, or something. Or maybe some... Can I do a shock setup somehow? Maybe we could try to find something there. It's gonna be tough to really do some shocking though. And... I wish the Liminal Coil was better. What is that again? Defend with 120% armor against projectile sounds kinda nice, actually. Basically 20% more multi or projectile. Seems nice. Okay, how do I beef up my damage the most? I guess I need more flat damage rings. I need to put like as much flat damage as I can on my rings. Like live, double flat, I guess is the strat. Maybe even triple flat, honestly. I'm gonna be a warrior with a lot of strength. Maybe you're fine not putting life. I'm just going Giga Hammer on flat damage. Noted question. Ah, that's like the new unique that they showed off, right? The wand. That does like the crazy stuff. Is it actually not good? It seemed like pretty insane. It's just like how it does, what it does. I think it would be pretty good.
Hammer and anvil!
Ein Wolf right there. Oh, beautiful timing. Didn't actually kill them all, so my Hammer of the Gods is not necessarily enough to just kill the entire pack. Unlucky. Wait, that was 96 Hive Blood. Oh boy. It's like nothing. Wait, what? Where's my Hammer of the Gods? I stunned him, and I didn't get my glory. What the fuck? Just tank it. I need more boss damage for sure. Now we got it. What happened before? That's not all waystones. You get a skill gem 7 so I can leap. Nice. What's the strongest build in PoE2 right now? I mean, that's very hard to say because, you know, the game doesn't set a very high bar of like how strong a build needs to be. Yeah? Like you can clear everything with like pretty shitty builds. But I guess martial artist and ranger, like that are in particular, are like probably like among the most popular, at least. Map boss. Okay, he has Matriarch House, nice. He's at least tier 15 though, okay. Wait, I need to put a jewel there. Something, I guess.
Go on. Nothing is set in stone.
30% attack speed if you cast a spell recently. This is kinda good. It's like 1 point away. This is a pretty good wheel, I think. I'm not sure about the scavenge plating shenanigans. Maybe not for now. Oops. Does this work? Is this a duration one? Ignite duration is 3 seconds. I guess you can actually add duration to this. Interesting. I'll just add a precision for now, it's fine. Let's see how much it actually adds. 99 at 5, 83, 93, 95. Okay, it helps. Stun threshold while using the skill. Okay. Cooldown. Doesn't really help, but okay.
Who sent you?
In all this time, I've not found the lineage support that gives you the big armor break. I think they made it much more rare. What the fuck is this? I think it's 1500 life. Nah. Let's see it. Should help a little bit. Oh wait, I didn't actually put any of the gems there. Made all the 5 links, but I didn't actually put anything. Okay, let's say hammer, wall, bleed, heavy swing. Get a brutality. Impair is kind of big actually. It's kind of crazy actually. When you have the rage generation, you can just Warcry all the time. Don't really Warcry that often though. I don't think cooldown really matters for us. Can I do anything else? Yeah, kind of tough to really find anything here. It does deal damage actually, so I can do stuff. Knocks back enemies, Hawkeye radius. Let's go put efficiency, fuck it. I don't want to put too many blue gems because then we need int. We're not very smart here. Okay, for leap slime we can do something. Daze enemies. Daze is kinda nice, and I don't really have a source of it. Can do Aftershock as well. 35% chance for an Aftershock, kinda big actually. Yo, Evo Rabbit, thanks so much. And Blutsaugender Lehrmeister, appreciate the subs. I'm gonna put Magnified. I kinda like the idea. Okay, Rolling Slam. Momentum, yeah, sometimes we get stuck though. Heavy Swing. Kapow. Big Heavy Swing is kinda good on Rolling Slam. Okay, let's go with this one now. We still have one empty slot. Let's try. Dench. Hey, Jai Rockets. What's the easiest leveling build right now?
Must keep my
I don't know.
even here.
Probably minions or something.
Hammer and anvil.
Archangel. 4-7. Thank you as well. Chaos Orb, one of his skills, can I put another support gem into it? Chaos Orb. You mean Bard Orb? Okay, trying to farm breach in these low tier maps is not it, man. It actually gives you so little juice. I have to wait until higher maps. Like in T15 or T16 maps I get like, I don't know, 800 to 1k juice per map. Here it's like 100. Not really doing that much. That's my life regen actually. Okay, we're very slowly losing life on the berserk stuff. That's not bad. Do you have any leech? No. Be nice to have some leech. Or just more regen. I think eventually we're gonna have like so much regen from our chest piece, but we're not there yet. He's a soldier curse though. Huh. Yeah, some regen, 1.5 per second. Crazy.
I'm not ready.
Those are flying. Anyway, so if you ward up your gem, you can level it up, but you cannot add more jeweler orbs later. So you can ward to try to get like the last socket, for example. You can still rank it up, but you cannot use a jeweler later. And similarly, if you ward a gem to try to get a +1 level, and it's not fully linked yet, you cannot link it. So depending on what you're trying to do, gotta be careful, J-Rockers. Yo, Crizzy, thank you for the sub as well. Can we jump up there? Heck yeah. Maps. Dude, there's so many maps that drop here in the low tiers, it's funny. Right? I guess I'm gonna throw away all these wound gifts at some point. What are my gems actually? 14. We got some 15s, we're getting 15s now. Oh, Crazy again, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, powerful boss time, guys. What? Where can you find a FACEBREAKER Titan build? I didn't make a planner yet or anything. I just like finished the campaign last night. We're trying to piece it together, and probably later today I will at least make like a version 1 planner. And then we'll see. The campaign has been super smooth, but I need to figure out how to actually like progress now and stuff. That's the original altar. Dude, I get so many map jobs, it's funny, man. Could actually just like take all these like low tier maps and then just like rush for the Atlas if I want. If I want to just go for like Arbiter or something. Getting so much. Not at all. No, can't raise the assets from here too far. I think it's time for a little filter. Yeah, I have a strict filter already that I was using on my Merc. But I'm not 100% sure if it hides some stuff that I might still want to see for progression. But I'm not really picking up any loot. I'm not really trying to make any gear, so maybe it's gonna say fuck it, you know, I'm just gonna level a little bit now and then go up in tiers. It might be okay. It already shows like all of the T1 bases that I care about, and I mean, I can just keep running perfectly for now, and I mean, this is locked in anyway, we don't need weapons anyway. So the only thing I would really get is like boots. But I kinda like my shock boots here right now, to be honest. This is not bad. And they have flat damage. So for now, they're kind of doing the job. Dude, I love pressing Hammer of the Gods and then clicking the essence. It's so good. Let's just see what happens, honestly. Maybe I don't miss any loot. Anyway. I think we're good. It increased the AoE so much that this spiral just hits the entire fragment spawn size, basically. So I can just like slam away in the center and everything just dies. So it kind of works. It actually clears these things relatively fast. Oh, Midwest Crest. Okay. Volume too loud. Thank you. After the new unique shield from Breach? Not yet, but I'm trying to get it. So I want to transition to that later after the FACEBREAKER stuff. So whenever I get it, or I don't know, you know, we're gonna play this for a few days now, I guess, and then we might swap over to shield throws, shenanigans. I mean, I gotta say, this is just so satisfying, man. Hammer comes down, kapow. Yo, thanks for the subgift, Anonymous. Not at all. So this, I think we're generally gonna be in close range, but not always necessary. Think they're gonna fix the roadblocks? Nah, maybe a little bit, but they have a lot more other priorities on like other classes. You know, Rogue, they can reset this and it's gonna be okay. And then fix it later, worst case. Oh shit, I think I cancelled my auto goals. Okay, do I have anything here? Wow. It's like absolutely nothing. It was powerful boss, by the way, so okay. Does FACEBREAKER damage fall off since they don't have weapons? Yeah, I mean, you know, once you finish the campaign, this thing stops scaling up. And then, you know, like, you know, weapons, you know, you can get bigger and bigger weapons, you can get more and more ranks. So you have to somehow make up for that. So one way to make up for that is to stack more strength. I have 175 strength now, and each 5 strength is 1% more unarmed damage. So that gives me almost 40% more right now, and you know, that can go a bit higher once you start putting more points. But it's not that crazy. You know, one of these points is like 1% more, so... yeah, I don't know, we'll see. Rogue Exiles in pairs, and we have Abyss. Okay, I can't control left click these maps in there. Bit annoying. Not being able to play certain things because of bugs. Yeah, I mean, it's just, of course, you know, they should fix bugs, but... Rogue is, you know, at least, you know, playable with tons of builds and stuff like that, so... Other classes have, like, no builds that are, like, feeling good right now. Oh, exceptional. Wow. From the Exile, that's funny. A date bar. Corrupted as well. Wait, is it actually exceptional? Wait a second, or is it just a corruption outcome? I know, it has a corrupted implicit as well, look at that. Crazy. All cries explode corpses. Sick. I have the only skill I've played last season and it's also bugged. If you played it with the Ruckus upgrade, that was bugged, yeah. And also no fix inside. Ouch, what the fuck? I haven't, okay. Yeah, I'd like to do some rapid fire stuff as well, but you know, the one upgrade I want to play is not working, so F. Where are we going?
Thank the festival. The fog is clear. I can't yet.
Let's see, Omen of Light on a T2 map. Ah, not quite. Unlucky. The armor applies to elemental damage and stuff is kinda crazy. Okay, casting costs 86 watt. Is that cooldown? Cooldown 0.5, 5 users. Does it mean there can be 5 users in 0.5 seconds? Or is this like it triggers 5 times and then it's gone? We'll try this at some point. Use it with Blasphemy. Ah, true. But I have to reserve it, I guess. Then I'll probably have to give up my Herald of Ash. I guess he could give up Herald of Ash. Yeah, this could be nice, maybe. But not hitting very fast. Like, that's probably something you want to do when you're like hitting extremely fast, right? Abyssal Deaths. Wow. Can make RF Pencil as Sky as a weapon and Eaglehorn as a charm. I think this doesn't exist. And then, I mean, it's still gonna scuff up your damage by a lot, you know, charms are pretty valuable. And since like the ruckus on Rapid Fire doesn't work, there's no point to even use Rapid Fire in the first place. Because like its most damaging upgrade is just like not functional. So I can't even try to make like a dual core build right now. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't do something like that. You would have to make the setup with like scaling for both builds. D10 life. Point to any of the trials after getting all the ascendancy points. Yeah, I mean both the bosses are like considered pinnacle bosses and they drop their own uniques and stuff. The Trial Master in particular drops the Adorn, which is a pretty insane jewel that's really valuable in trade. The Trial of Second Master has Temporalis, which is also an incredible item, really valuable in trade. It's like one of the best items in the game, basically. Plus, there's much other stuff you can get, like, you know, the timeless jewels. Some builds go for that. In like Sycamore Trial, you get those. There's also some other unique jewel, I think, from Sycamore Trial that is something. Where do you get FACEBREAKER? It's a Mitchell. Yeah, but realistically, farming the trials is something only for Trade League. In SSF, you don't really do that. Because you're never gonna get the really big stuff anyway. And, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's like some other stuff that's like easier to get that you might wanna farm. And there's Soul Cores in a Trial of Chaos, but they have been like kind of outclassed now with the runes of Elder League. So, you know, Soul Cores are not really like a thing anymore because it's get so many good sockables. I hate the trials. I kinda enjoy actually doing the trials. But it's just like not really worth at all in SSF. Dude, what's up with all these curses, man?
Thank the first ones. The fog is clearing.
It's kind of interesting that in like T3 maps I can find Soldier Curse. It's actually like, you know, highest base, kind of. At least like in terms of armor, I think it's the highest. But it doesn't have an implicit, I guess. And usually implicit chests are probably better. We played for 30 minutes Sycamore and failed at the end boss. Yeah, this is part of the trial. That's how it goes.
This was made by a skilled artisan.
Even the strongest of bodies succumb to chemistry. This might sting a little.
Not the smith I'm after.
Man, so many exiles, none of it in the abyss. Feels bad.
Good old-fashioned
Nice, 4 maps and a regal shard. Let's go. Is there any point of me picking up these? Nah. Not gonna do anything on these like loadable items. Are we gonna collect 60 rings? Let's see. Maybe we're gonna make a law weave. Just for fun. Okay, Matriarch House, we can't do that yet. Reach stones. Yo, Sampung Pizza, thank you. Appreciate 2 subs. Well, we have to do corruption areas still, actually. Is there like a requirement to unlock these points? No, you just do like 4 times corruption, that's it, right? It doesn't have to be like a certain tier. Yes, they haven't fixed the Doyani thing, did they? Somewhere to Megalith. Also this here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's do this, I guess. Yo. 2 more stars. Thank you, Anonymous.
Like the red veil back home. Face me. Hammer and anvil.
God. These fucking snakes, man, with their invincibility. He just outplayed me, dude. And this one too, man, both of them. I hate these guys. That is nasty. Holy. This guy's pumping. For normal players, it's impossible to get a last ascendancy points, so you play trade and buy a boost. Maybe just trying to do it too early. Maybe you're too optimistic and you're going in before you're ready. Like, what level are you, Patton? What is the map tiers you're farming? You're not supposed to just go in and do the ascendancy immediately when you get the thing. Unless you know, have a really strong build, then sure, but... You know, there's people that wait until, like, I don't know, level 95 to do their last points or something. You just get the ascendancy later than in PoE 1, that's it, basically. In PoE 1, it's like, okay, you go into yellow maps, you do like 1 trial, boom, right, you have it. So... But here it's not really the case. Like here is actual like endgame content, the trials. With, like they're basically pinnacle content, right? Although a bit on the easy side, I guess. And also you did Sekima Trial, which is like the harder one. Trial of Chaos is quite a bit easier than Sekima, basically. So the Shockwave Totem actually triggers the Fissure, as well as... Holy. Maybe we should do something with that. So we can do the splintering thing. Wait a second. What was that? Let's try this. Oh, nothing is there. Oh, it seems like there's, even if they happen simultaneously, it doesn't actually really do more. Okay. Put turns on the fishes. Yeah, it sounds kind of good. But I need a lot of totems. We don't have a lot of totems. But I can at least do the overabundance for like 2 totems, I guess. The tablets just ran drops. Yeah, the league mechanic tablets generally drop from that league mechanic. And irradiated and boss fragments. I think the powerful bosses drop the boss fragments tablets. And then irradiate is like random. And from the towers. One rare unique item. I'm gonna try. So is the fisher just kind of killing stuff now? Let's see. Oh, this guy's just standing there. Hmm.
It's exceptional.
What? It says rare unique, and this is one of them? The unique map I didn't get a point. There's no points for unique maps, I think. The point of doing it, okay. Yeah. I mean, some unique maps, usually they have like something going on. Which one did they do? Some beach one. Was that Untainted Paradise? Yeah, Untainted Paradise is like Giga XP map. That's like the thing to level. Has like a Giga XP. And it actually doesn't drop any loot, I think. Like you get like, I don't know, the XP of like 5 maps or something in one map or so. It's pretty fast. You see that alone can just kill everything. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Okay. I don't have a build guide yet, but I want to make a plan later. Maybe a video, or maybe I'll make it tomorrow. Didn't they patch the thing where you get the elites and Rune together? I've never seen Rune. Wonder if it actually works. How's the build? Yeah, the campaign was super fun. Now we're trying to figure it out. Man, I can't jump through this door. What's going on? Doesn't let me jump through it. But how am I armor breaking? Oh, I have armor break. Wait. I think it's supposed to be here. Is it? Yeah, this is so fat. Yeah, just kind of like, don't look at everything at once, just kind of build it up as you go. Go for the waystone drops, that's kind of important. And more juice, like more monsters and more rares, more magic monsters and this kind of stuff. And this will help you a lot to get started. Because of whom did I start streaming? My brother, actually. He told me, go stream. Check this out, Twitch. Yeah, Stormbox are nice, but I don't think that'll be like a high priority at the start. Just look for Waystone and pick up everything that says Waystone. Okay. Let's go T3. Moving up. But I think I want to remove the armor break here. Nothing else we can do. You have Aftershock? No. Let's do that. Oh, Abyss Auron. How do I transfer these into my other... I guess I can't, right? I have to like always mouse this over like this.
Simple stone will not stop me.
What? I did not hit anything. So, shield, yeah, sick. I've been really working hard on it. Let's go. Hammer of the Gods. It actually is a fist that comes down. It's kind of cool. If you look closely. Watch. Where's the ward? So many abyss here. I mean, it's an overrun them, right? That's why. MTX middle finger falling from the sky. Ooh, I knocked him back in. Oops. Ooh. Nice. Wait, another abyssal map has been overrun. That's hilarious, okay. We just finished this one. The executional annual effect for elite kills. I probably have it. Execution is guillotine.
Hammer and anvil.
Wait, I didn't see it. Is that only for bosses? Ah, only elite monsters, okay. So I have to time my final blow with the hammer, basically. Let's see. Can try. Next map boss. It's gonna do it a bit slowly and then do a hammer. And so the impact kills it. You can't refund others points now. You get all of them at some point, so don't worry if you have something you want to change. But yeah, for progression you have to choose. Well, progression. We're still missing almost 100 points. Oh! T3 map, by the way. Tink. Alright. I am 7. Emerald Delirium, is it any good? Yeah, this was the first league mechanic I went for, and that was a big fucking mistake. I'm not sure how it is in trade, but in SSF that was not too helpful. I mean, I did get some nice oils and stuff, but yeah. I could have done with worse too. Yeah, the plan is also for me to do Captain America once I get it, but I have to farm it, so... There's actually a breach hive nearby, so we can start working on that actually. The res is not kept at all, but we're doing kinda okay in terms of defense. I feel like it just makes things harder for low profit. Yeah, that's basically what the Delirium does. It's great. Well, enjoy your lunch, cyber user. How many rares are here? What is going on? My life doesn't want to go down. Yeah, I mean, we're playing warrior, right? Lots of the R and stuff. I have 62 chaos res, and you have the armor applies to elemental. I mean, at some point I need to fix my resistance stuff a bit, but we're doing fine for now. I want to use Monk and Warrior abilities at the same time with FACEBREAKER and Hollow Palm. Interesting. We can do some funny stuff, I guess, with like Bell and so on. Or maybe, can you even do Staggering Palm? I'm not sure if like Staggering Palm will shoot out from like your mace attacks. If that's the thing. It'll be fun.
Come here! I can't yet.
Which is the best this season for drops? Yeah, in terms of like uniques and stuff, you definitely get the most rare uniques there. Just tank it. And this guy can't be staggered man all day. He's a giga stagger resistant. What the hell? Wait, what the prank was done? Okay, I just couldn't do any hammer to gods here, that's crazy. There's still more Abyss to complete. Let's see if we can get a third back-to-back Abyssal overrun.
Feel my wrath!
Okay, total duration is 4 seconds extra. Funny enough, it doesn't say how long the totem lasts. Limit 1 totem? Ah no, there it says 12, okay.
I'm not ready.
Still now.
I want to see a difference, like 6 to 8 extra physical. Should be something like 3% DPS. But pretty minimal roll. I think if we just like stack some flat damage everywhere, we could do some action here.
A gift from my ancestors!
Yeah, the rituals don't have currency anymore unless you do the Rite of the Nameless. But they have these omens. And I guess on trade you can sell them pretty nicely, some of them, I imagine.
You were no warrior. I can't yet.
Maybe I should start putting rituals instead of the breach stuff. At least in rituals I could actually get some stuff that is like valuable. Oh, +1. Yeah, I also keep getting the same crappy uniques again and again, but I also got a bunch of like rare uniques there. I got a Defiance of Destiny, got a FACEBREAKER. I heard of people getting headhunters and stuff. Like in general, like there's like sometimes like some rare unique in there basically. And you don't really find rare uniques often otherwise. Like there's a bunch of uniques I've only seen in Ritual and not as drops at all. I should actually try Defiance of Destiny. I think it's a completely busted, right? Actually, I should make my way towards the expedition maps at some point. And we still have to do that at some point, actually. Damage 200 against crits. That's a lot of armor here. Doesn't give me damage right now, but I think it's gonna be a pretty giga chat. I should maybe take these things here as well for my totem.
Steel yourself.
Oh shit. I thought this was like one of the other guys, so this guy's not moving. Come! What's the guy doing? I think he's like stuck behind the thing. You have to wait for this thing to despawn.
Dodge this.
Okay, seriously. There we go. Paid off. Hi, Judge. Oh, second Omen of Light, man. In the last 15 minutes. What is happening? Guys, T3 maps is where it's at. Doing a ranger crit build and SF. Yeah, but from nothing at all against passive and hollow palm. I think that's worth using. I mean, just go and check what's around. I mean, if you're doing a ranger and crit stuff, it's like the monk area, and there's a lot of like attack and crit stuff nearby potentially, so just see what's there. And if you can pick up some good notables, then this could be worth it easily. Especially in SSF, you tend to have really crappy jewels most of the time. So you don't lose that much from putting the from nothing. So this year is very good, for example, you know, for Ranger. GG. Maybe if you do ES, this could be nice. It's not terrible if you need an int or some life recovery. He has crit against blind. You're gonna have blind in your build most likely. Area of effect, maybe. This is very nice. Just having days for 1 point is not terrible, to be honest, even if you don't do fizz damage. He has crit. I mean, yeah, it's good stuff there, I think.
Hammer and anvil. Truly exceptional.
Lights are 7 diff. Nice. For me, they're just a light. But that's good enough. Oop, what am I doing? Ornate plate. Yo, we can get them already. Nice. Okay. This is the chest I want. With the 2.5 regen. I wanna go for some Giga regen. Just be a Giga Chad. I'm trying to out-regen the Berserk by like maybe 2-3% or so. That would be nice. Maybe more.
I need more time.
Oh, there's a guy.
I can't yet.
And he has a mod too. Funny. Ah, that was the anvil from the Executioner. I forgot to check this out earlier. Carnage Heart. 20% reduced max on life. Yeah, thank you, man. I mean, for it requires level 8, I guess. Oof. It has all this leech stuff, but it doesn't leech itself, so that's kind of worthless, I feel. Because I had to get it on somewhere else. Skull's Bridle.
Enough. Steel yourself.
Funny, when you walk away, the bleed stops doing damage. Even when you apply that while being close. It's a proximal tangibility. What's the Loathsome Mire for? Pain and suffering mostly. Don't go in there. At the end you get a double random anointed amulet base. With like a -1 prefix or -1 suffix allowed. So it's like a crafting base. But it's like, you know, it's giga rare that this is a combo that is actually useful. So... And for that you waste like 2 minutes just running around. With like a 1 in 100 chance or something good. Yeah, you have to press Alt probably. Maybe your loot footer hides it. When you open the chest at the end, there's like an amulet. Scavenger plate. I want to go ornate. There's like one way I get like armor applies to LA, but I want to go for regen. I think I'm gonna be tanky enough to like not worry about one shots and stuff.
Feel my wrath.
Okay, let's see. The double. Bam, bam. There we go.
This seems perfect for our needs.
Should water water flow is usually not 2 minutes, but 30 seconds. Yeah, 30 seconds sounds like coke to me. I've done it a few times, and I think my minimum was like a minute. And I did follow the water flow. But either way, you know, maybe if you find it very fast and you go exactly in the right direction. But either way, it's absolutely not worth the time. I think even in trade, I would like not do that ever. It's like such a waste and so boring and shitty. A dormant construct. These stormboxes only roll modifiers which apply to the construct. What the fuck? I wanna try this. Okay, he's a lot of breach stuff and this. Ah. Wait, what? Ah, here, Epoch, it has a icon actually. T3 map Emerald Fury. Is that a good idea? Same. The last thing you need for the league. Wait, Emerald Fury is a challenge? No. To be honest, last unlock. Yeah, don't you have to just do like corrupted maps? Like the Nexus? Just go there.
I'm not ready. You were no warrior.
Wait, what? I don't get it. Like every time there's a corrupted like biome, there's a Nexus in the middle now. Ah, okay, so you're looking for the immune. But there's no challenge for it, no? I haven't done one. There's no challenge here. Like what are you talking about? When is Monk out? What do you mean? I want a Slasing Monk. The last Totaliana's quest, the 4th point. Oh shit. Wait, this is how I get the 4th point? Wait, so I'm gonna get it now? Let's see. Yeah, because I have the Emerald Fury right now.
I can't yet.
I'm gonna bug myself. Never see it again. I mean, I've never seen it before, so it's fine. And I have a few fracturing orbs already. They can also just randomly drop. Sometimes for some reason from the rituals. Like somehow the rituals just shoot at some fracturing orbs sometimes. I don't understand why. But I guess I'll take it. God, having gigas there, man. Stop. D4, what I think would help the powerful boss to bring it up to other classes. Well, I mean, they can just take a look at, like, you know, the oaths, some paladin nodes, and just like beef them up a little bit, and that was mostly it, I think. You know, like throw like a 10% extra on a bunch of legendary paragon nodes. Maybe slightly tweak some of the base values of some skills. Paladins are not exactly known for like being crazy levelers either right now. So they can also like just beef up the skills themselves a bit. That's about it. If they like maybe like plus 50, plus 100% a bunch of builds, they're gonna feel a lot better. In terms of Master of the Goblin tracking, I don't know. I haven't actually done the Goblin events, so I don't know. I think there's like a bunch of like anniversary gifts and stuff I need to claim still, right? Until when can we do that? It's crazy, 3-year anniversary only for, holy. This game is almost 2. Holy. 1.5 I guess. Ah, there we go. Speak to Doriani. Okay, so I got a quest.
This is something altogether. Somehow, the corruption within this being, it has become, however, mad. That is where my prototype and the precursor were.
Perhaps with more time and study, you'll find a way.
I believe I will require several lifetimes or more to achieve. But still, I will study what we have here, and it may lead to more significant advancements.
I suppose you will have no shortage of work.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I got the point. 25% chance to drop additional item. Powerful map bosses have 5% chance to defeat a reveal a nearby citadel. It's kinda cool. I wanna try the terraform just to see what it does. Dude, so many abysses here. What is going on? Why is there so many abysses? Dude, look at all these icons, man. What is happening? I'm surprised the new classes were among the weakest. Yeah, it's because they actually balanced them the best. You know, Paladin has been like played up and down for like 2 seasons. So, you know, everything was already like figured out and balanced and everything. And Warlock is probably also like by far the most tested out of all of the new classes, right? Because everything is new with the new skill trees and whatever, right? They rebalanced everything across all the classes and made whole new trees. And then there was like the most focus on the Warlock, so it doesn't really surprise me that the Warlock and the Paladin actually turned out to be the most balanced classes. And the other stuff was just like, you know, really strong, and I had like some oversights and, you know, this kind of stuff.
Destruction! Need more time.
Nice, just one-hit this guy from 70% health. It's kinda cool.
Face me! I need more time.
Thanks, RWC. Oh my god. Missed. Okay, round 2. Ouch.
A gift from my ancestors! Fear will best you! You were no warrior. I need more time.
Dude, Abyss is so crazy. Even on these low tier maps, man, you get so much juicy stuff. That's wild. I've been streaming for 12 years now. Is the boss not coming back? Where's the boss? Here we go.
I'm not ready.
Eric's Pass, huh? I'm gonna play this though. This basically only applies to Twister, right? Is there anything else besides Twister that would care about this stuff? It's really rare actually. It's the first time I see it. Strength in, fire cold, regen, while ignited. Uh-huh.
I will stand before the king and make him kneel. Dodge this!
The second inventory is so I'm playing a Titan.
binds us all.
Dodge this! Coward!
Okay. It's pretty good. Abyssal Deaths. Wait, what? I'm here again. Yo, Spud Kingles, thanks so much. Appreciate the subs. Oh, SM White as well earlier. Right, thank you. Let's see how much damage this thing would add. It's like 10% DPS actually from all these shitty flat damage rolls. I think I actually have to do this to like get giga flat damage in our rings. And then somehow live with no health on the glove and no health on the rings. Oof. I should see what I can do about like weapon set 1 and weapon set 2. What can we do with bleed? 7. Oh. Okay, so it's 14. 24. There's this thing here. 24, 31. 38, 45, 52, 59. Yeah, I can't really get to 100% bleed. We have aftershocks. But if I gotta go for the bleed hammer, then yeah, I kinda wanna have it consistent. Hmm. Oh, the resistances here. Interesting. It's kinda neat. This thing is not bad. Has a bit of everything. This is not great, but this is kinda good. One, two, three. Anything else we can get up here? Attack. Okay, this is a very good cluster here. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's also the jewel. Dude, I wonder if this actually works, considering... Does this work on the Hammer of the Gods itself? That'd be kind of nice, if it gets buffed by this. For 6 seconds. Usually I kill the boss in those 6 seconds anyway. 2 to maximum fire res. Wow. Mm-hmm. Maybe I shouldn't take this armor cluster, but I can take these other armor clusters here. They're also kind of decent. But these are also just rolls we can put on our gear. I think you don't have that much to fear from elemental damage at some point. If I have like 2 or 3 items of that armor roll. Mm-hmm. That is a long delay. Okay, let's start small. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 18, 19, 20, 21. 22, 23, 24. It's all totem placement speed.
Go on. I have a different plan.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Got path down here. We kind of want a path down here anyway. Would actually save a bunch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe I'll do this actually.
Yes? Nothing is set in stone.
Yo, upon the horizon, thank you so much. Okay, 7, 21, 38. How much do we actually have? 60, 82. We have 112% armor plus daily already. It's kinda big. Alright, I think that might be kinda fine. Maybe I even remove these, yeah. We're gonna get some damage for now. It's kinda nice. Wanna get some armor. We already have not really any armor here and no shield, so... At some point you also want to survive, I think. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 3 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can I get 1 more? Fuck. Yeah, I mean, it's not that important actually. Let's give it the attack speed. Does this even work? Okay, it looks like, because I can't log anything. Okay. Let's try this. What's a good SSF build you could start with? You can play the grenades. Gemling I was playing was very good. Oh, there's like all these like funny little extra mods similar to the Fortress with the essence packs, the extra bosses. Ah, Jada, looking at Rakiatas. But you have to wait until we go through this, yeah. I guess you keep going to this breach area here. Moment of Zen. Nice. Yeah, let's try this with the totems.
Darkness can be contained, but not defeated. And the cage grows weaker.
Harvest is killing everything? I thought it's gonna actually just kill everything. With the hammer. Okay. Interesting. I can just put this down and then I'll do my thing, basically.
You make this harder on yourself.
No. I think Hell of Ash probably doesn't make too much sense anymore. I need to do something about that at some point. I wonder if armor breaking with the totem actually counts for scavenged plating. That could be useful. Plan Druid. Oh yeah, that sounds like a good starter. I hear people are doing that.
That item has a greater legacy than you ever will.
Ah, hello. Dude, look at all these abysses and these rare map icons. Kinda funny, man. Looks so weird when you find the boss and all the checkpoints super early. It's like crazy. Because there's so many icons. High down, yeah, high pitches. We're smoking. Is that build for this what I'm doing? Not yet, but I want to make a planner and stuff later. I'm still like figuring stuff out for now and testing and so on. Just a rare unique item. Maybe we're gonna get something. I wonder if rare unique item can also have like giga rare stuff, or is it just forced like, I don't know, T2 or something?
A gift from my ancestors. I can't yet.
You're almost at a point where making an alt is more attractive than grinding to 100. Dude, everything is more attractive than grinding to 100. What do you mean? Oh, too early. Unlucky. I just put out all the totems and they just like autocomplete this whole thing. Kinda cool. I can just walk away.
Hammer and anvil.
How miserable was the campaign of it? Yeah, it was pretty miserable. Most act bosses took me like around 3.5 seconds. Like Xander's even had to perfect strike twice, or 3 times. Do you have enough time for perfect strike? You kept rolling for your life. I mean, I know all the boss moves by heart, right? So I know what I can tank and what I should avoid and so on. He's a T14. Okay. Should we try King in the Mist just because he doesn't have that much life, right? He's like 2 million life or something. It's not even that much. It's like double of a map boss or triple of a map boss right now. Ah, well. I guess you go up here because you unlock it anyway, and then you can go for the moment of Zen. I mean, this thing just carries you through the campaign by itself once they have the Facebreaker. But I think even just like trying to, like, you know, warrior in the campaign is just like kind of OP, right? If you have a half decent weapon, you're gonna destroy everything as a warrior. It's like the easiest campaign experience, really. It's mostly like after campaign where warrior falls a bit off because of the you know, insane clear speed you can get on other builds at some point. Yo. And third Omen of Light. We're on a roll here today. Rolling Sim feels great. Yeah, they made it faster now and feels pretty good. After minus half second. Yeah, sword and stuff is kind of nice to help me out, yeah, while I'm doing other stuff. Just put down the totems and it's gonna take care of stuff. This. Can I outrange the totems and they will stop attacking? I need to try that. What if I run away now? I see that the totems actually despawn when I run too far, or maybe they died. Could be that they just killed the totem. No! Oh, is he proximal? No. Ah, yes, invulnerable aura. GG. Ow. This is the warrior bonus, first of all. Nothing to see here, okay? And one thinks warrior sucks. But what they don't know is the secret triple drop rate. What? These guys are just like stuck there. on the bottom. What the fuck? It's just like this little piece of map, but versus 3 guys stuck. Funny. Built-in rarity. What a warrior enjoys. Yep. Okay, I don't think this affects the... Does it affect the Abyss guys? I'm not sure. Maybe it does. It's the mechanic, but it's not from a box, I guess. Maybe they are affected by rarity. But they always stop exactly one omen, so maybe not, right? I think I did a ritual earlier in one of the other maps and I never checked the thing. Oops. Hi, EBR again. Tibbot's will has nothing to do with Glenn's Anvil, so I'm not sure what they're trying to compare there. Oh. Yeah, you have to do the energy per second rolls and the dark shroud change that I explained there. And then you can do that, yes. Show me the Zen. I'm happy with FACEBREAKER so far. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it will be in T50 maps. For now we're like doing T5s, but we're level 76, so...
Choose.
Crazy Ventures gamble. 20 spirit, 20 already. And then minus 100 res. Cool. Alright. Yeah, EBR, then you can try to do the thing with the Dark Shroud that is explained there. Okay, breach.
Strangely innocuous for a pathway to another world.
Increased chance to find opponent. Okay. Number of skills created. Mm-hmm. Yo, Uncle John is alright again. Hello. How's it going, guys? Thank you. Yeah, so. Playing Warrior right now. Level 76 with FACEBREAKER.
Cage grows weaker every day.
So that's what we're up to here.
You make this harder on yourself.
Giga's stuck here. Probably. What have you been up to, John? SSF? Yeah, we always do SSF. This guy's like giga tanky with the triple abyss monster. What's going on, man? Double abyss? Ah, he's regenerate as well. And triple delirium, holy. Where's this guy going? Also, why does he two voids? 3 voids, what the fuck?
The first ones.
Just overlapping them.
Clearing.
Ah, is this a construct thing? Oh, I forgot. Oops. Got to craft it. So it is a construct, interesting.
You must be out of your mind.
Also, I ended the dream encounter, but this thing is still there. That's what it says. What are we doing next? Jewel time, I guess. Which class I want to start in season 14? Probably the Rogue. Rogue seems like the best, and it's also, you know, it's been a long time since I started Rogue. It's time, I think. Also, it's like the first, like, really, you know, kind of competitive season, so I should definitely do Rogue. I've done Dog Rock last time. Might do it a bit for leveling, we'll see. Maybe I'll do something else. What's the Rouge doing in season 14? Same as before, basically. So they're just gonna insane, you know, pin shot, and probably gonna main pin shot, and I don't know, like push is also pin shot, so I might just like do 2 weeks of pin shot or some shit, and try to get ring 1. And you can build this thing at some point, right? Penshot is insane, you play Rogue for 2 days and already had a lot of fun. Yes. Yeah, Rogue is just like full vibes, basically. There's so many fun builds right now. What happened here? This guy took no damage. Yeah, that's his fireball build. I'm gonna try it out tomorrow and see how that goes. What bug on Penshot? Yeah, Penshot has a bug where you can like one-tap everything. So I'm gonna do this thing. Hello? Here we go. Now he shade walks to the totem, man. Okay.
Defile us once more.
Strength means nothing without will.
A disciple of Arashta. It's like a minion build, right? I heard that's pretty good. Need to get a drink after this, guys. Okay, 2 fists versus bow and colossus. What do we do? This guy can't be stunned, man. I can't do my hammer. So, we're gonna smack him. Can I jump over to the other side? No.
Unworthy foe, now fallen.
But he's supposed to have like super stagger resistance. Crazy. I think they'll address the penshot bug before season 14 launch. I mean, it has been around since the start of season 13, so if they don't fix it in 2 months, then I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Especially now with SSF and the leaderboard rewards and all that, like, and I kinda have to. This has to be at least tier 14. This has to be at least tier 6. Okay. You should probably save them until we enter 15 maps. But I can go past here. Life Fortress. Life Fortress. Actually, we can't go past. Okay. Maybe it's gonna leave this here and come back later. I can go around here. Go to the Jade Isle map. See it does for this guy, right? Yeah. Where's the expedition stuff? We're kinda close here, actually. Can do like low-level expeditions. There's the Jade Isle. Maybe they'll continue here for now. Monkey.
This is no river I know. Feel my wrath! Destruction!
Holy shit. And now this thing pops up. Wait, where'd it go? Where's the black thing? Oh, he's here. Nah, I didn't make the planner yet. But I will do it soon. I'm just like testing a bunch of stuff. Ah. Just do it. Oh my god. Can't see. Wait, this is a real chest now. What? I thought we are gonna get a construct now. Okay. No, changed fall. Thank you, man. Probably my acceleration shot, it wouldn't hurt actually. Looking at this. Burning out those islands, fuck it. Think. It's about time, man.
A rarity, and all mine.
What's that aura? I think this is rage. See you, EBR. Problem. Shit. Gonna miss the breach, I guess. Dude, yikes, man. What's this? All resistance? No, this, the all resistance actually says all elemental resistances, and chaos is not elemental, so these are elemental. This is its own. Chaos is a bit special. We got a support, what is that? Something I already had, I believe. Maybe one of this. Ah, wait a second. Uruk's smelting. I actually have it. Anything else that we have here? Mhm. I'm gonna do a quick BRB, guys. Oh shit, jamming time. Let's go. Again, the monkey. Alright. Is it using any elemental damage or just pure physical? There is fire damage from the Forge Hammer. You scale mostly physical because that's what the glove gives you. But the glove has relatively low physical damage, so you actually need to put flat damage on your rings. So I'm aiming to get triple flat rings. But that will be tough. And now I have 0 of that. Because they're very low flat damage here. I'm not sure, is there sockets? Maybe there's sockets as well. What? Why is my going on with my camera? Okay. Got the Hinakora's lock in SSF, holy fuck. Any ideas how you don't waste it? I mean, probably only craft it on a weapon. On like the biggest weapon you're gonna get this entire league or something. It's basically when you have like a double perfect Exile slam or I don't know, something like that. And you can like use multiple things, right? And then check what are the outcomes, and the Hinakora's lock will show you all the outcomes until you actually do a thing. God, man, what is this guy? Actually, I can just make some chance shots. I'm not really picking up any loot here, so fuck it. Dude, Hinekora's lock in itself is crazy. I've never found a Hinekora's lock. Maybe with the expedition, it might be a bit more common now. Can you get from expedition maybe? You can get a lot of currencies there. Doing the last Jador quest. Okay. And where's this guy? Why is this guy so tanky? There's a fucking Sinacro, man. Where'd he go?
Thank the first ones. The fog is clear.
Dude, even when in melee range fighting him, he does the invincible thing and slams. I thought he only does that at range. Interesting. I just realized in the last moment that he was doing it. Yeah, it's not the Anonymous Void. The Anonymous Void, basically what you do is when you see that, you want to kite them out of the void. And then kill them out of the void. Then you have a chance to get Omen of Light. And I think it generally improves their drops. When you die in the void, they give you like one of these other omens that is gonna shit. And you have to kite them out of the void. But these snakes, they have a... It's like one of their basic attacks, basically. They like dive to you, and they're invincible, and then do like a big slam until... And they're invincible under the slam. And the slam also hurts a lot. But I didn't realize he was doing it in melee range. That's crazy.
I'm not ready.
Burning so hard, what the fuck? I guess actually... Ah, wait a second. Kinda makes sense, right? The armor applies to elemental damage, it's not for dots or for ground effects. So if I walk on the ground effects of all this armor and low life, actually getting cooked. So I cannot recover life. Wait a second. You cannot recover life or energy shield. Desecrate ground. What? Okay, I didn't realize that's the thing. What the hell? My shade is loading every time I visit an area, even if I already visited it. I don't know. I reinstalled at some point, and since then I had like relatively good loading times, so I'm not really looking into it too much. Try it out maybe. Here we go. Data's bugged and not working. I think all of the masters have like some bug node or something. Like Doriani also has the Irradiate thing that's not working. Oof. Of all the things to aspire to when following in Blizzard's footsteps, this is not what we need. Less bugs, please. Okay, monkey.
Thank the first ones. The fog has cleared.
Fix some stuff this morning, including evaluate thing. Oh. Hilda has a doubling bug. For the tablets, you have 6 visuals in map, it can potentially be 12. What the fuck? Okay.
Go then. Fine.
Oh, I never put a soccer down. Here's max rage, do we want that? Plus 8 max rage, so this is 6, 9, 17 max rage for 4 points. I think it's pretty good actually if I have full rage all the time. Should probably go for it. Ah, send it. Ain't a better helm. What is this shit? Dex Knight, Codress. Wait, can we do something about this? Level 80. Okay. They're armor evasion though, and these are full armor. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. What do we need to echo this? I guess they're kind of flexible on resistance, and nothing actually has resistance here, right? There's okay, cold, fire, fire. Yeah, we do not want fire, I guess. We have triple fire. I guess I put an int one. Do we have so few great exiles? Okay. Just unveil Giga Life, I guess. How many echoes do we have? We have 8. Maybe it's worth. No rarity, but this thing has 1000 armor. Wow. I think that's worth an echoes actually. We can also try a... This thing has 19 rarity, which is also kind of nice. Oh my god. Sure. Let's do another echoes on this one. Okay, here we can do a chaos. Oh shit. I mean, a bunch of, why do they all have int, man? That's only int on helm, I guess. This one does not seem good. So he has no int. I have to unveil. And... wait. Here we have to unveil. There's no rarity at all. There's big rarity, there's small rarity. This one is really good. T1 life and T1 hybrid life, and we kind of need the life. So this might just be my helm, honestly. We'll see about the rest though. I want to see what I get on these helms. You have a lot of ribs. Just hit Lamau. Exactly. That's how you craft. Just hit. "96 life is not really enough to entice me, I must say." How much can this thing have? It goes up to 174, man. It's like half of that. Look at it. 17! Yeet. Unlucky. Okay, how about this? Oh. That is actually T1. So it's our 1000 armor helm with T1 life. Any chance I'll need that much int? I'm already too smart. I have 25 int. This thing alone gives me 31. What's the starting int? 7, right? So I'm gonna have 38. I guess it means I could remove all int nodes. 1000 armor on the helm is kind of crazy, actually. Look at this. I go from 5.6 to 9. Damn. How about this thing? I go to 8. So here we have 16 rarity. So basically, this one has more life and rarity instead of cold res. Otherwise they're kind of the same hand. So that's kind of good, I guess. So we can see if we need the res, otherwise we can go the other one. I think for now we probably need the res, so let's just do that. It's kind of a good thing. I mean, we can... I don't know. Oh, how's it looking? Cold is overcapped. Lightning. I think it might be time to remove this -10 max res here. We put a lightning instead. And then fire will be at 61, cold will be at 76. We put a cold there, or fire there. It might be time for a better neck, to be honest. +2 to level of melee skills, look at that. +1. I have a bunch of these. +2. +2. This one is not that terrible, actually. I should also anoint something at some point, actually. So since we have this, we can maybe YOLO a little bit on the others. There's cast speed, so you have to get rid of that. Do T1 cast speed, man, what the hell? We got rid of the life. Ooh, 21 attributes. We could desecrate suffix on this, get rid of the cast speed with a 1 and 3. Eh? Dex is also a bit more useful, I guess, than the other. So we can slam. Spell damage, dude. Okay, we hit the spell. We hit the attributes. Got the life. Life again. Attributes back. Kinda wanna hit the ES. Attributes gone. Mana back. And is that unlucky? Oh my god, man, this thing is also oof. You could annul, desecrate, and fracture, but it's a fracture on a T2. That's a good base. We have 2 fractures. I can try. I also have 9 million gold. I could try to get some on my other guy. We have only 3 of these. Oh. Okay. Oh. Oh shit. Okay, so wait, is there an essence for suffix on Emerald? No, right? There's no suffix essence. At least not a perfect one. Damn it. Do I have a whittling? No. Dude, 50% armor, man. This is like absolutely GG. But I want to get rid of the cast speed. It's a 50-50. I'm gonna do Greater Chaos. Is there anything else I can do? Let me see the essences. Jewelry. There's no perfect essence at all. Amulet. There's only this thing. Which is not bad. To have 30% global armor. It's not terrible. Oh wait, there's this. Is this prefix or suffix? It's probably prefix. Isn't it just 2 suffixes? Yeah, it's 2 suffixes. It's 2 and 2 right now. But for the Chaos Orb, it's 50-50 to not kill the armor, right? I want not the armor. Like, the armor is really good. Okay, let me see the amulet thing. Oh, this is a suffix. Hmm. So we could not do the chaos. We just fill it up. And then do this. The problem is the omen of suffix. It's a slight problem, I think, yeah. Look at all these chaos omens I have, yeah, incredible. Ah, we can do this thing, actually. We can do the essence mods without filling it up. We could do this first. Which means we guarantee remove the shitty mods and get something that's not terrible. And then we can double slam it with a... Do I have a perfect exalt? I do, actually. I think I'm gonna double slam perfect exalt. Yeah, that's it, actually. We're doing that. We'll remove only suffix. And we'll add a suffix because it is a suffix. Okay. Yeah, that's actually kind of nice. Looking at this here. What perfect essence works here? There's one. 10% increase strength, dex, and int. So I expect I'm gonna end up at somewhere like 300 strength at the end or so. 250, something like that. So it's not terrible, you know, it's a decent strength roll basically. Wait, what? Wait, it's only one. Oh my god, dude. I thought it's all three together. What the fuck? Okay, I got fucked. Okay, in that case I have to go for the 50-50, I guess. Oof. Oh my god. Okay, we have one more of them. I knew it. It's Ogre, guys. He's just YOLOing. Wait! I hit the whale thing. What the hell? Okay. I guess I can. Warrior, read book. Dude, that's very smart warrior, man. Look at this thing. My chaos, man. That's not the kind of chaos I meant. Oh, armor is back. I'll show about 11 chaos rest, dude. I should actually annul. Yeah, exactly. Okay, we're taking that. Now, do I want to... What do I want to do? There's this, the global armor evasion, but you can already do this anyway with the essence. There's 50% increased armor from body armor, which is not terrible. Okay, there's strength in, strength dex, res, cooldown, quality of all skills, mana taken, damage on mana from life. 16%, dude, holy. That is actually kind of big. 1 to all skills. So I think we want to slam prefixes. We could get percent life there, right? And then maybe percent armor. So I think we're gonna do perfect. Sure, exaltation, double, prefix. We do double prefix and unveil suffix. I think unveil suffix is a very safe bet to get something. Ugh, close, man. Percent mana and percent ES. Ugh. I kind of wanna chaos this again. There goes the life. Int is back. Mana region. Attributes are gone. Attributes are back. Actually, since we're doing so much chaos spamming, we could execute this thing a bit more. We have 2 more. And worst case, we can remove this stuff again, right? Let's do an echoes. 39 armor is kinda good. The life is also kinda good. Okay, let's see if you can remove something like the energy shield here. The fire rest is also not great. Okay. Now I could wait for the whittling and then move the ES. The accuracy might actually be mildly helpful, honestly. Yeah, I think I'm not gonna touch this for now. This is fine for now. Accuracy is not terrible. You have 100, 93, and 74. 100, 184. But I have no rest on this thing. I can do something with the spirit, maybe. Oof, that was a painful one, but we got there. This will do for now. This is this thing here, which is not that far off actually. It has like a lot of attributes, but it has the fire res if I need it. I may need it actually. I need boots actually. I have to do something there. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Yeah, we barely have any boots at all, yeah. Wait, how do I do this? Close. Got very good life, no movement speed. This thing doesn't have life at all. So this one is our hope here. And it just casually hit like 25 or 30 movement speed for sure. Also, don't kill the life. Okay. Okay. We actually have the ancient rip here, so we can do that. Where's the light? We got 3 of them. They're 81, so I can go to 30% movement speed. This is the big one. $25, I guess. Yeet. Okay. It could go to 30, but I think this is the best I can hope for now. Definitely better than this shit, which has 10. Well. Oh. 35 cold rest, I'll take that. Nice. Okay, I think we got our boots for now. I have Bunkus. Now valid. Yeah, I'm not valing anything right now. We can do this and this. We just made helm and boots. So that's my helm. Pretty good. This is my boots. Pretty good. This is my amulet. Pretty good. This was kind of painful. I'm waiting for a whittling here. And maybe we're gonna get something. There's life. There's even mana. Mana wouldn't hurt. There's armor. Okay. I need to work on the rings at some point, but this is gonna be mostly the tree, I guess. This thing, is this something you want to keep? You would have to like chaos, life, or movement speed. I mean, you can try. It's an 82. You can throw a chaos or two. Oh, we did hit a prefix, but now we got a shitty suffix. Dude. Yeah, I think it's kind of dead actually. This is too much chaos waste here. Okay, so we have 105. If I remove this thing, we're at 85. The other thing, we're going to be at 53. If you remove this thing, we're going to be at 40. Oh man. So we might have to update our rings as well. I have so much race on all these items and I still kind of struggle to remove this fucking rune. But my armor is kind of stonks now. We're at 10.5k. I think I was at like 6k before. I mean, I didn't even quality this stuff. And we have the armor to LA. And more rarity. Okay, this was quite an upgrade here. And we got a lot more strength. We can actually do attribute modifiers on this thing. Okay. Also, to get some chaos rest somewhere as well. I have actually no chaos rest besides this thing. We're gonna be kind of weak against chaos currently. You have to get like a chaos ring at some point. I think it's kind of juicy if we hit the cold damage on the prefix. We could try. Wow. I think so low. Don't need stats, man. Do I have like another desecrate for the prefix? It's a 1 in 3 to hit a cold. And if that becomes live or another flat, this will be a very good ring actually. I have one more. Well, GG actually. Let's see. Oh, that was painful. 81. Okay, I'll take 81 life. Okay. Can use Black Heart temporarily. It's Black Heart. Wait, what? That's the thing I used in Act 1. Yeah, I remember. That's a good ring. Don't think we need the all attributes anyway, since we have that now. Cold, fire, fire. It says fire, lightning. All, chaos. This has some flat. I kinda wanna keep the flat. Also, I think better rest anyway. Okay. My cold is really good. And lightning is really good. Chaos at 55. This would be like a 1 in 3 for the evasion as well. I need to add more flat. Like I can't really stick with these rings forever. This has at least tier 3 physical flat, so it's kinda nice. Really good res. And a bit of mana doesn't hurt. Although we're kinda doing good on mana, to be fair. This is really chill. Yeah, we also have a bit of extra spirit now. Can we do anything with that? Maybe with precision. We can do the stronger herald thing, maybe. Clarity. Could also do vitality. The big one. Is there any other like modifiers I can put there on Berserk? No. You have a lot more life now. I have like almost 500 more life. You have 15% more movement speed. We lost the shocking. We got way more res. Minus the chaos. We got a bit of rarity. Got a bit more damage, I guess, because of the +2 melee. Got a bit more regen now. A bit more damage here. More armor to LA. So it should be like significantly tankier. I have like 4k more armor. Okay. Yeah. I think this is okay. Let's put some fire. Okay. 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 Yeah, I think this can just stay here for now. It's a decent armor chest until we get actually like a big one. It's 17% evasion. Somehow. Plus the avoid. This is actually a relatively tanky chest right now. Plus the intimidate. Okay. So yeah, at some point we're gonna get a lot more rest from the chest. Maybe we craft one. Then we can socket other shit. What can we socket? To be fair. Magnitude. Ah, you have the ancient augment here at some point that we can do. Dude. Ah, this is an idol, okay. So this is something, I have my big chest, I need to do this 1.5 region, man, that's gonna be crazy. $50 power content. There's the big flat. That'll be kind of big on this one actually. It says 400% increased. The flat would be noticeable. % rarity, also not bad. Armor applies to chaos. Also not bad. Okay. 10% area, also not bad. Do I want to crit for anything? Okay. Anyway, I start blasting. Is it a bug with the extra passive point provided by the martyr bonus for everyone? Oh, okay. Is it done in SSF already? Has someone done it? This guy's still 99. I think this was the guy who was like the #1, right? Armor applying to elemental damage 16,000. Okay, we are fucking giga chats now. If I get my chaos slightly higher, which means either another ring or another chest. We want to get some chaos. Do chests roll higher res in this game? No, they don't. Okay. I mean... Oh my god. Why does that make so scuffed? Ugh. You got everything besides the stun pressure, but everything's also super scuffed and low. Fire calls. We got fire, lightning. I don't need cold anyway for now. Where's all this cold coming from? Here. This is something at least, but... Yikes. let's just, I don't know, send yellow maps, I guess, and see how these go. 1, 2, 3. Do we care about monster penetrate ally res? Nah, right? Fuck it. We have fucking giga chance against LA. It's actually kind of cool about this armor applies to elemental. I don't think I really care about this mod. What could possibly go wrong? Exactly. Yeah, I want to get my Chaos Eyes up a little bit. Like 1 Chaos Eyes roll. I'm missing 20. If I get like 15 more, that would be cool. Because I don't really have like much against Chaos otherwise. I need to get the Chaos Eyes up. We don't have kind of a small life pool. With no shield and no glove giving us life. Currently also no chest. Soul Core for Chaos, yeah, but good luck with that, I guess. And then you're using a Soul Core, which is also not exactly impressive. And I would need 2 of them to actually make up for the rest. So, worst case, I might do that, but I kind of want to just put in 1 roll. And then try to do something else with my sockets. At least one of my sockets will be on the chest with the Ancient Idol, or whatever it's called. For 1.5 life regen. That's kind of sick. Think. Oh, I didn't actually check if I can divine anything. My gear. Chaos up. Need to get those back. There's the belt. Yeah, true, I can try to get Chaos Eyes on my belt, let's see. I need to check if Aftershock actually works on the fissures on this Forge Hammer. I think I've Aftershock soaked it, but I don't think this actually works. Support slams use yourself. Yeah, I don't think so actually. Okay. Oh, I wanted that guy. Nice. Definitely feels much better now with some upgrades. Did you get the damage up now? I think defense is looking kind of decent for now. So need skillings. Uh-huh. Getting our stuff back here. I mean, my skills are still all level 15, I think, right now. I could check it for some higher skills I can use now, maybe. Should have done some totems. Maybe follow form in the game, they can unneuter warrior side AoE. Not sure what happened there. Did they nerf the AoE or what? I feel like the AoE of the skills is actually large. I mean, look at this. If I do like my Hammer of the Gods, it hits like the entire screen. Even my leap time is like half the screen. I think that's not really the problem. Problem is like he's still like slow melee and life base. I think that's like the biggest issues. AoE is okay. Yeah, boom. Two screen AoE of aftershocks. Huh. I remember at 0.1 I was stampeding. That was fun. And then we had like the pole circle tech, that was cool. Yeah, it was kind of crazy with pole circle and Hail of Ice and so on. What actually happened to the armor stun explosion? It doesn't exist anymore, I think. They moved that somewhere. Like, I was looking for that, I wanted to do this with Leap Slam or so. Just like Leap Slam into a pack, get the armor explosion thing. But I think it's not a thing anymore. This would be like a way to like replicate the whole Stampede shenanigans. Oh shit. He just spawned a new one. Okay. Doesn't chain. Yeah, the pole circle in 0.1 was kind of funny, man. Cold warrior. In the breach, oh my god, man. You wait until the breach is open and then you kill like one guy and boom. You get like a 5-second lag. And everything dies, like 7 screens around you. In all directions. That was funny. You can force a chaining again? Wait, how do you do that? Whoa, that's actually a surprising amount of damage. I didn't expect that. God, he's like so stagger resistant, it's crazy, man. I'm killing him before I stagger him.
I'm not ready.
What a joke. Delete the bot? Uh-uh. Just stand in the tornado, guys. It's fine. I guess it doesn't do chaos.
A gift from my ancestors.
Even my Totus tank this tornado kinda well. Dude, can I still get rapid attacks into these totems? That'll be something. Interesting. Can equip at level 52. It can equip this thing in a campaign. Kinda good. But minus 15, 40 attack speed, okay. Okay, to have an item is good for you. What are you searching for first? I mean, like the number one thing is always cap your resistances and also get enough attributes to actually use all your stuff. And then after that, it's like life or ES, depending on if you do one or the other. And then it's like, okay, what offensive stats do you matter for your build, right? Usually there's like cast speed, attack speed, that kind of works for everyone. And then there's like, you know, okay, big weapon is important under all circumstances usually. That's like the main damage scalar. But then you can also get more from like other sources. So he's at level 84. We can do a bunch of 18s, I guess. It's quite an upgrade, +3. We had +2 here and +3 there. I wonder how the mana will go. Do you have mana? Mana. Yeah, it won't get better than that, so let's just hope we have enough mana. It's like +20% actually, for 3 ranks. This is a bit less. This is 150. This is like 14% or so. 14% for 3 ranks, really? That seems kind of low. And this one meanwhile gets like 20, I think almost 25. It's kind of crazy how like the skills scale so differently from ranks. Oh, total gains a giga right there. Look at that. And I guess more life, let me see. $3.7k. 4.8k. Okay. I think that's it. We still have one open slot. I'm not sure what to put there. There is Thunder for the 20% increase. So I could do Thunder if I can increase duration or something. But besides that, I don't really see much that I want to do here. Curse. Hardly curse. Out of int, I guess. We don't have any int. We are not smart. Is there anything else I can do? What about here? I could do a bit of jumping. But you already jump anyway with Leap Slam, so it's not really a point.
With me?
No,
Why?
I forgot. Okay, what does this thing do? Not much. Okay, then we have... Does this have like a level limitation? Bloodhound's Mark. Yeah, I don't know. I might just leave the last empty, I don't know. Let's see my mana. Yeah, it still seems fine. Ruins of King's March. So what is going on here? I'm using Heart of Ash, yeah. Blasphemy and a weakness. We're barely doing any fire damage, it's basically just the Forge Hammer, everything else is fizz. There's no point. But as is new curse.
My heart breaks for the people of Kingsmarch.
I've got workers restoring the forge. Tujen, we'll need materials.
It's sad to see King.
It was terrible. And King's March.
We weren't prepared. But then again,
We can't even drink. Because the
Wish I could have done.
dark. Oh, sorry.
Boy, you lot, listen up. You're all together. I think I
Hail,
know.
Captain.
I'm the only problem is
I would.
The kids.
we must
it's
stay.
settled then. This logbook contains all the clues. We just need to chart a course. Gwynon's out.
Mm-hmm. King's March builders I have like 4 times. Yeah, somehow they keep ruining it. Wait, where they?
Good day.
I guess you go back to hideout. Needs tier 6 or higher. Perfect, okay. There's also this thing here. Let's unlock this actually. This is the last points for Jado. I can go from here, right? Wait, this is not an expedition. It's a normal map. I can use tablets and stuff. Wait, it is an expedition. Okay, rip my tablets.
On the battlefield, so it shall be.
Oh. 2 chaos. 3 chaos. Oh. I'll take the chaos. What the fuck is this? I'm doing this. No. Nah. I guess we don't want to juice them up too hard, right? So let's see how this goes. Okay, so here we still have the old remnants, they're called stalagmites now. Thank you. Jura, GCP, glassblower. I could do GCP for corruptions. I think I might have enough glassblower. Okay, it's actually kind of trash. Sea King Shrine. Yo, math. Thanks so much, man. Appreciate the subs. Scorched Case of OK map has good rare boosting remnants. Okay. Yeah, I need to figure out what the new expedition actually does. And see how hard it will be for the juicy modifiers. We're adding like 10 modifiers or so. Oh shit, you can press the shrine before you unlock it. Weird. It's a decent breakdown. Ah, I think it. Go. Okay. Let's put this here. Why is my fucking thing so buggy? Holy shit. Stop.
I'll argue that this is the coolest. Hey guys, Bobstron here, and today let's talk about Expedition. Now, out of all the League reworks, I will argue that this is the coolest one by far, because it now got melted with the new League mechanic Runes of Elder, and is now quite intricate and has a lot to it. For some people who just want to turn their brain off and blast, I understand that this will not be for them, but trust me when I say there's a lot to be gained here. In this video, I'll talk about how logbooks work, how you can actually determine what you're going to get in those logbooks, how to run grand expeditions, how to make the most out of them, and how to get some of the more powerful items that are in Expedition. I farmed this over the last 2 days over on twitch.tv/Pastron, and it is very lucrative and has a lot of skill cap at the start when you don't know what's going on, so I'll make it a little bit easier. I will just get this out of the way, but the first thing you have to do is the quest line. If you don't know where Expedition is now, if you see the fortress up here where you do all your skill points, you spawn in right here. Go all the way down, and you see this port, the Ruins of King's March. And after that starts a venture into the sea. Now, I would highly recommend to pay attention during the quest line because they explain a lot to you, and you will go through all the different bosses already. So there's 5 bosses in total. 4 of them you will encounter regularly on these islands, and then there's 1 pinnacle that you will only encounter once, and then you can later buy the pieces if you want to, but I'm personally not going to. If you can't do the pinnacle boss yet, it's not that big of a deal. You will never have to face him. But important here is there's different kinds of maps. If you hover over here, that's a normal pit map. There's not much to it, right? Like, these also exist outside of the islands. But then there is stuff like this, Prairie Peninsula, and there's new layouts that you will notice, and there's this star formation around it. These are grand expeditions, and your whole map will be full with runes, rewards, and other stuff, and we'll go over that later when we talk about the maps themselves. But okay, so you're venturing out, you finished your quest line, and now you're left with these uncharted waters right here. What do? Well, you need expedition logbooks to open a new biome, basically. So I will show you this real quick. I will activate this expedition logbook over here. It's a little bit of a waste, but okay. So let's activate it right here. Boom. And you can see before, there's island rumors, unknown ruins, endless cliffs, and something fishy. These actually mean something. For example, the unknown ruins, I know that there will be a exhumed ruins layout, which is quite strong, and I'll tell you why. So I'll click on this right here. Boom. And it will spawn a new biome, and somewhere here is going to be an exhumed ruins. For example, here, these describe the grand expedition layouts. Now, how do I know that? I did some trial and error here. This list is by Wizardin, for example. He wrote it down a little bit more in depth. But yeah, the rumors will straight up tell you what is in this biome. So you can screenshot this or whatever you want. It is not complete yet, but yeah. Important here are a few. Now, the first thing you want to look out for in the rumors is Fallen Starlight. So you hover over here and you see Fallen Starlight. That means you just made an easy 10 plus divines. Now, this is how the map looks like, and we're just going to go in real quickly. You don't really need any special map to do it. It is pretty much not tied to it. It has a flat reward. And the way it works is you go in and you see this big rune here, and there are on the sides these runic hinges. Adds a random rune shape to all monsters. So what this does is you want to go here and explode every single one of these before then going back to the main one, to the rune at the end. And then you will get a guaranteed 8 rune or lower reward that you can choose. So for example, what I did right here, right? I connected everything, and then at the end, you have to connect to this one. Then you do detonate explosion, and you just wait for everything to explode. There's no monsters coming out, but you will see that there's rune sockets added here all the way up to 8. So you can see it just exploded the last one, and we're at 8 rune sockets right here. And now we're gonna pick our reward. You can see the last explosion. Logbook completed. Click on it. Now, in the future, this could obviously change, but right now, the best reward is actually a 7 reward, which is the Alder's Saga. There it is. So this one currently goes for around 14 divines, but that can change. Other than that, there's some alloys that are really good. Astrid's Creativity can have 1 additional crafted modifier, is used a lot. Cadigan's Epiphany gives you an extra augment on gloves. You can check these in the future, but those will probably remain some of the top choices. And so, for example, we're gonna say here Alder Saga, boom, and now you have to kill a few mobs, and then you get the reward. If you don't know what Alder Saga is, we'll talk about that in a second, because it is also related to logbook juicing and probably one of the highest divine per hour strats in general. But okay, we kill it. Boom. And you collect, and you always get this. Now, this is not RNG. Like I said, you can literally pick from this list every single time. So whenever you get this unique map, there's a guaranteed 10 plus divines. Now, the rumors can also tell you what boss will spawn. So for example, Star Drinker equates to Uhtred down here. These are just stuff you have to know, and then you can kind of look out for them. The bosses are quite relevant, and they drop some pretty good loot. There's also Sulfide, which is Scorched K. It's a pretty good layout, and there's like remnants that you can explode on. We'll go over an example in a second, but then there's also Unknown Ruins, and this one is the most interesting one, and something that not a lot of people have actually played around with. This one opens a free biome, so it basically gives you a free logbook. Now, this is me doing it live on stream, and these are the precursor ley lines right here. You have to, while you're doing the grand expedition, while you're getting your rewards, explode these as well, and they don't seem to really do anything. unless you know what's going on. So you have to explode all 3 in the map. And then at the end, I'll show you what happens. So at the end, there's like a bell-shaped zone up here. You can see it. And it now has a clickable object called the Precursor Beacon. And if you click it, you will see this thing in the background go up. And this will open you a new biome. And this is how it looks like. It will literally open your map and show you right here. Now, this one is interesting because as far as I understand, it's a little bit random. You don't know in which direction it will go, but it will connect to where you were approximately. But this is still, I just found this out yesterday, but this was all revealed for free without expending 2 divines or whatever for a logbook right now. And this is pretty important because if you just want to hop around and find these bosses and get their rewards for free, then you can do that if you pay attention to these rumors. So whenever you see the ruins, unknown ruins, you know you're about to get another chain for free. And then we also have sagas. So there is a saga for every single boss. And there's also Alder's saga, which is extremely expensive right now for a reason. So these can be right-clicked just like an Omen. And whenever you activate an expedition, you get the boss guaranteed. And you can technically get all 4 if you wanted to. So you do this, then you click on the Uncharted Waters, and it will literally spawn all the bosses. Now, do note that if you do the leyline stuff that I just talked about, and you get a free expedition, these will be consumed. So you can technically do all of these also with a ley line. There's no like downside to it. Now, but what does Alder's saga actually do? It does not spawn a boss. It gives you some special maps. So these grand expeditions that we're about to go in, there are special modifiers to it. Now, the normal modifiers are stuff like chests have 15% chance to contain twice as many items. Nothing contains 40% number of runic. It's like okay mods, right? Like it's not gonna make or break anything. These are the mods you get if you put a Alder Saga in and you open a logbook. Verisium Remnant, one Verisium Remnant in the area will have at least 8 rune slots. That's a lot of money, most likely. And then you have stuff like this, which is even more broken on average. Verisium Remnants have at least 6 rune slots, and that means all of them. And in these grand expeditions, it spawns at least 5 to 6. I've seen upwards of 7. So that is why this thing is so expensive. So you will have to decide at the start, do you want to farm it? If you know a lot already about expedition, then you can do it. At the start, I would kind of just stick to farming all the bosses or most of the bosses and just going for it that way. But I'll quickly show you a grand expedition. So for maps, if you're doing a juicy one, you really want to use a tier 16. If you're doing a not juiced one, you can also do a tier 15. I'm saying that because of how juicy the gear can get that you're going to drop. But other than that, I guess you have to do tablets. Now, in terms of tablets, here's the thing. The only thing that really works is irradiated tablets. So if you want to, you can throw in 3 of them. Only 1 will really work because it irradiates your maps. But you can see stuff like pack size or experience, I guess, pack size, rarity, quantity of waste stones, whatever you can throw in there and get a little bit of extra monster effectiveness is probably the best. As for what monster I'm using Jado's Spycraft. This one, it gets unlocked by doing his quest line. It's as everything here on the right side, and you will see it. Go through his quest line, you'll get all the points. You want unexpected missions, plus Eastern Knowledge is the big one. Verisium Remnants have a 10% chance to be rolled an additional time, keeping the rarest outcome. Pretty damn ridiculous. 20% chance for double effect of explicit modifiers on tablets. If you're not using that, I'm not really sure what else you would. I guess you can go for increased exceptional items found. It's not terrible, I would say. Untold Histories is here if you want to farm bosses. If you don't farm bosses, most likely just spec once again into Keen Appraisal. So you put that in, and now we get into our first grand expedition. So I wrote down a few key points here. You will see a lot of remnants. If you want to do the low ones, sure, but I would skip almost every single remnant that has 3 for sure, 3 runes. If you've never seen it before, obviously I'll quickly show you. Now over here, there's one with 5, for example. This is the amount of runes that I'm talking about. Now at 5, I always click on it, just see what it has, right? Boom. And these are a little bit complicated, obviously, like a perfect jeweler orb or a masterwork rune. Perfect jeweler orb is like 80 exalts. Masterwork rune is like 20 something exalts. Now, if you don't know how to check these, I would highly recommend to go to Verisium on PoE Ninja. I will link this down below in the description. And you have a list right here, and you can kind of check for yourself. But this is something you'll get into over time. So here, obviously, I would, for example, take Perfect Jeweler. Now, other than that, I would skip the 3s, skip the 4s, unless they have a purple rune. So you can see right here, you can even hover over them. They have purple runes. These have special modifiers, and they are also usually attached to the bigger rewards. So if you go somewhere, you will see one of the runes stand out, and if this is a purple, I would always check it, because even on a 4, you could get a divine. Now, another rule is if you get a 6 rune 1 with bad rewards, if you get a 5 with bad rewards, everything over 4 I would still do, because it's not just about these rewards. The monsters that spawn are also quite big. They are rares after all. There's a ton of rares in there, and they drop their loot at the end. So you will also have to probably adjust your loot filter if you're showing a lot of rares and a lot of magic items, just telling you right now. But that is the gist of it. You still want to do it for what the mobs drop. You would be surprised how often it happens, for example, that you just drop a random divine there, right? And then for reward chests, so you can see these symbols right here. Most of them I skip. Currency is pretty darn good. You can drop a divine from these. It's probably like a 1 in 15 or so. And otherwise, you're going to drop some gumball currency. So that's not bad at all. Everything else is kind of meh. The rewards that we don't have here. Oh, there's one over here. If you can see that. The map one, it's like a star form. It will drop around 3 to 5 tier 15 maps, which is pretty strong as well. But you don't have to pay attention to them too much. Otherwise, the monster markers here are not as important. As far as I understand, you cannot drop logbooks from Grand Expeditions, only in normal maps. So usually that's what these are for. But these just mean big boy rare monsters, and they're decent. If you pick them up while you're pathing, definitely go for it. Now, Grand Expeditions take a lot of time, so what I personally like to do is actually scout out if it's even worth running. In this case, I saw one right at the start, and then I'm going to go over all the runes. You can see them, they have this symbol right here. And so go up and check all of them out, and if it's worth, then whatever. So for example, you're not going to path all the way up there and then see that it's garbage, right? You wouldn't do that. So in this case, I can see right here, it's a greater exalt, probably worth pathing up here. It's a 10 exalts. That's cool. So I already know there's one here, so I want to connect. And this is my big boy that I had guaranteed. Let's see what it is. 3 perfect regals. That's pretty much for what you could get there. Pretty much a brick, but it is what it is. This is a 3. I'm not even going to hover over it.
Wait,
it
what?
Doesn't matter.
Perfect regals is a brick? 3 of them? Wait, how much are they worth? That's crazy. I don't know, Jones. My gaming question. Try changing a renderer in the graphics settings, or the graphics settings in general. There might be stuff that helps you.
And then that's about that. So this overall was a pretty whatever map. So now we'll just path over here. Boom, boom. You can do this while walking. Just go over it. Now, if you want to pay attention a little bit more and you want to fill out the rares a little bit more, you can do that. These are caves. So these caves right here, they can give you recipes for certain crafts. So go in for the first few ones, but after that, they're only really dropping chests. I've not personally seen anything else from them. If this is not true and it comes out that the caves can be OP, then my bad. That is just my personal experience right now. So greater exalt, boom. We go down. We pick up the currency chest along the way, because why not? And then we go over here. This one was thaumaturgic flux. This one doesn't really matter.
Like transmogs, yeah, or
go
like
down. But like I said, even the ones
effects.
with bad rewards can still spawn good rares. And I think at this point, we're pretty much done. Now, do you note that when you place your last explosive, so at the end, for example, you can just place them randomly. Once you place your last explosive, you get a checkpoint, and you can go back to the start. And then the detonation begins. So it's detonated.
There's a checkpoint now?
Now,
that's nice.
these Grand Expeditions, I'll just talk a little
Didn't
bit
notice
about
that, yeah.
Look at this map. They have different modifiers. So, for example, you saw this oil rig explodes when detonated. Subsequent explosives now have bigger radius, yada, yada, yada. Every map has its own gimmick, and this is something you'll have to figure out for yourself. For example, this map has high explosion radius, which means you're going to catch most monsters that are going to be anywhere. Also, I want to highlight that I have a pretty damn strict filter right now, and that is why you're going to see less than maybe you usually would. One annoying thing about expeditions is that you have to kill a lot of monsters in order to, like you have to clear almost all monsters to get the chain going. I'm personally not a huge fan of it, but you'll get used to it. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. So we're going to keep clearing this. So as for layouts that are really good, there is a sulfide layout that gives you these sulfide thingies to explode. And whenever you explode them, you will give increased rarity to all the monsters that follow. There is a map that gives, I don't know, upsides and downsides. If you know Path of Exile 1 logbooks, for example, that is exactly how it works with the remnants. it has, I don't know, enemies are immune to lightning, but you get 40% increased rarity, stuff like that. So on those, you have to be a little bit careful, but otherwise, it's pretty straightforward. So I'll just show you this 8 encounter on top, because depending on what runes these have, the monsters can actually be way stronger than anything else. So this is the big rune that we're now going to go over. And some of these encounters are pretty damn rough, I will just tell you right now. So look out for if you can actually clear them and if it's a good idea to make the map extremely hard. That's all I'm going to say, depending on where you are in your gear level right now. So we're just going to clear this. Now, this seems like an easy one. I'm pretty sure that, yeah, this is an easy encounter. There are certain... I'll hover over it. So, oh, this is actually the 4. My bad. There are certain encounters here that are pretty damn rough. I got a Shrine Scepter. That's really nice. Certain encounters have monsters that respawn, for example, over and over, and they share their modifiers. So what will happen is they will just keep coming, and you will be like, why is there 10 waves of monsters here? And the reason is, yeah, they have certain modifiers that respawn them over and over, and that is what you want to get. In that case, you can get loot explosions with, I don't know, 50 tier 5 rares. I'm not over exaggerating, by the way. I had to completely readjust my loot filter just because of those encounters. Will it happen all the time? No, pretty rare, but when it happens, you'll notice. Either way, let me clear this real quick. This is the big boy one. So this was not a bad one. If you have over here, it says empowered, which means you're going to get more loot at the end from the monsters. Union of Souls. This one, I don't remember exactly what it does, but there is one that you will notice where, yeah, you're going to drop a lot more. So this is not going to be a loot explosion. It's going to be like, okay. So if you hover over here, you can see everything dropping. It's like, okay. But that's about it. And you do these over and over and over again. You can see quite a bit of loot, and I didn't really pay much because this was from a ley line. So I actually paid nothing for this. Do note that this was a alders map though. Like I said, this one at the end came from the alders, but everything else I dropped here was just a normal Grand Expedition. Now, what about the boss rewards? So the first thing I want to say is Borana right now seems to be bugged for me. I've never dropped her support gem from her, but I have dropped her support gem from Medved. If you don't know what the support gem is that we're talking about here, it is Borana's Siege, and it is worth quite a bit of monies right here, as you can see. And I've never dropped it from her. I've only dropped it from Medved. I don't know if there's like a reason for this or if it's bugged. I have not personally dropped anything from Borana of note. So I'm not really doing her right now. I'm not forcing her. But all the other bosses are very, very strong. Medved is strong. Orov is strong. And Uhtred is also very good. Orov is probably the best one. And his saga also costs 20 exalts, whereas the rest costs between 5 and 12. So if you take anything away from this video and how you should farm these, check for Fallen Starlight and bosses in these rumors. Always check all your rumors and make like notes. So I know this can get quite messy because you're going to unveil so many different things. But for example, let's say I had a Fallen Starlight right here. Just do right click and then make a note, say Fallen Starlight. And then you're going to see that note up here in the bookmarks, and then you can always jump back to it. So for example, you're over here and you click on Fallen Starlight, it will take you right back. Use sagas to spawn more bosses. Like I said, I haven't had any success with Borana, but all the other bosses are really strong and they're really quick to do, and they drop good loot. If anything, they drop 2 to 3 waystones, which is already like, yeah, like 9-10 exalts back. But the rest, yeah, you'll get some really good lineage gems over time. And then also Alder Saga. Stay away from this unless you really want to do it. But if you want to do Alder Saga, which is very expensive but very rewarding, I want to point that out. I'm currently farming it. Do not use other boss sagas. I don't know if they overwrite right now, but I have seen some bad results with them. Because if you think about it, there's a new biome spawning, and you want as many as possible of these juiced up Alders maps, and now you're blocking some of the layouts with these bosses, which I think can backfire. So I would highly recommend to only use Alder Saga if you're farming that. Also, like I explained, check for the Unknown Ruins and do the ley lines. You will get a free logbook. Why wouldn't you do it? It's pretty much free. It's really damn good. And also check all the Grand Expeditions. You might think, oh, there is no modifier here. Doesn't really matter. The normal modifiers or whatever, you should always check. There could always be an 8 or 9 rune in there. You would be surprised because you will get upwards of 5 to 7 of these runes, and all you have to do is run through it, check it, If there's nothing there, just skip and go next. Oh, and I guess one more thing at the end. This is not going to happen too often, but if there's an absolute dogshit map right here, you can just put one, detonate, boom. Map is completed once you kill that first wave. And then you can move on to the next map. But yeah, that's about all I learned from Expedition so far. It's been an absolute blast, and I will be doing this over the next few days over on twitch.tv/pastrun over and over again. Made a lot of monies, and really happy with the build. If you're looking for the build, the full guide will be out in the coming days. And yeah, Expedition is my favorite mechanic this patch so far. Really feeling the patch. With that being said, since I still don't have a slogan, see you next time.
Okay. That's kind of a nice overview here. Gonna link this. If you guys want to check it out, or like, you know, I had it very small, so it was not that easily visible. Hi Joe, by the way. As effort I use regular, strict, never sync. I usually start with like a pretty soft filter, and then I just manually start turning off stuff, basically. Oh, additional use on a summoning circle. Interesting. But yeah, I wouldn't like start with strict stuff, because it's mostly optimized for trade. And in SSF you need to see some more swings, for example, sometimes early on and so on. Like you want to do a lot more salvage, you want to pick up your transmutes, like at some point Neversink hides transmutes and augments, and you can't do that in SSF, for example. You always have to keep them and stuff like that. Nice, a blacksmith and a regal shard. Sick. Yama time. It's kind of funny that he's actually... He has his real name. Usually every boss is renamed, but this guy is not. Is this map completed? What happens here now? Got to Act 3 only so far? Ah, good luck. What are you playing, Joe?
Goodbye.
Can you try something now? Okay, the aftershocks of my rolling slam give another explosion. But I think the aftershocks cannot affect the fissures.
I need more time.
Wait, there was 2 fissures now. Actually... Will you see 3? I wonder if we're gonna see 3. Or even 4, but it doesn't seem so. So we have this here. Let's see. Okay.
can't yet.
Okay, there's never another Fisher proc, basically. So I don't do that. What's this? I can try this branching fishers thing. First and last, so maybe. What else is there? Fire pen. It's not bad as well. Ignore. Gee, it seems like the fishers are not affected by the ancestral boost. It might just be the regular slam. Fuck. Limit 10 fishers. Yeah, it's exactly the same coverage, actually. The question is, does the damage work? It may or may not, but... that's hard to tell. Oh. Okay. I guess we could check if it works this way. It's hard to say. It has Fist of War as I recommended. Maybe it works for the damage. What other map did I start using tablets? Basically as soon as you get them. Later you kind of get more and more over time, so... I could try the Fist of War 3. That would give us a bit of a better idea if it actually works. But magnified areas aren't concentrated. Fist of War 2. Okay. Maybe instead of bleed we can do something, yeah. You have heavy swing, Fist of War, Eternity. Aftershock here actually. Yes, that's one of the bosses, I guess. That's 27 maps. Jo, okay, dann die extra inventory slots up from playing Titan, das ist die SNC. There's a note for that. Yo, it's actually a really nice combo now with the branching fissures. There's so much AoE on this thing. It just clears very nicely. Like this thing is just the entire wave. I don't even have to move. This is showing so much gold on my filter. Seems a bit weird. I think I forgot to adjust that. The branching fissure lineage might have it. Oh, okay, I need to check that. These totems, I just kill this guy, man. Kinda good. Can I farm this lineage thing somewhere? Okay, I need to check what it does. Three additional fissures. 20%. Yeah, no, not for this skill, I guess. Lady. Let's go. Dude, I can't get out of here, what a second.
I need more time.
That's my ritual, shit out fractal orbs. Yeah, I have the same. I don't know why. I think there might be a bug of the Atlas nodes. There's an Atlas node where I think bosses in cleansed areas have a chance of drop a fractured orb or something like that. And that might bug out I think summoning circle bosses in cleansed areas have a chance to drop fractured orbs or something. And then there's a note on Ritual that says that sometimes they're built on top of Rituals of the summoning circles. So you get the summoning bosses sometimes in your Ritual, and then sometimes they drop the Fracturing Orb, even though it's not a cleansed area. So I think this is the combo that enables that somehow. It's kind of weird though. Sure. But not complaining, I made a kind of nice neck. And if I get a whittle, it is intended what I'm hearing. I don't think it's intended. But you can't do anything about it, so it just happens. Just get some fracturing orbs sometimes from ritual. That's what it is. Unlucky, I guess. Can roll with shows also increase the own percent, directly couple hits. Ah, yeah, I didn't really pay too much attention to that. But I guess I have a decent amount of tablets these days. But I think I'm gonna wait until T60 maps with this character before I start really choosing my tablets or something. But yeah, gotta definitely pay attention. If I roll something good, I might just save it and roll another one while I'm progressing. I need to turn off the gold, actually. Okay. Nice. I keep forgetting that. So good. Okay, I should do this, yeah.
A challenger! Catch this! You are not worthy. What's this? Eye of Unicorn. Now I get you. Okay. Yama sees you. You are worthy.
It's actually kind of interesting weapon, yeah. I wonder if, like, with the upgrades and stuff these days, and like a bit of flat on rings and so on, you could actually make this like a good enough, like, thing with poison stacking. It's kind of interesting item. Yo, Volconius, thank you so much for what's up. I found a Call of the Brotherhood. Wait, does this work? Are these items active in your inventory? I wonder if that counts. I guess it should count, right? Because you can't activate it in your stash or something. No. Oh, another one. Thanks for Cornelius. So do those three here actually. You can change ascendancy by just running the ascendancy again, or if, for example, you kind of keep going. Like if you're in Act 2 now, you will get the next one in Act 3. So you kind of just play through the campaign now, and then when you reach the Act 3 one, after finishing the second ascendancy, there will be an NPC and you can respec for gold and then change. I guess it should be relatively easy to see, right? Ancestral boost. We have the ancestral boosted extra damage here. And here. Okay. I think it should be relatively obvious to see how much damage they're doing when you don't have ancestral boosts. So I'm gonna try to see this on the boss and see if the ancestral boosting actually works for this whole Fisher shenanigans here. Because they're not getting larger at least, but they might still inherit the extra damage. For some reason not affected by AoE at all, which is strange since branching Fissures says they have less area of effect. But I don't see like what less area of effect here because they just have the same size and everything. But maybe the Fissure have like a different hitbox or something. Yeah, 35% less area effect for the Fissures. Kinda sus. Yo, Digrodro, hello. In videos I mentioned doing 110 and 60 90 seconds. 60 to 90 seconds on a Warlock is relatively optimistic to be fair. But yeah, Lunatic is pretty good for sure. And I have multiple videos on Lunatic. You can check those out from like a few weeks ago. Plus the Maxwell guide. Item not cataphract. 30% increased strength. For what? And no life regen, Monka. Strength stacking. I mean, strength stacking is extremely weak on this. It's 1% more per 5. So I don't know, let's say you have like 300, you get 30% extra, it's 90 strength. So that's basically like 3 okay suffixes. Then you have like a bit of armor. And this chest is kinda bad, I think. No life regen. No like life regen implicit even. Look at the table. What table? Base based on the FACEBREAKER at various strength values and amounts of head learned from sources that are FACEBREAKER. Okay. Multi-flood added. Yeah, I mean, like, adding flat damage is extremely potent. But going for a lot of strength is not doing that much. Like, I have 250 right now, right? And let's say you go to 500. This is like a... 50% more? Not even. Like a 45% more. For double the strength. Like, strength stacking is not that strong on this. Like, I already have, like, almost 50% more from this thing, basically. And I will have some more strength. I'll probably end up with like 300 or whatever. And I have like a better chest and whatever, but... I think that chest that you're linked is not great. And then you get a bit of life, I guess. Okay. Like, I'm not sure how you're gonna sustain Berserk like this. If you're not, unless you're not doing Berserk, but I think Berserk is kind of like a mandatory thing. Oops. I'm not using Berserk. Monka. What the hell? What are these guys doing here? Don't worry, I have strong fists. No, don't jump out. Ugh. What the fuck, dude? I didn't make the plan yet, but I'll make it soon. Oh, you do a Spirit Walker, okay. I thought you were doing full FACEBREAKER as well. Okay. Didn't know that, Funkus. And the Chimera didn't spawn. Kinda weird. Okay. Oh shit, the coming calamity. I'm gonna get that, I think. Could have bought this, I guess. I'm just a FACEBREAKER and a Nightfall. That's kind of funny, I gotta say. Okay, let's see this. Sort of fits the wall here, I guess. Let's see how much damage I do. It's like 130-ish. It's almost like 200-ish. Wait, what? Where did my hammer go? Okay, 150. Let's try this. Definitely seems higher, like a lot higher. 300. Okay, so the incessant boost works actually. Okay, pretty clearly works actually. It's a lot more damage. So that's. I'm watching the Sis interview. Wait, there's another Sis interview? Didn't he have one already? Wait, is it now? When is it? Just started. Okay, sure.
Players than the launch day. Like, I don't think I've seen like day 3 having more. That was like very impressive. So it's really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, normally the only time when the numbers go up on the second day or after is when we had such horrible server problems on the first day.
Yeah.
So because that didn't happen, we're like, okay, this is actually a good sign. We've actually got just natural growth. So yeah, I was really happy about that. And the other thing as well that we've noticed is that we don't have like completely good numbers on this yet, but we can see that the number of players who previously didn't like go into endgame after campaign, that number's increased quite a lot. So that's the other thing that like I think is a good sign as well. So I mean, obviously, you know, once we get a couple more weeks of data there, we'll be able to see like,
that's one of
you know,
the
does
things
that really work? Does people keep it going? But yeah, like that's been something that that's been really good to see as well.
Cool. No, I mean it's really good. And EU servers, big thank you. Like EU servers have been a lot better.
Well, I mean, so like that last PoE 1 launch was certainly rough in that way because we had like a few issues there, but I'm glad to hear that it's getting better. I know that there was like still a couple of provider issues that we've been dealing with. I mean, there's like a lot that goes on in the background that the players don't see of like, you know, we get packet loss here and that kind of thing, and like we're working on it constantly. But yeah, like the hope is that we should now be in a position where like all of the issues that we'd need to be worried about in regard to servers should be good for 1.0 launch, which, you know, I mean, I'm expecting like some big results from that. So, you know, like I really want to see like a lot more players. So, yeah, that's another one of those things where we're like had it on our big list of T1 issues and we wanted to try and resolve. So yeah, it's good to hear that that's also worked.
Awesome. One of the things I did want to ask about, like the end game is so reworked now, and a big thing, like a big change, like it felt like you were like kind of lost when starting the end game before. It like felt very optional.
Right.
And yeah, that you kind of mentioned it. So you're seeing like a lot more people like continue now in maps. Like people aren't just like ending.
Yeah, so I do need to get some even better numbers than this, but even just from like an initial cursory look with the numbers, it looked like it was at least plus 50% on what we were previously doing as far as like players who keep going after campaign. Now, like I think there's going to be like quite a lot more, because the really interesting thing is going to be the people who take, like not everyone obviously can devote like, you know, every single evening to playing the game on launch, right? So there's going to be a lot of those more casual players who are going to take a little bit longer to get through campaign. So it'll be really interesting to see what the numbers for those players look like.
Yeah.
Once they've kind of finished campaign and getting through, because you know, like we're only just like a little over a week in, so there's going to be a lot of players who haven't even finished campaign yet.
Even anecdotally though, like around the office, the amount of staff just playing now an end game where they probably weren't before is like actually kind of crazy. And just every day, everyone's just talking about all their adventures they're doing in end game and what strategies and what content they've been playing and all of that. Like, just the talk in the office has been so, I guess, like just reinvigorating for like and refreshing for the in-game vibe, even just for us as well. And it's like, generally speaking, as much as it's obviously a very small sample size,
Lily with the raid.
If the staff are happy, and a lot of them are players, right? Like that's generally.
Yo, welcome guys. We're watching the Sys interview right now, and I'm playing FACEBREAKER's
probably succeeding out of the office as well. Not 100% of the time, but in this case, I think
that's good. My chat's been very happy as well. Like it's been very nice. The one thing I was curious about,
he's also definitely way better,
which I really liked myself. With I was like, do I do Delirium first? Do I do Ritual first? Is that something? Do you want it to be that open-ended, or have you thought about telling, especially like new players, like do Ritual first, or do? Because I did see some newer players were very concerned. Am I missing out on something? Which experienced players don't necessarily have an issue with that. But that's like a concern I had to answer a lot.
So I think what we'll probably do is, so I mean, one thing to be clear about to start with is it's not the expectation that you do every single league every single time you play.
Yeah.
So one of the changes that I think is a little bit less obvious there that relates to that is that when you're using tablets now, it prevents content that like league content that isn't part of the tablets from spawning. And the reason why we do that is to explicitly make it so that if you're choosing like you know, like 1 to 3 leagues to do with tablets, then we're explicitly saying like you don't have to worry about doing the other leagues because nothing that would happen with those is going to affect the play experience if you only want to engage with one. And this is kind of back to something that we had with PoE 1 a little bit more, just looking at how people play the end game there. It was pretty common for a lot of players to just like, oh, I'm going to play like this league and that league, and then I'm not going to bother with anything else for this particular season. So we wanted to just make sure that there was no players didn't feel like they have to do all of them. And so like what I expect a lot of just regular players to do is just play 1 or 2 of them, probably finish the primary Atlas tree, but then you know, just do whatever ones that you like. And then the other thing as well that we can do is that obviously we're going to be adding you know, like more leagues over time, and what we'll probably do is make so the ones around, like obviously there's limited space around where the center of the of the ziggurat is. We'll probably have the newer ones, or just like ones that are kind of like haven't been played for a while, like around that center, and then the ones that are like less common, or they've been like, you know, they're getting a bit older, we can like push those out. So that's the kind of stuff we can do to sort of like rearrange things a little bit. Like, I wouldn't want to drastically do it every league or anything, but like we effectively have the ability to rearrange that in order to make it so that there's ones that are more likely for new players to do because they just happen to be around the starting location. Because yeah, over time there's going to be quite a lot of these, and so you know, there's just literally limited physical space there to put stuff.
So just to double check, like currently if I use 3 breach tablets, other mechanics aren't supposed to be spawning, right?
Correct.
Other tablet content.
Other tablet content. So secondary content like strong boxes and exiles and stuff, these do, but you're not supposed to get like a ritual or something like that if you put 3 breaches in there.
Pretty sure you still do at the moment.
Not in. I mean, I've been paying attention to it, and I definitely not.
What the fuck?
Okay, but something to understand is that if you're using like a radiated or something, then a radiated still gives you the full random set. So like it's like the things that give specific leagues. If you go all in on that league, then you shouldn't get other leagues. That's kind of the intended way. So the actual way that
maybe it is for the radiated, just yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, it could have been. So each tablet that doesn't give a league mechanic, each slot that is not giving you a league mechanic effectively gives you a percentage chance for a piece of random content, which leads to the situation where when you add all the ones that do, then yeah, you no longer get those anymore.
Okay.
And yeah, that's the kind of thing to just make sure of. It's one of these subtle things where like it doesn't seem that important, but like over time it actually does like contribute to the feeling of I'm expected to do all of these. So yeah, just one of those things we wanted to avoid right at the gate.
Okay. There are a lot of people in chat even saying like, I'm using 3 breach tablets and I'm still getting ritual.
Okay.
I definitely don't, so I wonder what.
I
mean, I've been running breach.
Yeah, I run irradiated a lot myself. So.
Well, Mark a couple of days ago messaged me with like, I reckon that I've found the like best strategy for finding items in the game right now. So you know, like that's so he's paying attention, I guess.
Well, because I specifically was thinking about it, as I've been really enjoying the fact that if you all in on breach, you don't get the other stuff. Like you don't just randomly have a random thing that's interrupting. So I'm surprised. Maybe there is some case
we
where
should probably just have a check because you never know.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to check that, but it is meant to be the case if you use 3 league tablets of one league, you don't get any other of the leagues.
Right.
You'll still get your wisps, your summoning circles, all of that stuff, yeah.
I have to say anecdotally though, that for some reason ritual just does seem to be more common than other leagues, and I don't know why that is, but yet somehow it seems to be to me. Like there's no mathematical reason as far as I know that should be the case, but it's just something that, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. I really like the ritual rework as well. It's been really nice. Like I'm running that a lot. Got a headhunter from it. Very, very pleased. Also, when are we getting the marked currency guide?
On how to ground, what your farming strategy is? You're gonna publish a build guide here?
No. I'm the support character right now that's joining someone else's maps, and they'll be very angry if all of a sudden costed his investment to triple in cost.
Based. I love that you're playing. That's awesome. A lot of things got really big glow ups this league. It's super cool. Are there more mechanics that you want to expand on? And I wondered if you could talk a little bit about like how do you decide like what should be a minor mechanic, what should be a major mechanic?
You know, that's actually been a kind of interesting one because what I'm wondering is, because I was actually having a conversation with Mark of like, when are we gonna how are we gonna add more secondary mechanics specifically? Because they're not necessarily like it's very unlikely that a full league that we would make today would turn into a secondary mechanic.
Yeah.
So what that kind of means is that we probably have to decide specifically to add them. But one thing I was wondering about, and I don't know.
Dude, we're gonna have so many big league mechanics so soon, man.
So that the remnant encounters that aren't part of expedition, we could potentially have those be a secondary mechanic, maybe. Like that's the sort of option that we would have. We say like, okay, we're gonna like split this off, and like this is one of the core things that could happen. I'm not sure whether we want to do that or not, because like maybe the reward systems are like not quite right then, because like we kind of want that to be associated with all of the with the expedition league. But what we could consider doing, as I said, is just taking like specific parts of like content that we publish in the future and saying this is a secondary mechanic that's core. But in terms of like extra stuff that we want to improve, Strongbox is the one that is definitely not in the right place. That's something that could definitely use an upgrade. I mean, I think like how many mods are there that are like the mods that actually hurt you? I think it might be like 4 or something. It's like a ridiculously tiny number.
I think you can include freeze because it's
that one does literally nothing.
Its duration is shorter before the first monster spawn.
Yeah.
There's not many. There's not enough for sure.
So Strongboxes are definitely weak. Like I would say that.
Oh shit!
For sure. And then there's stuff that's like technically not in the end game as such that we like really want to improve, which we've talked about before, which is the what do you call it?
Ultimatum.
Ultimatum.
Trial of Chaos and Trial of Second.
I never remember the name.
Oh shit!
They're both suboptimal.
Yeah.
Especially for I mean, look, they have their exclusive drops to some degree, but
holy.
I can't say it's something I'd ever
From the
be
fucking
excited
queen
about
in the
farming
ritual because she was possessed. What the fuck is going on?
Wouldn't say it's the most.
Well, Sanctum's probably a bit more tricky in that way.
I hear
think
Nini.
the issue with Sanctum
Angry Nini noises in the other room, guys.
Require you to do things that aren't just basically killing stuff and getting through. Now the thing that people commonly talk about and saying, of course, is the honor system, and like that's a thing that would obviously be something that you have to really think. Because the thing is, I don't know that I want to get rid of that because it is kind of what makes Sanctum special. And
Dude,
but
I got this
definitely
thing
appreciate the fact that a lot of people have problems with it. Like
and the Mage Blood before I ever got a Blessing Omen, so I can actually bless my fucking Mage Blood, man. I still have only one chance for that.
I think I just want more rooms that are simple, like just ones where it's just like, you know, kill some monsters, get to the other side. Like I feel like if a lower percentage of them were like more, you know, like do the specific other stuff, I would actually appreciate Sanctum more, I think. So that's like an obvious change we could make. But there's definitely more that just needs to go on with it.
But then like Trial of Chaos has just, okay, you can't leave. Like that needs to be solved. You should be able to leave and come back, like between rooms.
Right.
You if you're playing with a friend, 2 of you can barely fit on those elevators that go up. It's like real annoying. There's all kinds of just bad, but also because now we've done this whole in-game pass, they don't really scale into the in-game in the same way that all the other content does as well. So, yeah, they need some attention for sure. We've got plans, just a matter of timing when to execute, but at least some of that, like, I would love to be able to fix the whole you can't leave and come back to Trial of Chaos at the very least sooner before we, you know, because it's very easy to bundle all of this in some grand epic rework that's going to take forever. But there's like honestly 5 to 10 wins that are just going to make a massive, massive difference.
And there were some reward things with Trial of Chaos as well that I believe we'd discussed.
Well, that is one thing I want to talk about, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so the rewards from those, like the item rewards are kind of, I think we talked about what they needed to be in the past. I can't remember what we decided on that.
We've gone through a few iterations, but yes.
Right. They need some stuff. I don't want to spoil that. Yeah, I know. I'm not going to say what it is. I'm just saying, these problems we definitely recognize. Like, and those two, like, originally those trials were sort of supposed to be considered in-game mechanics in themselves, as like something that you would do over and over. But right now, I would say they have not reached the level of actually being that.
Any other glow ups? I mean, there's small things. Okay, like wisps. Now that the wisps have a lot of possess and then escape, their target selection is now. You can tell it's pretty bad where it goes all the way to one corner of the map, then all the way back to the corner you came from, but just next to it. That stuff needs improving 100% now.
I actually thought, by the way, that the wisps were supposed to just go to the closest rare. Like, is that not how it works? Is it supposed to be?
Currently.
I thought. Right. Okay. So
I think it's like a weighting system or something like that, probably. But I need to look into it again. But either way, it's pretty easy to change. It's just that before they didn't escape as often, and now it happens quite often, and so you're like, where the heck is this thing taking me back through this whole thing I've cleared? What else is there? You know, there's some timing things that need improving on some of these things, like the summoning circles can do a little bit of optimization for that.
But I mean, in terms of like major systems, I feel like we've gone over the ones that that we see as like, you know, to a larger extent.
I wouldn't say it's fundamental with shrines, but like for the shrines passing to boss and you give it replenishing shrine and then it's like you need 1 billion DPS to kill the boss is probably suboptimal. Especially when it's like 200% delirious levels going on. And then also, and I don't know what's going on with this, but how come I'll find out afterwards. I don't know why I'm asking. You kill the rare boss and it drops like 50 rares with 2 mods and I don't understand why. And they're all rares and all only have 2 modifiers. And it's something to do with the shrine being on the monster. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I just have like 1,000 rare items with 2 mods on the ground.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
Okay, interesting.
Anyway, there's some like that's probably more like in the bug territory, but like I can see how a player wouldn't understand if that's a bug or intentional, and so there's a lot of things to improve here and there. It's hard to say if that's a league glow up, but it certainly will make them feel a lot better, especially when you're playing them, for many hours worth of content as opposed to just once or twice.
And then the other one I would say that actually hasn't quite hit the mark that we just did is the logbooks, right? Like, I mean, the logbooks just have. I mean, look, you were the one talking about this to me, but effectively, like
80% increased damage, gain 20% extra cold.
Pretty good, but
crazy.
Like the average experience of a logbook is just not good enough right now.
Right.
Like that's something that we can improve, and that's something we can improve pretty quickly, I think, in the very near future.
That's
because like that since that's the current league, we really want to make sure that's right. So like, I imagine that's going to get some attention very quickly.
The minimum there is definitely not good enough. It's in fact very sad.
Expedition's the thing I've done the least. There's just so much stuff to do this patch. So I lived 30 hours at the start in Trial of the Sakuma, just doing Sakuma carries, and I actually really like that mechanic. And then after that, I went straight for Ritual and Delirium and stuff. So I haven't actually done like a lot of Expedition yet. Yeah.
I have a feeling that expedition logbook stuff will probably, if we weren't looking into it already, I suspect this would have come up pretty soon in the general community vibe, just because it is something that, like, more people are going to start doing. Like, because it's further away from the starting location than the others, I suspect that overall it's going to be like less popular, ironically, even though it's kind of the current league. But yeah, like, it is something that needs improving for sure.
I think a part of it is also once you do the 4 quest ones, like actual logbook drops are so rare.
Right.
Like most people probably then are like, oh, okay, I've done the quest line, moving on to something else. And they are, I've seen not that many. And so you don't get exposed to it that often. Whereas if you, and I honestly think that in itself is a bit of a problem as well.
Did you say
and
why
so
I can't skip
exposed to it
campaign?
more often, you'd probably be like,
Not
some of
here,
these
but
logbooks
it's
are
just like a
naturally
fundamental
the worst.
feature of
Just
this game that you have to do
boring and
campaign,
bland,
you know?
It doesn't hold up to the level of
Like they're spending a lot of time on it and then make it just good enough to be replayable, basically.
And then you go to this, you're just like, what is this?
I did read.
Sometimes there's.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, I was just saying, and then yeah, the ceiling is high, like for sure, the maximum is high. You know, the Elder's Rune is, you know, worth a ton, and a bunch of these other things are worth a whole bunch of stuff. And there's things with like the Bond Rune, which is honestly in an unacceptable spot IMO, where it was just spawning like 120 rares for us during a single remnant encounter and all kinds of stuff like that. And yeah, you get this like insane spike moment, and it's like holy, and you know, there's literal 10 stacks of divines on the ground, and you feel all excited about it. Sure, but the average minimum, nah, not good enough. Especially things like the sub dungeons. You like open a sub dungeon and you're like, okay, there's like 6 packs of monsters down here, and then that's kind of it. And you're like, what was the point in that? Like, that dynamite would have been better spent being placed on something else. And so yeah, but all of this is like pretty easy to improve. It's kind of one of my goals of this week personally. I'm just going to go and see what numbers we can just mess with, and hopefully, I don't know if it'll get deployed this week, but at least some of it hopefully will.
The only thing that I know about Expedition that I read a comment about was, again, I haven't interacted with it myself, but it was something like when you put down a logbook that you can influence what it is, and it was like an Elder's logbook or something. Somebody put one of those down and didn't get a single expedition. That's the only thing that I saw.
Well, that's sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I guess
I just wanted to mention that.
There's nothing that would prevent that, right?
There is nothing that would prevent that.
You can probably find not unveiled hubs as well on trade and check.
That does need to happen.
There's probably like a search for like veiled modifiers or something, or desecrated modifiers. Check that.
Yeah, that's the only thing I saw with Expedition. I love Ritual right now.
Do you like your infinite shopping window? Is that the strat? I use that as an expensive strat.
It is. So it was like 80 divines or something on a hardcore trade, and then 6 tablets in, I got 1 headhunter, so it did pay for itself, and then some. So, nice. Very
much,
like.
By the way, it's just you infinitely shopping for mage bloods and headhunters. That's just what you're trying to do.
Not infinite. It's 30 rerolls. Not infinite.
We have if it's more than 8, it's infinite kind of. Yeah.
Okay, right. So 8's the limit. Cool. But yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. One of the things that I've been asked about the most, especially by other streamers, to bring up was sprint. A lot of people are a little bit unhappy with like how quickly we get knocked, and I've been especially asking like something like that we can maybe improve like the stun threshold for sprint, that like a single arrow maybe doesn't knock you.
We're having to think about this one. It's tricky because, like, the intention obviously of sprint is that you're not using it in combat per se. I mean, you can use it to sort of run away from combat, but the intention is that, like, once you're entering combat, you're not sprinting.
Yeah.
And so I guess the argument here is like, well, yeah, why should a single arrow knock you down? Like, it might as well be hit. But I worry that it would be so easy for it to get to the point where you can just kind of sprint through stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I
agree.
Look, I definitely understand where people are coming from with this, because I do get that, like, it can sometimes feel just like bullshit when it's like, okay, I was running away, I wasn't even really in combat, but like some random stray arrow just happened to hit me. Like, that certainly sucks. But I mean, yeah, like I guess the worry is that it would be so easy to just tweak this in such a way that it then results in you just kind of using it all the time in combat, and that's what we want to try and avoid.
I actually quite enjoy it. Like I quite enjoy assessing the situations, and then, you know, you escape out of the sprint into a roll and then kind of start again, and you're kind of doing this as you're playing through, and you start to identify certain monsters that are have you know, higher probability of knocking you down and whatnot. Definitely some minions add a spanner to this, and definitely party play. Like, holy, if you're following a party member through, it's just spamming Twister in front of you and willing slash, and you're sprinting behind them, you're just on the floor like a bunch of the times. But like, sure.
What's causing that to happen in that case?
Because they're shooting him and it's going through and hitting me. So I'm catching stray projectiles at the back.
Oh.
You know, it happens in party play all the time, especially party play in the campaign as well, though. You often, if you're just the extra player, you're getting knocked down pretty regularly. But like, we don't think it's wrong. We're just like, yeah, it is what it is. But I actually quite enjoy it. I quite enjoy the starting and stopping and assessing when I start and when I should be sprinting and when not. And there are times where I definitely push it and I get knocked down and I die and I'm like, yeah, I deserve that. I knew what I was doing. So I don't know. I guess, are you looking at it more from a hardcore approach as well?
No, so for me on hardcore, this is like the only thing that I like kind of promised. Nearly every streamer messaged me about this. I was like, I guess I'll bring it up, but I'm hardcore, so I don't really sprint. I use it for the intended purpose, which is when there's a big zone and a lot of backtracking. So I actually, this is not the thing I feel the most strongly about already.
There are still a few cases to me where sprint gets stuck on an edge, which I wouldn't expect you to get stuck on, and I do bring those up when those happen. And that's something that I would want to improve, but I would say it's largely okay, but there are just certain places where it can be bad. And so I want to try and fix that. But what I don't want to do, because like a thing some people will say with response to that is, oh, just make it so you can just turn as fast as you want. But it's like, I do feel like that takes away from like the game of it, of like, you know, making that as a movement feel different than other movement. And so I think it's just more about like fixing just like little edge cases to me more.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Jonathan and Mark here, I must say.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be hard to come up with a balance for that. That'll be good.
I personally think it's fine. Like, I actually personally, I agree with the getting stuck on things sometimes. But I personally like quite enjoy using it, deciding when to use it, when not. When I asked about the hardcore thing, I was just envisioning myself, okay, what would I do if I was playing on hardcore with that? And
not sprint.
Yes, I would probably not sprint very often. I would probably not be doing that, so I could see, but
Hold F4, I guess. As soon as you got knocked down.
Yeah.
Did we do the stun thing? Do you log back in with...
You log back in stun, but you could sacrifice the map, which is pretty punishing. I just don't sprint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I can see why some people would assume that would see that as too punishing. But yeah, I don't know. As you said, it can be very easy to make some changes there, and then it's just that's it. You're just sprinting forever now, and there's no cost to it. There's no risk to it. It's just, and it would be the real fine line to cross where all of a sudden now it's, you know. Especially if it actually respected your stun threshold, like it would be very easy to just be like, oh, you take this, and now you're just
maybe a keystone that just like makes it that the first hit doesn't knock you, but the second one would, so that that one stray arrow won't knock you, but everything else would.
I wonder if that would just remove like 95% of all knockdowns. Like how many knockdowns aren't that? Is a good question.
That's fair.
But I guess.
Yeah.
But anyway.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But
No,
that's
it's
kind of
like I said. And the other thing was, so you guys did give us a dodge only hotkey, but a lot of people want a sprint only hotkey.
Well, I'm not quite sure what that would be, because the roll being part of it is part of the cost. So if you could just start sprinting without rolling first, it would mean that the cost that you're supposed to be paying to start sprinting wouldn't be there, and that would kind of compromise the what the system's supposed to do. So yeah, I think that probably can't really happen. The dodge only thing was because there were people who were saying that effectively they were intending to just dodge roll and not sprint, but then they got knocked down because they held it slightly too long. That was like a certain thing. So there was just a few players saying that, and I figured we could add a hotkey for that, just to resolve that issue if that was what you were experiencing. But yeah, the thing of not having to pay the cost, that I don't think we can.
Okay. For now. So one thing you guys added this league was Runic Ward. And I'm really curious to see, did that like pan out how you're hoping? Are you seeing people use it how you were envisioning when adding it?
I mean, people are definitely using it with certain skills. Like, I mean, there are a couple that are like pretty spicy in terms of balance. Like, Lock one, which then shipped with a bug that cooldown didn't start at the.
Yeah.
No, not repulsion.
Refutation.
The cooldown didn't start at the right time. So I mean, like, you know, people are definitely using it. I mean, I think this is a system we want to expand on more though. Like, the way that I see Calgoran skills is it's supposed to be. I wouldn't necessarily imagine that it's like you're building an entirely Calgoran build, although that would ideally be something that people can do if they really want. But it's more just that like there's skills that can find a place across many different builds to kind of like effectively serve a little bit to add to the, I guess, the thing that you had in PoE 1 more, where a lot more skills were not weapon specific. So you would have a thing where like there was sort of more just like cross contamination of different skills between builds, and Calgoran skills are supposed to sort of serve that way where they can be kind of like used on many different builds and allow you to access the mechanics that you don't necessarily normally get on.
It's difficult to configure level. Now you can see in the top right
kind of like
when you press tab.
being used, and yeah, we'll add more to that.
Monster level. Each zone has a level.
I think is like is pretty cool. Like I think that
You want to stay around the level of the zone, basically.
Interesting stuff there. But I do think that we can add more things like that. But now that we've got this as a kind of concept, it means that we can just add whenever we want to add something more. We just easily can. And yeah, so overall, I like what it does in terms of how it works. But at the same time, I don't want it to be completely mandatory. Like I don't want it to be that like every single character must have Calgoran skills, which is what you get if like, you know, Ward you know, was completely trivial. Like you do have to make the decision, like, am I playing a build that's going to include it or not?
I think that probably, like looking at it purely numerically at endgame, I think that I do like the. I know probably the thing that people mostly are going to want to ask is why is there a defensive trade-off for it? Which I do like, but I do think it went a little bit. It's like a little bit too punitive on the loss of defenses to what you get.
Yeah.
Not obviously not in every case. But
well, it was also a very like abrupt. Cases. It was a very abrupt change. Like I believe during the campaign, it's either non-existent or barely any, and then when you get like more in-game pieces, like a big energy shield piece, suddenly it's like 40% of the energy shield is gone, and there's no way to revert it. That was a little bit harsh.
One thing that happened there, so it was a trade-off the entire time in development. And then at some point we were like, you know, it's not... We wanted the trade-off early game to be less than in-game, but still there's a trade-off. And then over time, the more and more we played it, the more we were like, we don't like the trade-off in campaign.
Well, in campaign, it's like, yeah, you just want it to be... I mean, during the actual league itself, because bear in mind, there's going to be a difference after the league ends, right? And so once the league ends, it's going to be something you're going to encounter in in-game anyway. Like effectively like that, you got to look at that as like being the final system in the end, is like now like it's always a trade-off. But as Mark was saying, we might have just made the trade-off slightly too much, and it's just a matter of like bringing that the amount that the defenses go down might just like be not quite as much.
It was quite hard to understand. Like it's obviously you can understand what it means to have just runic. Like, let's say you were just converting your defenses to runic ward on in-game items. You have some pool of runic ward. It's pretty easy to look at that and go, okay, I understand what I lost and what I gained. And yes, the runic ward probably is less useful. It is less useful than the defenses you traded it for sure. However, it was like, oh well, the reason you're doing this as well should be because of all these skills and supports, and that can boost your build. But it was very hard to understand exactly how to quantify that benefit, because obviously there's all kinds of different arrays of builds and rune combos and everything. And so this is where I'm like, I think now looking at it, now that the players have had their hands on it, I'm just like, the gain of what you get, I'm not saying in all cases, obviously there are some niche cases.
I liked runic ward a lot on my previous build, to be honest.
But the
I think here I won't do it.
You get from the trade-off isn't worth it. And I don't think it's far off, but it's not like, it definitely isn't right. So again, on my list, hopefully, again, I was looking at logbooks and general Runes of Elder stuff this week. So, and then a lot of the guy who did a lot of the numbers with that, he's very back today. So I can also bring it up with him and we can figure out, you know, what went right and what went wrong with some of that. But either way, definitely a discussion point. I could see a world in where all of a sudden we, I don't like saying this because people will take it as a certainty. We maybe, depending on our conversation, give some of the defenses back. It shouldn't affect, like it shouldn't, the existing items should get updated from that. So it shouldn't. But we'll see.
Regardless if you do or not, do you think you'd ever give the people the option to like revert the forge? Either they weren't maybe not aware of how punishing it was going to be?
Well, I guess the argument I would make there is that you can see before you do it exactly what the result's going to be. So
It's actually pretty good.
That's why,
It's like minus 50, minus 40 armor for 50 ward. I might do it actually.
It is like, you know, where you can like get the result there. So like my inclination would not to be like it kind of like it's kind of interesting because like I wonder why this mechanic in particular feels like you should be able to do that when it's one of the only ones that actually does literally tell you exactly what it is.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny in that way.
Part of the problem is that it was a pure benefit all the way until it all of a sudden
until
wasn't.
it wasn't. So I can definitely agree with that.
You didn't think to even need to look at the resultant item until then.
Correct.
You're like,
and then
hold on,
in an in-game only context, once it's like a league at the end, that won't be the thing anymore because like from the very beginning, once you're doing it, it'll be subtracting as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, that I guess will change that element. But yeah, like I mean, generally speaking, crafts just aren't undoable, right? Like it's, you know, like there's an item for that. So you know,
makes sense.
Yeah.
No target item
Makes
found.
sense. I actually got pretty lucky. Like the first thing I found, like in the literal like the Rust King zone, was the concussive grenades or concussive runes, and I put it with flash grenade, and that was like a fun thing to explore early because like first I only had like 10 runic ward, and I was like, I mean I don't have a support gem, so I guess it's okay. Then I got like 50 runic ward, and it just like started like helping me a lot with clear, and I was like, oh, this is really cool. So,
nice.
Enjoyed that early. So I had a question about permanent character choices during the campaign. Obviously in PoE 1 with the bandits we can respec them. Currently in PoE 2 there's not much respecking. Is that something you'd ever consider changing? Especially the shark fin and stuff like that?
It is intended to add support for that, yes.
Okay. Cool.
I mean, we've got it in a few places where we've got specific UIs and so on, but it's like not consistent throughout the game. So we just need to go through and effectively make sure that we can improve that, I would say. Yeah, like generally speaking, we do want you to not have anything that is like, well, okay, other than, well, no, I guess there's nothing that's actually truly permanent about a character at this point. Right?
Oh, the character, the class.
Except for those. I think it might just be that, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, it's obviously a hole that we need to plug. We just never got around to it yet.
Oh, speaking of permanent character choices, would you add an ability to either respec or disable Atlas nodes? This is particularly for hardcore.
So this is one that's come up a lot, and it's something that we can't really do, and that's because if you could respec Atlas nodes, it would mean that you would effectively be incentivized to do the ones that affect stuff that you can see on the Atlas. So what I mean by that is like, for example, biome-specific stuff, where it's like, okay, I'm entering a forest now, I'm going to respec from one thing to the other. We just kind of don't really want that to be the case. Like part of the design of the new Atlas tree, where you get all of it and you can't respec it, means that we can start having bonuses that affect things that you can see on the Atlas. So if we were to change that, it would mean we'd have to do something with that as well. But even then, the counter argument that we've heard is like, well, what if you could just disable nodes then? Like if they're still spec, they're just disabled, right? But then the problem with that is that we feel that the level of complexity that would effectively introduce to how players feel about the Atlas would be quite high. And we're kind of a little bit like worried about that. Like part of the thing, King, here with the Atlas as well, is that we're kind of lowering the number of places where you need to make those choices to be quite a lot smaller because it's only the multi-choice nodes or the masters. And so that meant that like the intention there was like, can we get the feeling of like having in-game builds and having different strategies, but without having it to be that you have to like do these grand respecs that involve like all sorts of like different nodes and everything. And the worry is that even if we just get to the point of disabling nodes, there's going to be like this sort of feeling of like, oh, someone's going to tell you, oh yeah, you should turn these ones off and those ones off, and like you do this, and like it just sort of adds like a complexity to the Atlas tree that we're like hoping to avoid if we can. And so we really want to try and achieve whatever we can do without doing that. Now, the part where I feel sympathy for people is that there are some nodes that currently are adding difficulty where that wasn't really the intention. Like, the intention was that anytime we're adding... it's supposed to be that it's adding content, like there's more content for you. And so if you feel like something's adding difficulty, then we're kind of like, that isn't really what the Atlas is supposed to be doing unless it's a choice. Now, I'd say the nodes in particular that are the bad for this are the ones that are the mandatory ones to get you from the white map nodes to the yellow map nodes, if you know what I'm getting at one. There's like the ones that are limited to like level 70 and above.
Yeah.
And there's like ones that add mods to rares there, and those ones definitely do increase difficulty. And I would say that that's probably something that we need to adjust or do something about, because like that's effectively mandatory difficulty. Now, the funny thing about that is that the reason why we thought that was okay is because previously we had things like that happened naturally just as you went up map tiers. And so the theory was, well, if you, like previously, it's like, you know, you'd go up into yellow maps and it would increase the number of map mods that a rare can get. This is effectively just being explicit about that. Like, rather than it being something you don't even know about, like a hidden mechanic, it's now effectively an explicit mechanic because you allocate it yourself, and everyone has to allocate that because they have to go through those nodes. And so that's kind of what we were thinking. But the perception of it is completely different than that. It's like, you're forcing me to add difficulty. And so it's then unclear, like, what exactly you should do there.
Like the scare... Oh, go on.
Sorry, I was going to say, those nodes in particular are bad, though, as well, because there is nothing to indicate that adding more monster modifiers increases the rewards of the monster as well. Yeah. Like, unless you know, you know. And if you don't know, and then you go and look at the keyword, it just says +1 modifier.
Well, the funny thing is when we looked, like, even the keyword doesn't technically tell you that.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually say, oh, by the way, you're getting more rewards, guys. It's like one of those things. That could be one of those things that's kind of...
Here's a what if that said... What if the adding of the modifiers was hidden and it said X% increased rarity from rare monsters? And
like, what if you invert... Really what it is, it is the modifiers. You do need to know that.
Now everyone wants to know.
Yeah, you do need to know that. But yeah, it is a good point that, like, effectively it's presented as just difficulty with no rewards. In reality, it's like difficulty and rewards.
Yeah.
So there is something that we need to do there. But look, basically what the overall answer to the respec of the Atlas tree thing is that ideally we'd be in a situation that we can get to where nobody feels like they need to do it. Right? Like, if we can get to that point, then that means we're doing well. So we'd rather make changes to prevent the need for it, rather than actually having to add the resource.
More multi-choice.
Which means more multi-choice potentially, but not so much that it feels like back to the level of complexity.
That's fair. The scariest one for me in hardcore is like all of the Wisp empowerment is very scary. The Exile essences, boss in ritual. Those are like, I haven't taken those now because I feel like that'll be very scary for new characters.
Right. Well, put it this way. If someone's recommending don't take this node, then that's a screw up that we need to improve. Okay. Right? Like, it shouldn't be that anyone ever feels that way. And that's what multi-choice nodes are for. So, like, that's what we want to get to. So it's just a matter of us, like, going and improving the balance and, like, fixing things and, like, just making things multi-choice where necessary and that kind of stuff to make it so that you get to it.
I've already got a handful on the radar, so we'll just keep doing it until it isn't a problem anymore.
Right.
Awesome. That's really good to hear. I'm happy to hear that. Player defense, which actually I think has improved a lot this league. But I'm particularly curious. I think the main point is Arbiter that I would like to talk about there. There's two things. It's like Arbiter is a little bit odd when it comes to defense, where he's sort of, as a hardcore player, I feel I should just drop all my defenses for the most part and try as hard as I can to one-shot the boss, because it's very different than a lot of the other bosses where a lot of the moves are tankable. Like, I'm running boss service on Arbiter right now, and I sort of just like respec into the more damage I can get. So I do like one hit on Arbiter basically and he's gone. Because I've tried really hard to tank it, and even right now I have like the companion absorb damage thing, and I don't think I can tank a meteor still. And I think a lot of the meteors make sense enough to tank, right? They're quite telegraphed, but he does have that one in stage 2, the move where he does like the fake out beam and he does the in out. That also is like a one shot that is, you know, if you've practiced it a lot, I can do it now, but it is like, it just feels a little bit off to me that it doesn't feel like there's much I can do to survive one shot in the fight. Just curious how you guys feel about that. Or actually, I'm curious, how do you feel about the fact that I, as a hardcore player, feel incentivized to drop my defenses for more damage?
Well, I'm all for having boss skills, especially on pinnacle bosses in particular, that are skill checks ahead of, you know, that like how you play is an important element. And I like that. I don't think that everything should just be
So there's a couple of things. There's like quite a few things going on here to discuss. So like I guess we just need to handle each one individually. Because one of them is like with the Arbiter in particular, are there just some skills that aren't right now? And it's possible that there just are.
Well, okay, like let's that combo for example. Here's a problem with it, and I don't know if we've addressed this now. We were looking into it the other day, like very recently. He has his. So it's like some series of attacks where while there's a dropping, what we call like the I guess the meteor is what you were calling it. And then it has a thing where you have to actually run out of the safe zone to dodge the beam, and then you have to quickly roll back in or jump back in before it blows up. There was a problem recently, for example, where if the boss was chilled or temp changed, there wasn't a time window. So his action speed is then reduced, and his beam is based on his action speed. However, the falling meteor is based on raw time, which would mean if he's chilled or temp changed, then your safety window is gone. You just either have to die to the beam or die to the meteor, you pick your death. Now, surviving the beam is probably higher probability, so that's very bad.
So I think point number one is that there are just bugs and skills. But also, so one thing we did actually, by the way, is we had a look at the time that you died, and the thing that you died to, which wasn't that boss, of course. The you know and you were fighting a this random crab, in
oh, my death this thing
from a remnant encounter, and like we looked into that particular crab. And that crab, when it dies, there's this like the normal version of that crab, which is like a fire one from Act 2. It's got this thing where if you kill it while it's charging up, it like fires these like little mortar things that like hit the ground around it. But like that particular thing was bugged in the version that was happening from the remnant encounters. So it was just doing like 20 projectiles immediately, like they all just hit the ground like pretty much instantly.
If you're standing on that monster when it dies while it's using that skill,
you just die.
You die.
Yeah. And
instantly.
that monster is the highest kill count of any non-boss in the game right now.
Okay. No, it's like third.
A third? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The point is that there are just so like the point I'm trying to make with that is like there's going to be bugs sometimes in in both like boss skills that are new and like boss and like just monster abilities that we have. Or like hell, there was that thing with that frickin' spider where he was accidentally doing 100 projectiles over 100 milliseconds for a total of 200,000 damage. That like that was not like that on Life for very long. Like we found that pretty quickly, but it's like a 200,000 damage hit was not really something that was intended.
Wow.
And like
not from that.
yeah. So like sometimes there's just bugs like that. So like that's thing number one, right? Like we just need to fix those. And the trouble is, of course, in hardcore that it's like you only like just a single bug like that can just ruin a huge amount of time, right? And that sucks. And so that's something that we do. And like no amount of defensive changes would have made you able to deal with the 200,000 damage coming your way.
Yeah.
You know, like that's just like something.
I did watch the clip and I was like, should I have done something different here? So that
no, you did get screwed there for sure.
Yeah.
And like, but the thing is that even some of the other things, like when we watched that clip, there was like a couple of other things about those specific monsters. So we like looked into the specific monsters. So the thing we specifically did is we're like, okay, what are the monsters that are killing people the most? Let's go through and see why their abilities are screwed. And they like you found like several things there, if I recall. That, yeah. And like that's just gonna happen because like in the case of some of these, they're literal typos. Like you can see someone just typed a number in the wrong column and stuff like that. Sometimes they're just like, what can you do? Like, and it's really hard because something like no one happened to ever notice that they were on top of one of those crabs when it died, and it did that before, during QA. So
obviously we're quite far away from Arbiter of Ash. We'll circle back to that, but let's go through some of those monsters, for example. So the highest non-unique kill count, and it is, I think, third overall of all kills in the game, is one of the breach monsters.
What?
I don't know their actual name. We call it Breach Lunaris monster, but it has like a bunch of spikes and it overextends the spikes and hits the ground, and it does like a barrage of spike attacks.
Oh, this guy.
And each of those spikes hits the ground and releases like chaotic sparks. I think while you're in the breach, the chaotic sparks blend in with the ground with the breach purple to the point you pretty much can't see them. And so I was looking at it yesterday and I'm like, I reckon you just can't see those projectiles at all when you're doing an actual breach, let alone if there's just focus happening. And yeah, pretty much there's a bunch of just chaotic spells coming out doing chaos damage. I mean, chaos damage is a killer for sure, but I saw that and I was like, well, there's just zero visibility here. As far as players are concerned, you're probably just dying to just something. It creates that whole like, I just died. I don't know what happened. And yep, that monster's bad. It currently had, checked yesterday, it had 987,000 kills. That one monster. Kind of a lot. What was next? I mean, I don't think what was second. There's a few bosses that are bad, so
Is the ultimatum bird high up?
Say again?
Is the ultimatum bird high up?
No, actually, and probably just because it's probably high relative to number of fights, but it's not like raw number of kills.
Yeah, okay.
We did nerf the tracking on that guy's kick attack while you were.
It's not. I wouldn't say you nerfed it. You made it aim the wrong way. He just comes down and just starts kick. I'm like on this side of him, and he just starts kicking over there.
Okay. Well, anyway that thing used to track way too hard. And like,
well, now it doesn't.
Okay, now it's broken.
Now it doesn't
right,
track.
cool.
It just
Sweet.
kicks the opposite direction. Anyway, the other boss, I guess what you'd know as Varana, the Reaper boss. And there's a non-Varana version, the one that's from Stones of Searle that also spawns an endgame. 2 abilities on that. It has like a red flash where it red flashes and then deals damage like 300 milliseconds later, and it's like these 5, could be 6. No, it's like 5 lines on the ground in a kind of like semicircle. They shotgun. So if you're right next to the boss and you run, you can get hit by all 5. You will die 100%. It also just has no telegraphing time. So in that case, it's like, okay, we're going to make it not shotgun. We're going to make add an extra second to the telegraph. And also, it doesn't need to be a red flash. It can just be etc. So we're doing that, and then you got like...
The thing that's unique to hardcore is that it only takes one mistake on our part to screw you.
Yeah.
And so it's like, unfortunately, we just have to keep just going through these and finding them, and you know, and that, like, that's just an inherent danger of hardcore. Unfortunately, is like.
Yeah.
Now the funny thing is that like in a PoE 1 context, there's like less monsters getting added in a given league, so you're less likely to just randomly run into like some new monster that just didn't get tested right yet. You know, there's just less monsters getting added and so on, so it's like less of an issue. But in PoE 2, because we're frantically adding so much content, like, like constantly, it's like it's really easy for us to just miss things.
I use a Terraform
you know, like,
one, now what?
Things, like monsters and bosses and stuff that get added is like so insane that it's like you miss. Now, I suspect that that'll settle down a little bit, as like, not that we're going to be adding less content exactly, but like it'll probably just be a bit less frantic in terms of like adding stuff that's not getting as much testing as what it needs to get in that kind of context. And as I said, it's so easy to miss these. So that's like giant global point number 1 on like defenses in hardcore as a topic.
Well, yeah, but I also like, I mean, just to quickly fire through it, you got the Wolvenhold boss that appears in maps. He does like a slam and then it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. If you're in that, you die. You get hit like 8 times. If you're right next to him, you're fine. You get hit once. I don't know why. If you're like a little bit away, you'll just get hit many, many, many times. You'll die. He's like number 4 boss. As Marty, end of part 2 interlude, his dash. I thought it was just an effect. Well, we also looked into it yesterday. If you're close to him, it hits you twice, which is guaranteed death.
I don't even know that. No wonder that thing's...
Varana, back to that same boss. It has like a crazy cyclone attack with 0 telegraphing. It just all of a sudden it's doing it, and if you get caught in that stun push as it's pushing you, you will die. None of these are intended, by the way, is what I'm getting with this. So there's like heaps of this, and then there's just a bunch of other monsters as well that are they just delete you.
Are you aware of the expedition boss shotgun?
That's the one he was talking about at the very start. If you're talking about the pinnacle boss with the that's the literal shotgun.
Yeah.
I already drastically reduced that, but did we patch note that? I feel like we patch noted that. Maybe it isn't. So I, by the way, turned the damage of that, divided the damage by 10, and then divided the projectiles by 2. So it's at 20 times less damage than what it was on release day.
Okay.
And people were getting one-shot by it then, just by existing. To be fair, it is 50 really small hits, so it's very, very armor mitigatable at least.
Yeah.
If you get hit by all 50, of course. You'd have to be in a very... I don't know if that's actually possible. You might just still get hit by a chunk, but yes, that was dealing... That was the one that was doing 200,000 damage,
okay.
give or take.
Right.
Now, you could understand now if it's divide by 20 and you get hit by all of them, well, that's still 10,000 damage, but that was... that was 200,000 damage, 0 defenses, by the way, just to be clear, so any evasion, any armor will help. And if you get hit by all of them and you have only 10k ES, I guess you still die.
Yeah.
Anyway, some of these need a little bit of look at, but like when I see that just insta-killing people on day 1, it's just like, holy crap, go change some numbers quick. I don't want like the reputation of the boss to just be it's one-shotting everyone, so that one's more urgent, but yes. Anyway, all these monsters and bosses that I was just talking about, we have like a pretty big list. There's a point in where... Let's say I talked about that 980,000 kills, which was obviously a cool stat, but like there's, I would say the top 15 of all monsters in the game, you know, well, let's say that ranked 16 on that list has about 300,000 kills. So it goes from 300,000 to 900,000 kills, or more like 1 million kills in that list.
Yeah.
Over 15 monsters. And it really is just... Unfortunately, 3 of them are in Runes of Elder encounters. So, and they're all crabs, I think. Why? These crabs just happen to be OP. But the point is, it's like, and especially because you're doing that area to area, you will encounter it enough where you're just like, what's going on here? I'm just like getting killed and it feels like there's nothing I can do about it all the time. So we're going to address a lot of those, and I have asked for the stats to be automated now such that like every day after League, I'm effectively getting a center report of all the monsters that have killed all the players, just to help mitigate it. But obviously the best thing to do would be to prevent the mistakes from happening at all. It can just be quite hard.
There's a lot of numbers that go into a monster, and only one of them being wrong can be the result. So. And then especially because of the fact that, like, incredibly build sensitive too, there's just a lot of things you'll just never run into unless you're playing the right build. Like, you're not standing on top of the crab. Then you don't die, so...
my hope with all that to tie into defenses is to get rid of all the anomalies that effectively invalidate defenses because they wouldn't have worked because the balance is so out of whack that there's kind of nothing you could do. That's stuff that's just mistakes on our end, and I feel like getting rid of the majority of those will help a ton with making it actually feel like if you invest in defenses that are actually, you feel tanky. However, circling back to Arbiter of Ash, which I know is your initial question, again, I am of the personal opinion that I believe that skill-based one-hits are fine. I like them.
They're the well telegraphed.
I agree with that.
There needs to be a split thing. But just to be clear about this as well, like, it is the expectation that if you're playing hardcore, you probably can't just walk into a pinnacle having never seen anything about it before and expect that you're going to be able to dodge everything flawlessly, because like there are things you will have to know about. So what I'm saying, I guess, there is that like it is the expectation. Like, so if you're playing software, obviously, like then the expectation is you don't have to research the boss. You can just walk in, you're going to die a few times, and then it's going to be okay, right? Obviously in hardcore you can't deal with that, right? So you're going to have to research the boss to be able to deal with it, because there are, like, you know, long telegraphs of things that you need to be able to dodge properly. And so yes, you do need some of that stuff.
I agree with that, and that is the boss I'm farming right now. It was more the question of the fact that I feel like I should be dropping all my defenses. Because
I mean that definitely doesn't seem good for sure. Like turning yourself into a glass cannon like that doesn't seem right. But the question is, what can we do about it?
Yeah, this is kind of a non-issue,
like,
you know.
Maven
Who does
in
that?
Q1 has a lot of one-shots, right? She has like the brain blast and failing the memory.
There's not a lot of people that would
very
consider
telegraphed,
that.
and actually that's one of my favorite bosses. I really like Maven. Whereas like the Arbiter, it feels like almost everything is a one-shot. It doesn't feel like it's pinnacle move that's one-shotting me. It feels like almost everything one-shots me. And a lot of it is
but you know,
telegraphed.
he's playing a hardcore trade, you know.
I'm like full invested into damage when I'm doing Ash.
Like, he's playing hardcore trade, which is already like such a small number of people. And then he is in that small community. He's like the only guy probably doing Arbiter of Ash carries in the world, you know. This is the kind of deal that we're talking about. And maybe there's like 2.5 other guys, right? So who really cares if he's like min-maxing his build around that one boss in a weird way? I think that's okay, you know, that's just a part of doing that sort of boss carry service.
Are not in the right spot. Is that what you're saying?
So,
Like you never normally do that, right? You're not gonna go to Arbiter of Ash on your one kill as you play through, and you're like, am I gonna take off all my gear now? Like, you know,
I think
it's not a
quarters
problem.
used to be a problem. I think we've done a really good job with those now, where they're because they used to be able to sort of spawn where you couldn't get in range sometimes, and the fact that they were one-shotting then was a bit of a problem. I think the meteors that are going down, most of the time they can sometimes still be a little bit like bad spawn points on them. I personally, I'm a big fan of like some sort of debuff. So like if you've invested a lot, like say 90 fire rest and you have 5k life, maybe you should be able to tank one meteor, but not two. Like it comes with a big debuff.
This construct seems so shit. Oh, sure.
I mean, possibly. I was more thinking outside of those two skills. Do you think he's balanced?
Yeah, it's mostly yes.
Okay, so if you weren't capable.
What's going on here?
Of going full glass cannon anyway, there is if you weren't capable to kill him before those things happen, then you would have to deal with his other abilities, which would obviously be rough. But okay. I mean, I don't want to say these things are perfect, and we've obviously iterated on them. But however, I do really enjoy doing the fight, which is why I'm like, I don't know, like. I understand these things are always divisive, but it can be that it's different. Like, okay, now that it's you know, a mid boss in the quest line, for example, of the end game, I could see a need for some changes for that specific version. But if someone wants to build their character a specific way to optimize killing a specific boss of which they are specifically target farming, I am 100% okay with that as well.
Okay.
That being said,
that's
I
what I
understand
said,
it's
basically.
distasteful that it's just to get as much damage as possible, sacrificing everything else at all costs. But technically, every fight is that to some degree. Like, you just insta-phase everything, and everything's completely fine. So, like, it is a tricky question, and I don't think in that case it's even necessarily specific to Arbiter of Ash. I think I agree on most others. Speccing tanky is an option, but generally speaking, if you can insta-kill a boss, that is the safest defense of all time.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
So
yeah, I don't know.
There's another topic on
Why can't I even
defenses
put
that I
this?
want to mention, which is
Here.
basically understanding what killed you, which is, you know, something that I think as well that we need to work on. So like a very common request we've had is like for a death recap.
Yeah.
And that is something that I traditionally have kind of been a bit, I don't really know if I want this.
Simulacrums in the water,
I
yeah.
now would say that I have passed the point of believing that this is something that we probably should have. And in particular, the thing that I want to be able to do is communicate, like, here is what your defenses actually did, right? Like, and thus you can see, like, what was the part of this. Like, I think that's the part that, to me, that matters, that I want to actually communicate to someone, is like, the reason that, like, to try and get across to you, the reason that you died is because you didn't have enough fire resist or something like that. Or the reason that you died is because you were shocked. Like, these are things that I kind of want to try and get someone to, like, to understand. But the other part as well, I think, is the idea of, like, ideally there would be some way to understand, like, okay, the reason why this felt like a one-shot to you was actually because you started, before that point where that hit you, you actually had, like, you know, 30% life or something like that, and you just didn't notice, which is, like, another thing that can be an issue.
Yeah.
So that's the sort of thing that I would hope that something like a death recap would be able to address. So that's something that I am sort of on board with doing, but it's like, it's going to take quite a lot of finesse and, like, UI and all that sort of stuff to actually get to the point of being able to communicate that really well. Because, like, those are the specific things I want people to understand when they're doing this, is like, yeah, what was actually the cause of this? Now, obviously in a hardcore context, that's less relevant, but the other thing that it could do is, like, actually surface when things are broken broken to us, but more specifically, because it might be possible for us to therefore see like, oh, this thing that killed you did like a clearly unreasonable amount of damage. Like now it's something that people can actually report, as opposed to like having absolutely no idea. So that's something that could also potentially help with in the other situation as well.
To be clear, this is more than theoretical. We do have a not good enough version of it on our local realm already. But it is very much not good enough.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was worried about saying that because it means people are expecting it like next week, which it certainly won't be. But look, put it this way: I appreciate the need for something like this as a form of like being able to understand, like especially like what were my defenses even doing in this situation. You know, like was it even helping me at all? So yeah, that is something that is on the cards for us to like to try and think about.
Very good. I know we're almost out of time here. But there's a few points in the game right now, and I would say, especially when, how do I phrase this? When going from like the interlude or like early maps, I end up on hardcore having like, let's say 1.7k life and thereabouts, and I try to have like a lot of defense investment where I can on hardcore. But I feel like there's some awkward points in the game right now where I just like can't, like I don't have enough agency over my defense, and I sort of can't invest in it enough. And I end up, even at tier 15 maps, if I have 1.7k life in tier 1 maps, I might have 2.5k in tier 15 maps. I just feel like I'm not really able to put enough investment into it. Where previously in PoE 1, there's the life on the tree, there's resist on the tree. Right. We don't have anything to like patch it up, so to speak. We don't have that like intermittent defense, which usually, for the endgame, very often I would say go energy shield. Energy shield's still very strong. But there's like that awkward stage where I don't have enough control over my defense.
And you reckon that that's kind of like mid maps? That's the kind of like,
I'd say like
what you're saying just then?
Early maps. I think energy shield defense is in a really good spot. I have a lot of like, whether I want to go evasion ES, block ES, or just stack really, really high ES. Like energy shield is obviously very strong. But for life, there are builds, by the way, that are really good as life stackers and stuff. But I just feel like there's quite a few builds that I've just been unsure what to do. Even on my minion summoner, until I found refutation, I was in a little bit of an awkward stage.
Go for cold?
I was like, what do I do now?
I actually think that it kicks in earlier as well, by the way. I think that the late campaign suffers from this problem as well,
right.
where the average value of your item obviously goes up to the point you get more rares, you get more mods, you end up with like a decent amount of resistances, and now you get that thing where I have to trade off my resistances. Like I've seen 70 rare body armors or something by some point. That number is not accurate. And I found the best one, and now every single one has to compete with the best sample size of all of those. And so I do think even late campaign, you can craft to solve your defenses, but then you're costing life and resistances, and you get this thing where you can't. It's really becomes really, really difficult to make the trade-off. And I think that, I mean, even you said as well that the value of rare items in the latter half of the campaign starts to diminish, and there's some problem here where really early it feels really impactful, and then it kind of just slowly goes kind of downhill as to trying to solve these problems. So I agree with them.
On some level, it's hard to address the specific thing you're talking about there, though, because like you're just seeing a lot of rares, and at some point, like you have to filter through more of them to be able to get something that's an
where
upgrade.
things like essences are meant to come into play, right? It's where some of these crafting mechanisms are meant to help.
But also runes and things like that.
Runes are like, you know, I don't know if you noticed, we did kind of buff some of the like defensive runes in 050 because they were not really. I mean, the intent was to help with this. Maybe it didn't go quite far enough. Maybe we need more avenues. Again, as I said, some of the essences. I mean, overall, essences can be quite useful, but I would say some of them don't hit the mark, especially as their usefulness when they should. There's some tools missing for sure, especially how rare they are. Like, if I'm talking late campaign, you can't just be like, okay, I'm going to go get this essence. Like, that's not a thing you can say. So there are some issues here, 100%. But yeah, it is quite tricky to solve for sure.
I mean, a lot of people in response to this will say to us, and this is a really common thing, of you should just put life back on the tree. And the reason why we don't want to do that is just because we're really critically afraid of getting to a situation that we had in PoE 1, where if you don't know to allocate life on the tree, you are just screwed. Like there is no possibility that that you can survive. And like that's always been our concern. We just don't want to get back to that situation again of like you just have to know to do that. And I do think that in that regard, like PoE 2 does like have the situation where you can be you can take the tree a little bit more face value. Like you don't have to specifically know exactly what to do, and still be successful. Now obviously there is like you need stuff where you've got builds that are good and people do like have their build files and tell each other how to do things, and that's obviously still important. There's still a lot going on there. Like I wouldn't say that we've gotten to the point where that's not required. We're far from that.
Yeah.
But I do think that just like the ability to just like get through the campaign without like by taking the tree at face value is something important. And the worry is that if life is on the tree, we have to balance for life being on the tree. Now you must allocate life on the tree, and now like you've just got this noob trap that you can fall into. So the hope is that we can solve it without having to resort to that.
Well, I do have a counter question there. Like, obviously, Energy Shield is on the tree, which is what makes a lot of us pivot into Energy Shield. But
Sure.
even if it's not meant that you're take life on the tree, you are meant to take defense on the tree, right? Like, you're always supposed to make a
And
balanced character.
I guess the assumption there is that taking defenses in general is more obvious to a player than what taking the right ratio of life and other defensive stuff was, I suppose. Like, so yeah, I mean, I guess that's the theory of this.
Right.
It's honestly slightly hard for me to explain the difference because it is quite similar. I agree. And ES being most comparable to life, it's like seems like you take ES nodes, right? I mean, they're similar, but somehow like there is some kind of difference there. I feel like we've talked about this one before.
I mean, it comes up a bunch, but like I still believe that the fundamental problem that's causing this is on the itemization level.
Right.
And so I want to fix that first before adding in alternate ways to potentially mitigate. I mean, yes, having a bunch of life on the tree will have to change the balance of the game. It will, and it won't. That will then punish people one way or the other. I really think it has to be solved in the items, and I think part of the case. So let's say you invest in a bunch of your defenses on the. Let's say you just playing evasion, and you invest in a bunch of evasion, and you get a decent body armor at level 30. That body armor is probably not good at level 50, and you want to increase your base. You're like, okay, I can now probably, as I was saying before, you have to pick: do I want evasion or do I want resistances? Because getting both is very, very hard. And obviously losing like say 30% resistance X is like pretty brutal. And it, to trade that for some amount of evasion, now that evasion is probably more worthwhile. But it's also just quite hard to quantify that in the moment and understand which is better. And so, yeah, there's like, whereas early game, the base type, very, very early game, you don't need defensive affixes on your items. The base type can have quite a lot of impact. And as the base type's importance falls away and the modifiers increase in importance, it just becomes very, very hard to get an item that covers all of those defensive bases.
Yeah.
And I think that if that, when I look at that, I'm like, there aren't enough tools to solve this problem. And I honestly think like Act 3 onwards is where this starts to really kick into gear, become a problem more and more and more and more. And then from there, it's ultimately, I would say, unless you're getting kind of lucky, mostly downhill with respect to trying to identify how to solve survivability problems. But I do think it is solvable. It's a bit tricky because it's like which of these axes do you target? But like, it isn't impossible by any means. Like it requires concentration, but I do believe we can do it. But yeah,
I was like 50%.
That's the way I see it, and I don't want to resort to the band-aid or what I would perceive as a band-aid without first addressing what I believe is the problem. And maybe in that discussion, we're like, you know what, it is fine. Let's do make the band-aid a proper fix or something like that. Not to say life on the tree is the band-aid, by the way, just one of many band-aids. But it seems very solvable to me. But I get why people are asking for passive tree, like effectively just passive tree survivability, right? I get it. That isn't just the core defenses. I just believe that I want to rule out or prove right or wrong, one or the other, that the problem is actually in the gear. And more so the crafting of the gear.
Even some like temporary res on the tree would be nice. That you like, You know, because then you're like incentivized to get rid of that later to get better, to like get it through gear to get those skill points by. But you know, right now you're so hard. It feels like you're solving too many issues very early on.
So that's the runes, right? The runes is meant to be
Correct.
you resistance your gear, and
Yeah.
then later on you replace them with things that aren't resistances.
Yeah.
If that isn't solving the problem well enough, and I think it does early, very, very early again, maybe the mid-tier and maybe the one in between lesser and greater and the greater runes aren't providing enough power there, and I would rather do it there since that tool is already available. Like they're 18% resist right now at greater.
Yeah.
Is that enough? Yeah, maybe, maybe not. You know, like it's kind of hard to say. Or is it a matter of needs to be better ones that are rarer that give more, but then that's the rarity problem and so on. But then what I would like it to be is that essences combined with runes is enough to solve most of those holes in your character, like straight up on the gear and the sockets, of course. So if that isn't doing that, I think that needs to change. Otherwise, what are they doing?
Yeah.
I know they're not doing nothing, but
yeah, 100%. I know we're short on time, so I want to have one final question.
I mean, we can keep going for a bit. Like, it's
okay.
It's okay. You know,
okay,
we can go a
sweet.
bit longer.
Yeah, I have a big list of cool things to talk about. The thing that I really wanted to talk about next was the extra like surprises, like the secrets and stuff. That has been one of the coolest things I've ever seen in a game. Like the martyr thing, I think for me is either rank 1 or rank 2 coolest thing I've ever seen in a game. I woke up and I saw that and I was like, what the fuck? That is so sick. And there's so much of it this league. There's so many secrets. Yeah, can you just talk a little bit about like how you guys felt like the reception from community has been? Like that's been just so cool.
I would honestly say that stuff and seeing the community discover it is honestly one of the most fun things for us, like to just see. Like it's something that's like it's funny, right? Because the 050 release itself, I get like way less enjoyment out of that than I do just like some random guy like being like exclaiming when he like finds the hidden door that goes to the thing to craft the taming.
Yeah,
like I
that
watched
was so
that video,
sick.
I'm like, yeah, that's that's so cool. You know, like the stuff. So yeah, we're really enjoying doing that stuff, and I'm sure we will be doing more of it as well. Like it's just really fun. One of the challenges we've had is like making sure it doesn't get too data mined beforehand. So there's like a few things like that we have to worry about.
yeah, like the tame. Now I can say it because I'm going to not allow that to happen in the future. But the taming, if you were to data mine or be doing something, you know, slightly less legitimate, the bench for the taming is called Barracks Crafting Bench. Or something, and so I was like, no, it's like so obvious they're gonna find it like day one by using some tools or something not legal, you know, and then but thankfully it didn't happen.
But I was also really worried that the martyr thing was going to be spoiled by just various strings that are in the client that relate to the things. Like that dialog box that it says talks about permanently destroying your character, like that's just in the client somewhere. So I was like really worried someone was going to find that and be like questioning it, but it turns out that no one really did.
Yeah.
So
no
there's just like little things like that we just have to but it is really fun. I really enjoy it.
I just want to pay some respects for the Standard League's first martyr who silently offed his character and everyone got the bonus and no one saw or mentioned anything and no one seemed to know. He had a Korean name. Whoever you are, and all the Standard League players, they owe you some level of respect. And he did it very early, and he was like ranked 782 on the ladder, and we were like, okay, I guess no one cared.
Unfortunately, the community team didn't know about it. And so then when it happened in...
Oh. No!
Oh, we lost.
What happened?
F.
What happened?
Okay, at least you guys are still there. I thought it fully disconnected.
Okay, I don't know what happened there. Anyway,
I can't see the camera though.
So, no, we're good now. All right. Hopefully you can hear us still.
I can still hear you, just can't see you. Oh, I see you again.
They're trying to fix it.
All right, cool. Anyway, so Yeah, unfortunately the community team didn't know that there was that percentage on stat, and part of the reason for that is because
We need fifth class in D4.
where if they don't appear in the top 10, then it only shows it when you go to the full ladder screen. So there's like kind of a bug with that we'll need to fix. So it meant that the community team wasn't aware that someone had actually already done this stat, and no one else seemed to know either. Like it was like that for like at least a day. Like I only noticed it like a day before the other one started happening. So yeah, so some respect to that guy who actually did it first. But then after the cat got out of the bag, you know, there's obviously a huge rush to do it. But yeah, honestly, like that was one of the ideas that I really enjoyed that we came up with. And we
had a few alternatives.
Yeah, we had some other ideas that were way more terrible that other people in our studio were very unhappy with, and we suggested them.
The first one was you could effectively do what we had, but you'd get put into a divine league, a divine version of the league.
Yeah.
And then all items would drop with the divine flag. And I think the initial idea was that you get +2 ascendancy points from level, so you have to start again from level 1. You're in your own league with only players who hit 100 and ascended.
Yeah.
And you get +2 ascension points, but everyone was like, no, we can't have it that you have to do this to have the most powerful character in the game.
Yeah, exactly. It was there. So the idea we eventually went with was much better than that one. It was much better than that one.
And then the second idea, I was like,
Bonito.
This is part of the... I mean, where some of this started was, it was what happens if you try to sacrifice the defenses of Tabula Rasa to add runic ward. And it was like, well, what if it just like, and then I was like, okay, then if you equip it, then you get to send to just like there's nowhere, like, I don't know. We went on some down some deep hole, but that eventually translated back to it'd be nice if the first edict actually did something, you know.
So there's still one secret I believe that no one's got yet, and I think that might
There's also punching on Spiritborn if you want to do that. It's not just crushing hand.
Has that been sorted yet?
Spells.
All the attainable ones that I'm aware of.
Okay,
but
I think there was one that's still broken.
I forgot about a lot of them, and then the community discovered it. I'm like, oh yeah, we did that.
Was it game, late game?
So
well, stay tuned to find out. I'm level 82 right now.
I think there is one that maybe is broken currently that we still need to fix, and maybe that's
there is one that isn't working properly.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
There's still one more, but we won't tell you guys when we patch it in. So
I had a question about secrets. Am I remembering right that there was? I can't remember if it was one of you guys or Chris that talked about this back in the day, but was there a lost PoE 1 secret that you guys weren't sure if got discovered or not? So I was wondering, have you guys written down all the new secrets just to make sure?
I honestly, we haven't. Like, it's possible that we would just forget about something and not know about it anymore.
There's like something somewhere in the game from like 10 years ago no one has ever found.
Data files that, like, it's like there's a shocking amount of stuff that is incomplete or like, you know, intended to be resurrected or things that people can't remember anymore, that kind of thing. So
what's on the docket for tomorrow?
You have enough developers and enough.
And tomorrow is last day of PTR, and then PTR. Just like this week, basically. Gonna do before PoE.
Most fun. Like every day, I was like /ladder. Someone 100 yet? I want them to discover this.
Yeah.
Hurry up. I was like, wow, why are they not a level 100 yet?
That's very cool. I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
Another thing I was curious about, like, obviously we're getting to more of like a biome feeling now. Like the world feels a lot more alive. It's a lot more like fun to engage with and discover things. How do I phrase this? Do you think you'd ever do like randomized events or even like events that are temporary? Like that's not something we've really ever seen before.
We're interested. We've discussed stuff like this. Like the Atlas certainly being like a space like that does open up us up to the idea that we could do kind of more things along those lines. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we obviously don't have anything like that yet. But yeah, I think that we should probably be doing some things like that in the future. We just, you know,
I mean, it's an inevitability. Like, it'll happen. It's just what form it takes and all of that. You know. We'll
but I think it would be cool to do something like that.
Same with like, you know, I want to use Abyss here as an example because I thought that looked so cool, with like the quest Abyss thing. And right now when you're putting down the breach thing and the ritual thing, you have to like stamp it in a certain location. Do you think you'd ever do something like that? You just see like a huge Abyss biome, and you go like, you know, a streamer will go like, look at this Abyss biome, right? It's like 40 maps wide. You know, like a little bit of that like discovery feeling. Is that like something you like the idea of?
Yeah, I mean, I actually had wanted to put abysses like there was originally supposed to be more than just the quest abyss there. There was supposed to be other ones that you would find just as you're exploring in the infinite. But we just didn't get time to quite implement that. But that's something that we'll probably will do. Like it
Nice.
needs,
I liked it a lot.
that because all of the other leagues do have Atlas mechanics, so we do want to do stuff like that.
Yeah, like a giant fissure opening up like in the world near where you're mapping is like a quite a cool thing to fantasize. Whoa, what the hell? I want to go there, and you know. So, I mean, and it's not that hard, but it just didn't quite make the cut. So.
Speaking of fissure opening,
but in general though,
Yeah.
well, in general though, we do want to make sure that there are Atlas mechanics for all the leagues we do going forward. Like we just like the Atlas is part of the thing. Like having things that can happen on the Atlas is definitely a really cool part of leagues. So we'll be doing more of that.
yeah. No, I gotta say, in the start, I was not the biggest fan of the Open Atlas, and now I'm like, I don't actually not sure what day it is right now because I've been just slamming like 18, 19 hours a day. So yeah, it's great. Let's see. How do you feel about the current state of like found versus crafted gear? I know we have like the tiered loot as well. We don't really have like drop only modifiers at the moment. Not much at least.
I guess this is always a constant back and forth battle with crafted versus drop because like there's one of those things where like if drop stuff is better than crafted, then people will say like crafting sucks, you need to improve crafting, and then the other can go the other way around as well. We're definitely we tilted the balance back a little bit to drop again this one because by nerfing the drop rate of perfect currency. So like that was the part of the intention of like trying to get that back a little bit, especially in the kind of mid-end game. So the hope is that we've like restored some of the balance a bit, but it's like a constant battle. I know that it's interesting though because we were talking about this and I was kind of asserting that like, oh, the tiered mod stuff should be good, and you were kind of doubting that for a while. But then recently you did some experiments and found that maybe they are better than what you'd given them credit for.
The way that some of us are currently playing the league, so we're doing our maps and we're getting, let's say 7 to 10 raw divine per map, right? Per invested map, right? That's like what we're probably about getting. Of just currency drops, right? Of just actual, you know.
This is using your patented juicing strategy,
fungibles
right?
on the ground. Yeah, I mean, sometimes more.
Okay.
Sometimes a bit less. The thing is, what I wasn't doing at the start, and it kind of became more of a thing, is now you go in with, I don't know, 120 wisdom scrolls. You go in with you know, a bunch of greater transmutes orgs, you know, nothing too extreme. And you honestly, I would say that we pick up and identify, you know, 300 items per map, let's say. And as soon as you get, and I mean, like, I got a pair of gloves yesterday, for example. I ID'd it. It had T1 rarity, T1 energy shield. And then you do like 3 crafting operations on it, which you can just do in the map. You can just do 1 or 2 of them, and if you don't land, you just throw it on the floor. And then it often involves, you know, essencing in some contexts. You have, even if it's just like double exaltations, you have, and then you go and desecrate it, and so you don't have to use ancients every time. And then like that pair of gloves is, you know, 45 to 60 divines now, give or take. And it's not like I landed full T1s, it's just that, like, you know, good ES gloves are expensive right now. And so you filter for the right base types and the right tiers. You get a lot of them, you just craft them live in the map. You can go dump tab them and do it all later, but like whatever, we're just doing it as we go. And honestly, I would say you can easily take another like 30 plus divine out of the map just worth of gear, just picking up anything that's T2 to T5 of the right base types of the meta build characters. And so sure, like things like talismans aren't worth a hell of a lot right now, but like spears, quarterstaffs, you know, obliterator bows, you know, all these things, right? You just pick them up, craft them live. It's a bit to get your head around, like, you know, a couple of the guys in the office were like, I was like, what the? And like, what would you do to this? And they're like, do this, then this, then this, then this. I'm like, oh, Jesus. Okay, I didn't even think of that. So like, yeah, you even even then you get your head around it. But like, honestly, you can like 10x your value you're taking out of the map by just picking up all the tiered gear. if you want. Now, yeah, that takes a bit of time. You could also just pick it all up, stash it. You can just leave and come back as many times as you want, right? Chuck it all in there and then just do a whole big identifying crafting spree later if you want. But like, I was like, Tear Gear sucks, and then now I'm playing and I'm like, holy shit, how is anyone not doing this? And it's honestly crazy. It's you just get.
There is a thing there for sure where like currency is so easy to know that it's valuable, and so it's just an easier time to just like pick up all the currency and assume that the gear is crap. But there is definitely some value there if you know what to look for, but it is a much more complicated process, and I can certainly see why people are less keen to engage with that. So it's like, when you look at it from that perspective, saying that like that crafting is better than picking up gear is like, well, certainly crafting is like picking up gear and understanding what's valuable and so on is just a much more complicated way to go about your life. So like, it's just that there's certain, like, I think it would take a lot to make it so that the overall perception is that ground loot is better, because of the fact that it has such a higher like skill ceiling in order to require to know what actually to find. And so that's like the challenge that you have of like trying to shift that perception.
But I mean, even just finding the right item with the right mod, and like fracturing orbs are quite valuable, affordable this league. Just go and drop a fracture, and if you happen to fracture the right mod, then you know you could 20x your more than you'd probably 200x the actual value of the item. I've seen a lot of that. I mean, that's something I've actually seen coming from the Breach tree, the Genesis tree as well, as you're getting base types. If you get the right base type with the right T1 affix, the rest of the item is terrible, the value of the item, like, I mean, I've seen items in 10 Divine Plus, and it's just a base type with one mod, and not even a rare mod at that, just for fracturing. And then obviously people like you want 3 mods with 1 desecrated mod, and then you have, you know, you try and fracture that, and if it fails, you can probably just throw it on the floor, but like whatever, or just slam it and hope for the best. But like, even that gets you so much value. I've actually been like quite impressed how much of the different content with its different axes has different ways of making money. It's been quite like, okay, like Abyss, right, you've got the freaking, not that it's enjoyable, and I am improving that mod, that's the darkness light catastrophe.
Oh, right.
But you can farm like, so the pinnacle boss of Abyss not really worth that much, but the farming those omens is worth a ton. Breach, there's so much from the tree that's worth a lot. The thing in itself is valuable, you know, even through to the right grasping males and whatnot. You have Ritual, obviously, right, infinite shopping for Headhunter Mage Blood. Sorry, not infinite. You have, I don't like talking about the temple, but the temple has its good perks. The temple, by the way, I know we nerfed it recently and there was a bit of a like, yay, let's not have that again. The temple ruined Christmas for me. Like, I don't want another. Freaking that temple destroyed me.
I have bad news.
Anyway, that's random.
I think people have broken the temple again.
It's good, but
like
it
today.
doesn't seem that out of control. What we've been looking at doesn't seem that out of control.
Okay. Well, how recent is this news?
I think it's ranked. I think it's rank 30 right now of the most. Like the average value of the rewards coming from a temple is 30th on the ranking of of different strategies. So, and yes, we're looking at that. However, it doesn't require any monetary investment, so it being good is okay, but it being the best is definitely not okay.
Yeah,
but like,
I'm not sure how good it is. It's just that's something I've seen a lot in my chat today. Someone was like, at least 10 different people were like, ... the economy is going to be ruined again. People are templing, and it was something new today.
We can look at that again, but I have a feeling it's not nearly on the same level as what we've, like, not even in the same universe as what was a thing.
Yeah,
I'll
just wanted to make sure to bring it up.
We now, because of this bloody temple, have way more active stats for checking how many items of whatnot are dropping in certain instances and all of this. And I swear, if the temple's number 1 on that list again, I've already had one Christmas ruined by this. I don't want.
And you get some water
yeah,
guys,
like
maybe.
one of the explicit goals we had at the start of 050 was make it so that all leagues have stuff that is valuable, that like is a reason to farm them and like to actually keep going. Because I feel like the state we're in before, there just wasn't that sort of compelling reason to do all the leagues. So getting to the point where that's like the case is definitely something that we really wanted, and I think that we have mostly kind of gotten there. Like it's pretty good now.
Yeah.
What is that a temple? Zoom in on that. Well, sorry, we're being shown a
from chat.
Okay, so
all right. This is the, okay. We have been told that there's a T1 issue with the temple.
Temple shenanigans T1 issue after interview.
So apparently, yeah, we've been whispered in the
capital
air.
letters.
Yeah,
is the message we just.
Right. Okay. Cool. So, yeah, we'll look into that right after.
It was just when you brought up that your Christmas was ruined. I was like, "There's something you should know."
Okay.
I have no more. No, that's not. That's got a bit crazy. I have the amount of joy I can get out of just going and obliterating the temple right now. Trust me, and I don't care if it's a mid-league nerf. I've lost all sympathy for that bloody temple and everyone running it.
Okay,
for now. I'm being extreme. Like, obviously, I'm not. I don't want to actually just make it bad, but like, you know, it's left some trauma.
Okay. All right.
Gun is begging.
Cool.
But yeah.
Early on, when it was the strategy, like recently, I was like, honestly, if that temple's the strategy again, I'm not playing this league. I was just like, I'm done. We have to solve this. And I think a lot of people share that. I think that just spending an entire another league doing the exact same kind of temple thing as last league is a thing that would immediately turn off so many people from wanting to actually play. And it's that thing where it's like, oh, well, just don't do it if you don't enjoy it. Well, you know how it is. If something is economically that advantageous, you kind of have to, right? Like, so, yes, it is not a good thing if the temple just ends up being supreme. But like, anyway, it sounds like it's something I'm immediately going to. As soon as this ends, I'm gonna run, jog, walk fast, and we'll go figure it out. So,
awesome.
If there is something, don't get too attached to it.
Awesome. Good to hear it. Another thing that was new with PoE 2 in general, we're seeing more and more cinematics. Is one of my favorite things. I love it. Even like the start of the bosses with the new Arbiter of Divinity and stuff. We're seeing more cinematics there. Yeah, is that just going to be a trend moving forward? With like, should we expect more cinematics?
We're definitely going to do some more. Like 1.0 in particular, there are some cool things. But I don't know that it's going to be like, I wouldn't expect like every pinnacle boss going forward is going to always have one in this kind of thing. Like it's not going to be like that common, but yeah, like, I mean, it's definitely like 1.0 needs to have some cool shit. So, you know, there'll be some stuff.
Well, I certainly want to add more if before we first implement the capability to also like skip them, like, you know, things like that. So
right.
It'll probably get pretty tiresome pretty quickly if all of a sudden everything's doing that. You know, especially when you lose control of your character entirely.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the start of the Tangmazu fight is, you know, has a bit of a story moment, but I wouldn't say it's a cinematic, whereas, like, the Arbiter of Divinity actually, like, seizes control of your... You know, you can't move, your camera gets hijacked. So that kind of thing, where we actually seize control and hijack your camera, we'd want to implement a level of skippability, for sure. But... yeah, it's, you know, and then there's the actual like player video style thing, like the Fortress Rising, you know, which is currently skippable, but that's actual cinematic. Where then we have in-game cinematic, where then we have also just narrative moments. I would want to make sure that the in-game cinematic parts get skippable before we're doing too many more of those, and it starts to get annoying.
Did I miss?
Speaking of skippable, I was curious about this. For those of us that are going to be playing for thousands and thousands of hours, would you ever do like a UI option button, which is basically roleplay skip? Because these are like really cool the first 20, 50, 200 times, but after thousands of hours, like there are a few things like throwing an abyss item down the well and stuff like that, like they do get very long eventually, and they will start adding up, I think. They're very cool. I do like them a lot. I can see efforts in areas.
I'd need to think very carefully about how to do something like that. I do appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah.
But it's like, so here's my worry, right? Let's say you added an option in the options menu of just skip all of that stuff. You're going to turn that on and you're never going to turn it off. And so then when we make a new league,
I'd definitely turn it off for new stuff.
What I mean? Sure, but I think a lot of people just wouldn't, and like, you know, they wouldn't think about it and that kind of thing. And that's just one of those things. And so it's like, why? Like, I'd like to solve this problem in a way where it's not.
Could it always work the first time?
Compromise that first time experience. Well, maybe it's like, but I mean, I just have to think about that like a little bit. Like, there's slightly more to it. Yeah, because I think just one time is also maybe not quite right either. Like, there's something.
Even resetting it once a league. Here. Like every new league, you have to see all them again.
I know, I get what you're saying. Like, I just need to have a think about it. Like, it's not something I've thought about in that way exactly before. I mean, there were some things we were even discussing earlier about like. So I mean, you know, I was looking at some various.
Wait, can I remove this again?
Of, like,
can I undo this?
Someone pointed out the mermaid boss, like the immunity phases during that particular boss are very annoying, and I'm like, yeah, actually, you're right, they are pretty annoying. And so it's like this, and like that's one of those things where the first few times it's kind of fine, and then like, you know, you get that stuff, and like I don't want anyone to hear that and be like, oh, we're going to remove immunity phases, because I don't think we're generally going to do that. But like there are just certain things that do get annoying the more and more times that you do them, and so we have to think like a little bit carefully how we can try and resolve some of that stuff. There's probably something.
Yeah, I mean, throwing the item into the well as an example, where it was like, well, let's see if it's a problem and then we'll address it. And the idea was that if you're doing multiple crafts in one instance, you don't have to keep playing the animation, but then it was like generally you do go back and forth to it.
I like to hit animation.
I agree. It's like it's kind of funny watching. I quite enjoy it. I like the item of the idea of throwing the item in the well. But then, yeah, I get it. After many times, you're just kind of like, oh, just hurry up, you know. So,
yeah.
But yeah, it is that there definitely isn't an easy way to, you know, like you wouldn't want to add a specific don't play Abyss option. Like that's kind of silly. And then, yeah, if you do a global option, it's like what does and doesn't it turn off? What categorizes in this field or not is a little bit subjective. Like there's certain, you know, everyone I suspect has different opinions on what should and shouldn't be skippable or ignorable in this regard. But that doesn't
what
say,
if hitting escape skips it?
You could do that. I mean, that's what we currently have for the conversations, right? You can escape to skip through to those, and that's something we did kind of recently. We wanted that to be a different analog for doing it, and we might still change that because I don't think most people even know you can press escape to skip through it.
Yeah.
No, that actually.
Told them. But yeah, maybe. I mean, whatever it ends up being, it could be the same thing. It's just.
Like, is the temple actually broken, guys? They were talking about this earlier, I remember. What happened there?
Yeah, it is very possible. It's just not trivial. And it's like, is there a way to do it? There's always a thing. You get caught up on like, is there a way to do it globally? Is there a way to do it for everything or not? And like things we opt into or not? But everything's just implemented very bespokely and in their own custom way. And so there isn't really like a universal solution necessarily on our end. Even though there probably is a universal solution for, you know, what the player would do to achieve them. That's fine. So I don't know. I'm sure something will change eventually.
Yeah.
Right? Like it probably will.
We'll have a think about it, basically. We'll have a think
about it.
Yeah. And speaking of cutscenes and stuff, the Bodak. Wow, what a cool fight! I think it's my new favorite PoE fight in general right now. And like the music
was the one
is harrowing.
That was the one beforehand when people are asking me in interviews what my favorite pinnacle in the expansion was. That was that one. It's just really cool.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of the.
It's very different. So like he.
I love it.
It's kind of hard to appreciate, but like obviously you have the goddesses Viridi, Solaris, and Lunaris coming in with their powers to help you.
Oh, I totally forgot the Bodak hammers. I want to run that actually.
You know, freeze him and do a bunch of damage to him without necessarily damaging him. And there's it's got a lot of unique elements to it for sure. Obviously the darkness and yeah, it's pretty cool. What is the was just trying to think, like, I mean, holy, that was not an easy fight to make.
I bet.
I think that might have been the fight that has now taken the longest to make in all of GGG history, by the way.
Wow.
There were a lot of false starts with things, like, because there were a lot of mechanics we really wanted to work, but then it took, like, it took a while for us to realize that we couldn't really do them the way we wanted, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, there was just, like, there was just quite a bit of, like, things, but yeah, the end result is really, really cool.
Yeah, I like the aesthetic, I like the, kind of effects with moths on them, like the dark fluttering moths and the skin of the thing. And I mean, even the first phase where you're not damaging life, you're damaging darkness is kind of like
it was
an
very
interesting
cool.
thing that's different.
And like
technically the boss is on full life the whole time, so if you get a bunch of like against full life bonuses, it's like you can, you know, it's like weird little niche things.
So like Jonathan was saying earlier, like I'm on hardcore, right? So I am researching the bosses first before doing it. So I was watching Steel Mage do it, and thankfully for me, Steel Mage's Spark. No walls in that fight. He did no damage. So I got to like really see everything. Like it was a long fight for him. And I got very lucky with my League starter. The Monkey, very strong. Monkey just fucking one-shot that thing. But it was just, I was just sitting there the entire time. I was like, wow. I'm so happy my friend has no damage. Because this is like a fight you really want to appreciate.
Right.
Like,
it's cool. Even when you go into the fight, I love the cool ways to initiate fights as well. It's just a cool moment where like the prison, that kind of glass obsidian prison underneath you shatters and you just fall into his domain is like a kind of cool thing as well. I love that stuff a lot.
Same. It was very, very cool. One thing I promised to bring up about the Atlas screen. Obviously the Atlas is like, for some lower NPCs, like very graphically intensive. Would you ever consider a more airborne Atlas screen or something like quite a lot of lower end PCs asked for?
I honestly prefer to optimize the Atlas that we already have. Like, there are things about it that can definitely be optimized, and there's no reason it should necessarily need to be this slow as what it is. Like, yeah, it's interesting as a thing to optimize specifically because it's like it's quite different than all the rest of our engine, like the stuff that things our enginists normally deal with, because there's so many different objects. So we effectively we have some ideas in mind on how to do that, and like there's several things like that I want to fix. So one of them is obviously just its frame rate, but the other one that I think is just the time to open it. And there are things about that we definitely can improve. Like we have specific optimizations in mind, and we should be able to get that to be down to like 300 milliseconds, something like that, or less. Like it should. There's no reason it needs to be longer than that. Yeah, there's just a few quirks to it that'll get us there. So yeah, I do appreciate this a little bit annoying though. So yeah, we'll just optimize it, and that shouldn't take too long to do to get that to a better state.
When new quests get added to the game, are they? Oh, sorry. When new mechanics are added to the game, like new leagues and stuff, will they get their own in-game quests? Like I'm a huge fan of the quest system.
Leagues will, yeah. So basically, every league we make going forward, there'll be like an in-game quest line for that. I think it helps a huge amount. One issue we do have to solve right now, though, is there's like a giant list of quests on the right-hand side of the screen that we do need to solve that problem. There's like an issue that we brought up even before we released 050.
Yeah.
So I'll need to do something about that and work out what to do there. But yeah, no, we're definitely going to do that for Questify, all of that stuff.
Cool. Now, I personally love it, but I'm also somebody that has a lot of time. Do you ever think it'll be too many quests?
Well, I guess
they did talk about the servers,
that they're all kind of
and that it was like
so, yeah,
much better than normal.
As long as we can get across the idea that you don't have to do all of these, they're just like the different options you have for in-game, then I think that'll be fine. I certainly don't want to do something where we're like removing content just so there's less of it in the game. Like obviously you had Destiny 2 that was doing stuff like that, and I don't think any of the players really appreciated that at all. That's one of those things where like I think that's a really bad idea. So yeah, at the end of the day, over time there's just gonna be more and more things like that, and just the hope is effectively make it so that it's not kind of bothering anyone for it to exist, and like you just effectively you move it to the point where the intro to the quest line just like maybe moves out a little bit, so it happens a little bit later, and but that's the kind of thing that we can do to kind of streamline that. But
I'm very curious to see what people are going to do on sequential leagues for sure, as to whether or not, or how many people embrace the I want to complete everything psychology versus the nah, I'm gonna do this league, and that's it. They do those. You do the fortress, you do
Moonforging recipe.
Delirium, you do the temple. We'll see, and then you just move on. I don't know why they picked those two. I'm just being arbitrary, but it'll be interesting to see if, as more leagues go by, if more seasoned players in particular just pick at the start, like, here's the leagues I'm going to farm. You know, solely once they've figured it out based on patch notes as well. They're like, this is my in-game strat. And then they just do that. And I guess if they change their mind mid-league, they can always just do that, right? They can go and do the quest line, finish it, and then do a new strategy. But instead of having to do everything all at once, they just pick their battle and go and just farm that as long as they want, and then go and change strategy. That is the hope of what people do, instead of, I have to do everything every league and it's getting tiresome. Because that is the worry, right? Is that if, you know, if it gets perceived as, in order to even start the end game, you know how these things go, I have to first, as in the peak rewards end game, I have to first go and do all of these quests and all of these maps, and it's hundreds of hours or dozens of hours, and then I can start the end game. If that becomes the wider perception, that is going to get more and more tiresome per league, and it then means the longevity of this, you know, might not be as, you know, good as we hoped. So now there are ways to adapt to that, and you know, we've done some of that already. The whole just killing pinnacles gives you points for them, and so on and so forth. Nice. But you still got to do the quest in order to then get to do that, and then maybe there are more changes, but like it's honestly hard to know. A thing being played once, twice, 3 times is very different to it being played 15 times, and we're obviously going to do leagues for as long as we can, you know what I mean? So we'll have to just see, but I can see this. It's one of those like, it's probably going to be a problem after 2.5 years or something, you know? But so hopefully we don't have to worry about it for a while, but you'll probably get a growing number of players per league reset who are like, there's too much to do now. And it's an interesting problem to have. But I don't know, I'm hoping the optionality of it will salvage that for as long as possible.
Yeah, that's fair. Awesome. No, I mean, I love it. I'd say it really takes care of the whole like feeling lost problem for me to have. So it's really enjoyed it. There's also like, we're seeing more and more items, like unique items with skills being added. What are some of the obstacles on your end when adding something, but still like trying to make sure that it has a place in the game, that it like fits in?
Well, so the skills on unique things is certainly something that like we now see is pretty important for like unique design going forward, and I guess it's sort of filling in the sort of similar design space as what we were like previously. I think a lot of the stuff that we would previously do with what the heck are they called in PoE 1? Transfigured, right? Transfigured skills, yes, the transfigured skills. So it's kind of a similar thing like that. Like we'll probably do a lot more uniques that have like effectively just variants on existing ones and things like that, and going like that. So like I guess the thing there is just like all of this new unique stuff that we're doing there is kind of happening at the end of the game, but we need to get more of that stuff into the earlier part of the game. That's kind of like really our current our current goal is like try to have that more, and then when transfigured skills was like, you know, and that balance kind of more available earlier, it'll mean then that more people will be able to build things around those uniques like earlier in the character's lifetime. Like if you can get it like level 40, like a thing that might define your build, like, you know, like you make a build around it at that kind of level, that's the kind of thing that's going to improve, you know, like make that stuff fit in a little bit better. So that's kind of what we're hoping to achieve, is like something more like that feel with regard to the uniques and the skills in them.
Yeah. Well, I was
the
just going to selfishly. Oh, sorry. I was just going to selfishly ask real quick. Would you ever consider letting us right-click a gem? Like, for example, I really want to. I always forget the name of it. It's almost like Perfidy. Peridify? It's the new Wisp bow. From it has like the wisps that like
I know the bow. I don't remember the name.
Yeah.
It had internally it was called like
Periphery.
Or something.
It's called Periphery. I can't use that until 84, and I was sitting there thinking, I wish I could right-click a level 7 gem or 10 gem and make it at least temporarily lower level, so that I could use it while earlier, like you were saying.
I definitely understand that. I definitely understand the desire for that, but I guess there's a worry that you like. It's like what you're almost asking for the reverse of what we just did, like down.
Yeah, which by the way, that was great too. I love that part too.
But yeah, like no, like it is a concern. But I think part of the reason why you feel that way is just because there aren't enough uniques like that earlier in the game. It's like if there was like a suite of uniques that all had like interesting skills and stuff all through the game, then the desire to down level the coolest ones that are all currently at the end would like be less large. And it's like that's just a matter of just fixing all of those mid tier ones and getting them better. And it's like that is going to be a huge focus now. Is like improving that kind of thing.
I don't think I'm inherently against being able to lower the level of those as well, though. Personally, it's just finding the right analog to do so. We had actually intended for something like that when we had one of the crafting bench systems that we dropped in Runes of Eldur. It initially had secret end-game recipes you could discover to be able to set the level of inherent skills on items to be lower levels. But that whole crafting bench got obliterated because it was kind of bad in the end. It was just like doing... It's like the essences and runes and stuff were already kind of doing the same thing, and it was like just a third way of doing that, and it wasn't really necessary. So
I suppose there'd be nothing technically stopping us because the existing unique crafting bench could actually, on high level uniques, could make them go lower in damage with lower base levels.
That fixed life spray again.
Theoretically do that. It'd be kind of funny, but it's a bit unintuitive if you're a player that you
I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is it was very close to being a thing, so it's probably not gonna not be a thing forever. So. We'll just see. I don't want to... it definitely needs to be a thing where we don't then go and add... Like, it's either a custom recipe or on a bench. It's not like we add... actually a little bit hard through the uncut, but it's not... I guess it wouldn't be impossible. But, you know... We were going to... Like, we have the one that can upgrade the level...
The fluxes.
Whatever it's called. We were like, we don't want to do one that also, we don't want to have like 20 currency items where it's just like a bunch of item bloat for like being able to set it to a bunch of lower levels necessarily. And so, but either way, it will come. Like, I'm almost certain of it.
No,
I
Marshall,
just don't want it to be ultra common as well. Like, it's obviously a more of a re-rolling thing.
Yeah.
And so, but it's kind of fine.
Nice. As a final question, you guys talked a little bit about the... I believe you talked about a reset league at some point, right? Like some sort of event. Anything more you can tease about that?
Not really. I mean, we'll probably see it as much as we can say for now, but yeah, it will happen. We don't have an exact timeline, but yeah, it'll definitely be happening. And yeah, there'll be a lot of other just like balance changes and other things going on there as well. I'm sure we'll manage to sneak in some content as well. So, you know. We'll see how we go, but yeah, it's we definitely need to be able to do a couple more resets before we get to 1.0, just to you know, to do more balance iteration. And like in the background, the balance iteration I think is going pretty well. I mean, you pasted me that list of like what the DPS on all of the highest level characters was compared to the kind of ridiculous outliers we had before, and I think a lot of the outliers are getting sorted. Like the balance is slowly improving as a thing going on in the background, so that's been helping a lot too.
Yeah, we are getting there. It's just like there's this kind of uphill battle to it where it's like one step forward. I wouldn't say 2 steps back. It's like
like 3 steps forward, 1 step back.
Yeah,
every
or
league,
3-2. You know, it's like we do all these things, and then we add all this new content, and then that creates another. You know, we like fix 20 problems, and then we add all the new content, and that adds like 10 to 15 problems, and we have to fix those problems, and it's like this. You know. It feels like a unwinnable battle sometimes, but it is. We are making progress. Like I did look at things and I was like, you know, we are getting there. We just have to keep going, and we'll eventually minimize the amount of problems and bring up the bottom. You know, like I've made sure to take. I know there are snapshots on Ninja, but I've also made sure to take a bunch of screenshots of like very early in the league what people are playing and not. And obviously that's the top 120,000 characters or whatever, so it doesn't represent everyone, but then we also get stats on our side and we kind of match them up, and so I always keep an eye on like what's not being played, and you know, it comes back to Acolyte being consistently low. This league you've got Pathfinder, you've got what else is down there? There's all the 1% or less classes that people just aren't playing, and even Chronomancer, even though we just did some changes to it. And
because people don't know what they're doing.
Classes, but they're
why they're not playing Chronomancer?
And we'll just keep chipping away at them and see how far we get. The uniques is another one. Obviously, I've mentioned that as well too. I can't remember if it was a DM and Gazzy or Ziggy, but like, you know, we're going to look at the uniques. We're going to just look at a bunch of different content that's not good, i.e. the logbooks is that's not in a reset, but it's this league. We'll just do some improvements. So, but yeah, we're definitely have more resources towards just trying to like improve and fix the live game, be it bugs or balance. You know, since now we're, you know, effectively hoping to be on the home stretch of going all the way to release and getting that all sorted. We've got, you know, a good chunk of people focusing on the live realm right now, hoping to improve a lot of things, and we should be able to achieve quite a lot. Like,
awesome.
It's just whether or not we patch
always.
them in ASAP or we patch
I
them
know.
in
I feel like when I play PoE, the defense is always the hard part to solve, but the offense is the easy part, I feel.
Yeah.
You know, we're going to try and minimize that as much as possible to invalidate people's characters. Obviously, we're trying to minimize. So,
yeah.
Content fixes probably will come as they're ready. Character stuff will come a bit later because, you know, with the
well, thanks as upgrade as well,
with an event / reset.
Well, huge thank you, and thanks so much for going overtime as well. Like, just thank you so much. I know you guys are crazy busy, and yeah, huge thank you. League's amazing. I'm having a blast. So yeah,
excellent.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thank you as well, and I guess we're off to look at the temple.
I guess that's what we're doing now. But yeah, great interview.
Right.
So yeah, thanks very much.
I'll see you guys later. Thanks so much.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Looking at the temple.
All right. I hope you guys enjoyed the podcast.
Yeah, well, it's
huge
good.
love to DDD. You're watching this on YouTube later. Tell me if you like it. Try to die less than the temple does. Also, feel free to apologize to people in chat. I didn't think the interview was gonna go on that long, so I only had like 1.5 hours of pre-rolls. So like I tried to play ads ahead of time. I just didn't think it would take this long. Good interview, thank you. I tried to get as much as I could. Obviously, like I initially thought I only had 1 hour, but then they were okay to go over. Thankfully, that was super cool of them. Like, yeah. Wait, by the way, if I got temple fucked, are people gonna come after me or are people gonna be happy? Happy, sad? Should I like, is PubGun gonna assassinate me? Okay. You're donezo? Oh shit. I'm getting security.
Okay, anyway. Yeah, just delete a temple, man. Fuck that. Yeah. That's good stuff, though. I'm gonna equip brass dome on this thing. That's a lot of fucking armor. 20,000 armor. Oh shit. $1,000 runic ward. What the fuck? Oh shit, it needs 39 exceptional Varisium. What the fuck? Oh, that's funny. Interesting. Dude, the brass stone looks kind of funny, man. Look at that thing. Holy. What the hell? I'm so fat. Oh, you're missing one res, man. Lightning modifier or something. Do I have a colorlist? I'm probably gonna keep using this thing a little bit, right? I can actually divine it too. Oof.
They were in this, I believe this.
What do I do with this quest item? Journey to the east. I have 22 exceptional Verisium after all this time. That's crazy. Talk with Thero. Doing a big boss. I mean, I have a bunch of stuff. I have 2 times Medved, 2 times Otred, 1 Olroth, 4 logbooks. I don't know who to talk to. I guess, King's March? The other King's March? Oh, no one wants to talk to me here.
What do you mean?
You've returned. What?
Nice interact for. Let's try again. So many King's Marches.
How are you? Welcome to the Forge.
So this was the quest item. Oh. Mm-hmm. Okay. Easy. I have 10 million gold. Maybe I'll even get some. Okay, let's see how the brass dome feels. I guess you're gonna be like so giga tanky actually. Even though I removed like basically all my evasion, I had like 17 evasion, now it's 3. And I had like 25 avoid. So that is actually like together like 35 or so, 40 avoid. But I think I'm still quite a lot tankier. But we are squishy against dots now, like burning ground and stuff. We have to take no damage from crits, which is kind of nice. And we have no intimidate now, and that's kind of sucks actually. Intimidate is kind of nice. Perfectly is pretty good, man. I might go back to it. I need damage. What do you say? Where's the oils? See, debilitate, blind, elemental exposure. No, how do I get intimidate? Is that something like that? Debilitate is also nice though. Elemental exposure is not really crazy. Well. And now, how do we continue here? I guess we take a logbook. And now, what is active? The next round is a medvet encounter in a real biome. Okay. Wait, what do I do now? Like I went all the way here and here. I guess I have to do this boss. Sprawling jungle. T11. Oh, fuck it, I guess. We have one T11. Okay, fuck it. With your boss and take it all the quest items, okay. Let's see. This is a normal map. Oh, very short one, I guess. Okay. These lightning rounds do like 100 damage to me. What the fuck? Dude, that looks so funny, man. Look at this fat guy rolling. This is great, dude. Oh my god, dude. That's amazing. And what the fuck is this? It's the Amanamu monsters that are omens. Yeah, the Amanamu, and you have to kite them out of the fog. Yeah.
Thank you. Would you do me a favor? Can you check those?
I could try.
Wonderful. Oh, where are my manners?
If inside this tomb lies Medved, an ancient... We'll have time for small talk later.
If that's what it...
Wait, isn't Gwenny the one who's missing? Bad as damage. What the fuck? Bruce Lee. Oh, thanks for too. Yeah, he just kind of dies. Yeah, we got nothing. Can't talk to her. Oh my god. Witch King's March. Oh my god. Oof. It's a struggle.
Oh, it's been...
I knew you were...
Oh, darling, what
I'm fine, Rog. Luck is always on my side. I found...
What? No, he was
That doesn't...
I uncovered writings of a remembrancer who's... After many failed attempts, I finally found Medved's tomb. I hid, couldn't reach my boat, couldn't
I'm just glad
On the bright side, we found...
Really?
Oh, I wish you were coming home to bed. Look at the state of it here. We're basically...
Yes, it's almost too perfect.
Perfect.
I suppose if there's no King's March...
Exactly.
Oh, I don't know, Gwen. What about the kids?
What else should we do? None of us will ever truly be safe from... And with this new information, there's a... The remembrances claimed Uhtred stole the Triskelion. And
So Varana might lead us to Uhtred. Finally! I'm tired of...
It's Tujin.
All right, you and me, we're gonna track down Varana. You thought Medved was fearsome.
Then let this be...
Gather your supplies.
Artinger sounds interesting. I know. So while doing the quest, I guess I don't want to use the sagas yet. Because you're doing the quest line anyway, right? I guess I can't even. No, okay. This goes all the way back to the mainland here. Kind of interesting. Dude, those are just stronghold map here, here. Treasure bluffs. Dude, the boss is all the way over here, man. Are you serious? I guess I can go this way, actually. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Oof. Can almost go from the land. That's funny. Oh, I guess. I got exceptional Verisium. Holy. Maybe I can actually do higher maps now. It's so hard to not be unleveled by more than 3 levels when thinking. Yeah, it's mostly because they're like OP and you kind of just like rush through, right? Just need to like, kill some juicy packs here and there and some elites and you're gonna be fine. You catch up really fast. And yeah, when you're already underleveled and you're like OP, it's easy to catch up. I'm not really a fan of this like construct. I guess the construct is just like a faster way to do the strongbox. Does it have the same loot as a strongbox? I need to find like a research construct, I guess. Did he just block my fucking Hammer of the Gods? What the hell? What a giga chat, man. We fucking blocked the entire thing. Oh, now we're getting full steel. Wonderful. It's so sick they made a fist with a FACEBREAKER. Yeah, it's very funny. Yeah, look. Bam. Very funny. Like the style points are definitely there on this build. Hi, Sony. I don't have a planner for this yet. Stone Cold Yokai. But yeah, I think I'm kind of ready to put it together. We're 82 now. But it might be a bit late now, since the Sis interview caught me a bit by surprise. And I was about to sleep soon. But yeah, tomorrow when I start at some point, I will make the planner. Yeah, tank this lighting thing. Be kind of interesting to see how much it does. Just tank this guy. You can actually start buying all of the unique rings, right? There's like ring here, ring there. We can do it a door wave. But this will be just for the memes, I guess. But you actually get a lot of rings. So look at this here, ding, ding, ding. Like if I had juice, I could buy so many rings. Might just do it. Oh, no frontier. Yeah, we got a brass dome. So I'm running with that now. Look at this fat guy punching. I find it so funny. Wait, has this character actually died? No. I actually have not died on this character. Look at that. We're kinda chilling.
I need more time.
It costs a lot to get a brass dome. Yeah, it cost me like 6,000 tribute. Is the brass dome expensive in trade? I was saying perfectly. I was thinking, okay, which one do I run? Maybe I'll go back, but I think this is kind of nice too. I need to see if I can get Intimidate somehow though. Intimidate is kind of good. I wonder if I can do something like parry on my offhand. Just parry an attack and then do like the parry debuff. It's like a lot of extra attack damage taken, right? Is it like 50% more or something after parry?
This was made by a skilled artisan.
Refutation, but didn't they nerf this or something? I have an extra skill slot.
This doesn't look good.
Just tank it. Oh, there was actually an expedition up there. Wait, I should maybe double check this. I stun opportunity with parry, but isn't the chance to get stunned and like the stun build up also based on your stun threshold? I think you can miss in the stun threshold and it's gonna be fine, right? I have a giga stun threshold. Like I'm not gonna get stunned. Okay, that's all shit here. I guess let's just do this. Okay, let me see the parry thing. I guess I need some decks for that, right? I can go get like some low-level buckler, I guess. Okay, so parry is parry the next to your attack, blocking a hit or retaliating with a quick sweep. Take massively increased attack damage for a short duration. Parry increases accumulated heavy stun build-up. You cannot evade a hit, you could parry. Invasions that grants an equal chance to avoid this heavy stun build-up. Okay, parry debuff is 2 seconds. Ugh. That's painful. Refutations of 4 seconds. I don't know. The thing is, I have a giga long animation with like the rolling slam, and then I have to like actually time this. And then, you know, usually I want to do my Hammer of the Gods when they're staggered. So I have to like really time all of that. Oh, wait a second, you can do a funny thing now, right? Wait. You can do a very funny thing now. So we can unspec this, and already 50% more armor from the crit body. Oh, right, let me see this actually. So you're 23, 33.8. Item armor 5.5. 33, 48. That's a lot of armor. Those are some 6 links, right? We have 2 6 links, maybe it's time. So Forge Hammer, Rolling Slam maybe? Can we do Rapid? Wait. We have Overabundance, Armor Break. Yeah, we kinda wanna 6 link these. How fast do I do this? The stomping. I mean, that's kinda nice to be honest. And also has 20% attack speed. So I need a 6 link to put rapid attacks there. Don't want to give up this. We can't give up this. Okay. That's what it is. So we have to wait for another 6 link for that. But yeah, Forge, Rolling. Do we just do a Brutality? Brutality is kind of big. I have choice and chance to ignore enemy physical damage reduction. That's a lot of damage. What if I do a lightning infused? $11, $12. I wonder if I actually get some shocks off with this. That'd be kind of sick. But I have like no shock build-up or anything, so might be a bit optimistic. But let's try. I think I can also get out of this Herald of Ash. I don't think I care about this really anymore. What's the thing called? Yeah. I'll try this thing again. It's basically just duration, right? $4% more armor. Times 10. More! In that case, I definitely have to close the gap with the Chaos Rest though. I have to get like... I guess I can do Soul Core. Dude, I could actually do like 1/5 all res rune and it would perfectly cap me right now on anything. And then like a Soul Core. They could give up this lightning here, and is it a cold one? No, there's no cold one, okay. Okay, what do I do with the Forge Hammer? I guess I do it limit armament actually. I don't really care about the original impact anyway. It's kinda good. Yeah, that seems fine. How's reputation nerfed? Spend all your water to gain a short duration buff that causes you to be block all blockable hits. And apply parry it. Turns on which you've blocked a hit. So as you notice if you're heavy stunned. All this bugs but have to say cannot be light stunned, but blocking too much damage may heavy stun you. %50% less stun threshold while buff is active. 5% more stun threshold while buff is active per 10 runic ward stand. Okay, I think this is not too bad. Parry debuff makes enemies take 5% more attack damage. Parry debuff duration is 3.6. So I think both of them should scale with prolonged duration, right? Ah, the cooldown thing doesn't matter, I guess. Okay. Is there anything else we can put on this? Cast speed. Cooldown. So I can like 5-link it to like mobility, cooldown, cast speed. Can do second wind if you want. Yeah, 35 greater shoulders, I guess I can do that. Why does it want efficiency? Does it actually work with this? Can we see stun threshold somewhere? Where do you see stun threshold? Not here, apparently. Yeah, so I think it's not a bad idea. "17 seconds cooldown." I mean, I only use it on boss anyway. But I might use it more than once. I don't know. With enough ward, it gives you insane stun thresholds. Yeah, with enough ward, it means you spend all your ward and you're gonna just die. You don't need stun threshold at that point, I guess. Speaking of stun threshold, here's Giga stun threshold, so can we get that? You can actually.
Can I help?
Speak. I've changed my mind.
I'm gonna find one little note. There's 45% increased effect of fully broken armor. And also increases fire damage taken from hits. That's actually kind of legit. I need 4 points though. Maybe I'll do it. This will be 1, 2, 3. Also float. Nah, I kind of like this placing speed.
Speak. I have a different plan.
Okay, I need one more. Does that mean I have to remove a big one? Does this... Wait a minute, does this even apply to me? Okay, I need to lose some life. Wait a second. Do I have any life regen? 53. I have 10. Okay, let's see. This guy can't actually hurt me. Okay, I need more.
Come here!
Yeah, I don't think you need that one. Because it doesn't apply when I swap my weapon set anyway.
Go on. I have a different plan.
And the totems, and they don't need to regen, I think. They're either gonna die or they don't, I guess. How much life do they even have? We did remove a bit of life on them, but 3.6k. That's fine. We could still do 2 more points actually. Weapons at 1 and 2, I just realized. So I have to find something. I mostly have to get 2 level ups, I just realized. But then it's gonna remove some shit that I don't really care. But... Wait, is this notice kind of shit now? It doesn't increase armor from body armor? No, it's not, okay. We're almost here. Break duration, cooldown, area. Here's one point I can move for sure. I think I just got some level ups. Yeah, I don't think that efficiency does anything on this refutation, right? I think this is kind of worthless. It just spends all of your ward anyway. Let's see, maybe it doesn't spend all of your ward. Or maybe it would count as you have more and then you get like more stun threshold, but I don't know, it's a recommended gem for some reason. Just spends all of it. But I can't see my stun threshold, it's not shown anywhere. It's kind of weird. There's nothing, right? Only one way to find out. Yeah, I don't know, I'm gonna move the efficiency. This would be kind of copium if that works. Okay, so we have rapid casting, second wind, prolonged duration. And I guess cooldown. So now this thing has a 13 seconds cooldown. It lasts almost 6 seconds. And then the parry debuff. Parry debuff is kind of insane. We have so much int and dex. What's going on here?
I've changed my mind.
Can I do something about this? Yeah. More beef. Can you go all in? 2 more. Ah shit, there's 1. Missing 1 dex. Actually, I'm not sure if I really want this gain rage when hit by an enemy when you can just have it on a jewel. It's kind of an okay jewel here. 1 rage on hit, 2 rage on hit. Is there like something I can do for like prefixes here? 35% damage against enemies with fully broken armor. It's actually not terrible. It's a 50-50 gun buff for the block chance, I guess. I need to fix my jewels at some point. One, two, three. I could probably remove all this shit here. There's like a lot of pathing, right? I can take this one, those 3. I mean, don't necessarily have to do those 3 unless you want to pick something here. Walkers have 50% chance to empower 3 additional attacks. It's kind of wild. 25 of physical damage is extra fire damage against heavy stunned enemies. 75% of damage converted to fire. 75 is a bit sad. Gain armor equal to 150 of total strength requirement of boots, gloves, and helmet. So like 250 times some. It's like item armor basically, right? 5%. Okay, that's kind of interesting. 5% of physical damage prevented, recouped as life. We are preventing a lot of fucking physical. I think this would be relatively crazy, actually. Yeah, we can remove. This is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Put 1 here. We get 9 points for this. Ah, wait a second. 1% increased damage per 15 strength. I remember this one. So that would be almost 20%. It's actually not very much. It's just a lot of strength, I guess. And that could be kind of interesting. One of these nodes is like 2.5% each. And this one is slightly more than that. Okay. How much is one of these? It's a bit less, it's like 2-ish.
I've changed my mind.
Maybe some chance to create an additional fissure. That's not good enough, I think. Every rage also grants 1% increased armor. But this is like... nah. You don't need that much rage being hit by an enemy, to be fair. I don't think we really need much here either. Maybe I don't need this at all. It might be kind of worthless because I already have the jewel. So let's do something here. Totem, totems, totems. Okay, only 2 for weapons at 2. This totem damage. Placement speed. Let's do life, honestly. And I regenerate maybe after all. 6% attack speed. Okay, now 4 for weapons at 1. Could be area of effect. Copy damage. There's 2 more I can add. There's a bunch of resists. This is 10 early res and 2 maximum for 4 points. You're gonna rate from 94 MD. Thank you. Hello, guys. The chest armor gave 1k unique ward if you unveil. Yeah, but you lose all the armor. I'm not sure what you want to do with all that stun threshold. We could do this here to make sure we don't get stunned. Bigger than 94. Yo, hello guys. We just respecking a little bit. I'm playing FACEBREAKER Titan on level 82. Okay, I have 8 points now. Need to do something. What do you have here? Attack. And you want to take the strength thing, right? Where's the strength thing? 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. Okay, and now... Does Warcry empower an additional attack work when you have no power? I wanna try this. I wanna see what happens. Can I guarantee it? No. Still 0. Unlucky. That'll be kinda cool.